In the prison of the Silver Dragon dungeon, guarded by two formidable dragon sentinels, a silver dragon queen named Roswis arrived, ordering the guards to leave as she wished to speak with the prisoner alone. Chained in the prison was the great dragon slaying hero. With a sly smile, she asked him how it felt to be a prisoner of the dragon clan. His reply was simple. He wanted to die. Amused by his desire for a swift death, she approached him, touching his chin. It wasn't easy for her, for he was both handsome and defiant. Slowly, she traced her sharp nail across his face, making a small cut, savoring the thought of adding more to mar his perfect features. He turned his head away, refusing to let her humiliate him any further. She could kill him or tear him apart if she wished. He only hoped she'd be quicker about it. Despite his great power, he had been betrayed by a villain, leaving him in this wretched state. The Dragon Queen licked the blood from his wound and suggested he join the Silver Dragon clan. He mocked her, questioning if she was worthy of such an ally. Infuriated, she lashed out, whipping him with her tail. His body slammed into the wall with a resounding crash. Standing over him, she placed her foot on his chest, incredulous that a mere prisoner would dare insult her. This was no ordinary man. His name was Leon Cosmo, once the celebrated hero of humanity, praised by thousands. But now, broken and defeated, he could no longer believe in his former greatness. His dreams of wiping out the Dragon Clan and leaving behind a legacy for future generations had crumbled. The Dragon Queen sneered, telling him to accept his fate. He would die here. She pressed her foot harder into his chest, reminding him that any chance of a future filled with wealth and glory had vanished. Without an heir, he would leave nothing behind. Leon warned her not to underestimate humans. With a swift motion, the Dragon Queen wrapped her tail around his neck, thinking how stubborn he was. As she tightened her grip, she asked if he was ready to beg for mercy. But Leon remained calm, revealing that she had made two critical mistakes from the very beginning. First, he said, "You should never have been alone with the most powerful dragon slayer. And second, you should never have tasted my blood." Suddenly, Leon activated a forbidden technique known as the blood curse. The Dragon Queen instantly released her hold on him, stepping back in shock. A strange sensation overwhelmed her, and to her horror, she felt an uncontrollable lust take over her body. She collapsed to her knees, trembling. Leon approached, his eyes cold and calculating. "You will live the rest of your life in pain," he declared, "a torment that will gnaw at your soul." Her desire intensified, and before she could think, she lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Leon, taken aback, couldn't comprehend what was happening. The Dragon Queen, consumed by the curse, kissed him, causing him to blush. For the next hour, they were locked in a bizarre and heated encounter. Finally, the blood curse began to fade, and with it, her control over her body returned. She quickly pulled away, confusion and anger in her eyes. "What have you done to me?" she demanded. Leon calmly explained. "The blood curse is a forbidden technique, one that can only be used once in a lifetime. When you tasted my blood, it created a bond between our souls. Once I die, the curse will cause you endless suffering." The Dragon Queen scoffed, still trying to make sense of the situation. "If this curse takes effect after death, then why did this happen?" she asked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Leon frowned. It seemed the curse had an unexpected side effect, one even he hadn't predicted. "I thought the pain you'd feel upon my death would be the extent of it," he admitted. "But apparently there's more to the spell than I knew." Blushing, the Dragon Queen realized what this meant. Dragons were bound by strict codes of monogamy, and the bond created by the blood curse would doom her future. After Lion's death, she would be unable to take another mate, bear offspring, or explain to the Dragon Clan what had happened. Lion was surprised by the unintended consequences of the spell. The irony wasn't lost on him. She had mocked him for not having a successor, but now neither would she. She launched into the attack, but Leon stopped her, saying, "You don't need to do this. I'm going to die soon anyway." As his eyes began to close, he gave one final request, that the Dragon Queen live with hatred for him and feel pain for the rest of her life. This was his curse as a human, his parting revenge. The Dragon Queen hesitated, holding back from delivering the final blow. Moments later, Leon breathed his last. She couldn't believe it. This mere human had taken his revenge in such a despicable way. But she wasn't about to let him have the last words so easily. Using her power, she marked Lion's chest with the emblem of the Silver Dragon. Leon Cosmo had once been a legend, a hero revered by all. At the age of 5, he had killed a vicious dog with his bare hands, an act witnessed by a master dragon slayer passing by. Seeing potential in the boy, the slayer took him in as an apprentice. By the age of 10, Leon entered the prestigious Imperial Dragon Slayer Academy, and 4 years later, he graduated as the youngest and most highly evaluated student in its history. At just 15, Leon marched onto the battlefield, slaying dragons and reclaiming territory for the Empire. His name spread across the land as the strongest dragon slayer, the Empire's beacon of hope to end the war. That was until he was captured and enslaved by the Dragon Clan. 2 years had passed since that fateful day. Leon awoke with a scream, his hand instinctively flying to his chest. Gradually, his breathing slowed as he calmed down. Looking around, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Confused, he wondered where he was, when suddenly the door opened. A small girl entered, and Leon was struck by her innocence and beauty. He blinked, trying to understand what was happening. Rising from the bed, he gazed at the girl, her presence so pure, he thought she must be an angel. Surely he had died and ascended to heaven after his immense service to humanity. But his assumption was wrong. "What's your name?" Leon asked, still in disbelief. The girl smiled sweetly. "Muan." Though her response made him feel strangely happy, something about her was odd. Her hair, black and white, seemed unlike anything he'd ever seen. Muan mentioned that her mother told her the name meant the moon, which left Lion confused. Did angels even have mothers? Introducing himself, Leon was startled when the little girl excitedly responded that Leon meant lion. Surprised, he asked how she knew that. She smiled and said it was what her mother had told her. Feeling a sense of unease, Leon asked, "What's your mother's name?" "Roswis," Muan replied cheerfully. Leon froze. Hearing the name, he quickly pieced it together. He was her father. Muan confirmed it with a joyful grin. Panic surged through him. How could this be possible? How could he have a child with Ross Weiss? Just then, Muan turned toward the door where her mother stood, sending a chill down Leon's spine. "Mama, Daddy's awake!" Muan called out, running toward her. Ross Weiss's lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't the one her daughter imagined. Muan assumed her mother was happy since she visited him every day. But as Roswis stroked her daughter's head, she wore a wicked grin. "Go outside and play, dear," Roswis said sweetly. "Your father and I need to talk." Once Muan left the room, Leon stared at Ross in disbelief. "Is Muan really our daughter?" "Yes," she confirmed, closing the door behind her with her tail. "She's our biological child." Leon's mind raced. "Why did you have the child?" he demanded. "Why did you save me?" Rosway revealed that Leon had been asleep for 2 years. She hadn't forgotten what he'd done to her, and she wasn't going to let it go. Leon's anger flared. He hadn't meant for any of that to happen. "We're different," he growled. "We can't coexist. I would have never touched you if things had been different." Seeing the torment in his eyes, Rosis's expression darkened. "Oh, it was torture for you, was it?" She wrapped her tail around his leg, yanking him onto the bed. Climbing on top of him, she tore his shirt open, and with a cold gleam in her eyes, activated a spell. She was going to carve her own dragon mark into him, binding him to her forever. Even though Leon begged her not to, Roswise touched his chest, and a glowing magic circle appeared. This mark was to become his eternal shame. From this moment on, he would be her prisoner, bound to her forever, unable to leave. When his companions saw the dragon tattoo on his body, they would believe he had betrayed them and surrendered to the Dragon Clan. Leon still couldn't understand why she was doing this. Revenge among the dragon race was a mystery that had baffled human scientists for years. Their vengeance was not just extreme. It was an inhuman, paranoid obsession beyond human comprehension. For the Dragon Queen, it wasn't enough to defeat him. She wanted him to live in shame and suffer humiliation for the rest of his life. As the spell took hold, Leon began to feel an overwhelming desire he couldn't control. For the Silver Dragon Queen, it was a great honor to break Leon, the greatest dragon slayer in human history, and make him her slave, her closest companion. Now that he was fully under the spell, she climbed on top of him, deciding it was time to make him hers in every way. At the Silver Dragon Castle, even the maids noticed the queen was in an unusually good mood. Word spread quickly. The Dragon Queen's husband had finally awakened. Leon, overhearing this from a hidden corner, was shocked. She had publicly declared him her husband. No one knew just how terrifying she truly was. She had spent the entire day and night with him, and poor Leon's body was nearly broken. His waist felt as if it had been shattered. Furious, Leon swore he would not stay here to be her plaything. Stealthily, he slipped out of his room and made his way to the side door of the castle, but 4 dragon guards stood watch. Escape seemed impossible. The castle was eerily quiet with far fewer guards than there had been 2 years ago. Something was strange about all of this. While Leon was figuring out how to avoid the guards, he stumbled upon a hidden hole in the grass. Silently, he approached it and saw a faint light coming from the other side. Unsure if it was a trap, he decided not to dwell on it. He had to escape no matter what. Even if it was a trap, he would force his way through. Without hesitation, Lion began crawling through the narrow tunnel. He muttered a sarcastic farewell to the perverted dragon queen. And as for little Muan, though she was adorable, she would have to stay behind for now. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Muan ran to her mother, excitedly, announcing, "Father is digging a hole for the dog." The dragon queen, lounging in a bikini and sipping wine, chuckled at Leon's audacity. Muan eagerly asked, "When are you going to fish him back?" Roswise scolded her gently, saying that fish was too rude. "Say catch him back instead," she corrected with a smirk. Muan, a bit confused, nodded and agreed. As night fell, Leon finally managed to escape the castle and darted into the nearby forest. He knew if he could climb the mountains ahead, he'd be able to see the border of human territory. After running for hours, Leon felt confident that the Dragon Queen wouldn't be able to catch up to him. But to his dismay, the sky suddenly darkened, and the Dragon Queen, now in her true dragon form, appeared above him, praising him for being such a fast runner. Seeing her, Leon cursed his luck and bolted, but Roswise quickly landed in front of him, blocking his path. To his surprise, she wasn't angry. In fact, she seemed quite pleased. "Impressive, Leon," she said with a wicked smile. "I was the one who distracted the guards for you, and I left that little hole for you to find." Although Leon knew it was a trap, he had no other choice. He hadn't expected her to catch up with him so quickly. Returning to human territory now, marked with the Dragon Queen's seal on his chest. No one would recognize him as a dragon slayer. But Leon didn't care anymore. He was determined to start over as an ordinary man, believing it was far better than being tortured by her. Seeing his defiance, the Dragon Queen spread her wings, furious that he didn't appreciate her kindness. She grabbed him with her claw, and together they soared toward human territory. After 3 hours of flight, night fell and the Dragon Queen released Leon near the border city of the Empire, sending him tumbling through the trees before crashing headfirst onto the ground. Dazed, Leon's headache vanished when he realized he was close to a human village. The Dragon Queen, now in her human form, confirmed they were indeed within the human empire's borders. For most, the sight of a familiar city brought hope, just one step away from returning to the human world. But for Lion, that hope felt unreachable. Suddenly, the mark on his chest began to glow. The Dragon Queen had neglected to mention an important detail. When one of the two bearers of the dragon mark desired intimacy, the mark would compel the other. As she touched his chest, Leon felt an overwhelming heat and desire surging through him, impossible to resist. She had brought him here to demonstrate his shame, forcing him to confront it in front of his homeland. But Leon wasn't about to give up. Grabbing her arm, he decided to be his time, patiently waiting for the right opportunity to strike back. He swore to repay her double for every humiliation she had inflicted on him. The Dragon Queen, surprised but amused, smiled and agreed to his challenge, saying she would wait for him, dead or alive. As the moon rose, the two of them moved to a tree near the border city of the Empire, their twisted fate bound by the mark in their rivalry. They had been clapping for several hours, leaving the Dragon Queen more than satisfied. Meanwhile, poor Leon was exhausted and quietly crying, drained of both energy and pride. As she touched his chest, she casually decided that from now on, she would bring him back every month to his hometown for more sessions. She was lost in her own thoughts, fantasizing about how to further wear down poor Leon. Satisfied for the moment, the Dragon Queen declared it was time to leave. After all, their daughter was waiting at home. But Leon, his spirit still somewhat intact, stopped her. He refused to be dragged back as her prey. As a dragon slayer, he would walk on his own with what little dignity he had left. She raised an eyebrow, explaining that it would take 3 hours to fly back to the Silver Dragon Castle at her speed, while it would take a human like Leon 10 days, maybe even half a month to walk. Despite this, Leon stubbornly insisted on going on foot, asking her not to underestimate human endurance. Amused, the Dragon Queen smiled, intrigued to see how long he could hold out. After a while, Leon's steps became slower, his exhaustion clear. She silently followed him, waiting for him to admit he was too tired so she could scoop him up and fly. But Leon, though on the verge of collapsing, refused to admit defeat. Mocking him, she teased, "The only tough thing about you is your mouth." Just then, they spotted several knights from the Dragon Slayer army patrolling nearby. Leon's heart leaped with hope. These men could help him escape her grasp. But the Dragon Queen quickly sensed his thoughts, her aura turning deadly. She warned him with her eyes. If he called for help, she wouldn't hesitate to kill him. One of the knights approached, noticing their presence. Are you lost? He asked politely. Leon quickly lied, saying they were simply out for a walk. Deep down, he couldn't bear to involve innocence in his twisted situation. The knight, dismounting from his horse, introduced himself as the captain of the 47th Squadron of the Imperial Dragon Slayers. He pointed out that this jungle wasn't the safest place for a casual stroll due to the dangerous wildlife and species that roamed it. He kindly offered to escort them. Leon panicked, his hands shaking as he quickly thanked the captain for his kindness, insisting that they had learned some self-defense techniques and could handle themselves. In truth, he didn't want the captain to come any closer. The captain seemed to recognize Lion's face, which put the Dragon Queen on high alert. Her eyes narrowed and she subtly began to channel her power, preparing to eliminate the captain if necessary. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Leon acted fast. He grabbed the Dragon Queen's hand and pulled her close to his chest, telling the captain with a nervous smile that he had been mistaken for someone else. He joked that he had such a common face. Even his wife, the Dragon Queen herself, sometimes mistook him for someone else. Leaning in, Leon whispered desperately in her ear, begging her to play along. He promised that if she helped him get rid of the knights, he would obediently return with her. Amused, the Dragon Queen decided to humor him. Both began to put on a convincing display of affection, with Leon holding her close in a mock display of love. The captain, clearly uncomfortable with the sudden outpouring of affection, smiled awkwardly and excused himself, no longer interested in disturbing their romantic moment. As soon as the knights were out of sight, Leon released the Dragon Queen, who was visibly irritated. Realizing his mistake, he quickly stepped back. "You were smart not to ask for help," she remarked coldly, "but let's get one thing straight. Just because we have a child together, that doesn't make me your wife." Leon, still catching his breath, responded, "I never intended to be your husband." The Dragon Queen smirked, satisfied with his answer. She turned to leave, reminding him they had a long journey ahead. But before they could set off, Leon suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand, and moments later, he collapsed unconscious. Seeing this, the Dragon Queen sighed, amused by how fragile humans could be. Without hesitation, she transformed into her dragon form, gently picked Leon up in her mouth, and tossed him onto her back. Taking his collapse as a silent plea for mercy, she spread her wings and flew toward the Silver Dragon Castle, pleased with how things had turned out. The next day at Silver Dragon Castle, Leon woke up to find little Muan sitting beside his bed. Confused, he wondered how he had ended up back at the castle. Muan cheerfully explained that her mom had brought him back. It didn't take long for Lion to realize that he had finally been captured like prey. Glancing at his hand, he noticed it was bandaged with a neat little bow tied around it. Muan proudly took his hand, explaining that she had done the bandaging herself, clearly hoping for praise. Leon smiled and gently stroked her head, realizing how different she was from what the dragonologist had said about her kind. Dragons were supposed to be fierce, raised in violence and blood from childhood. Yet despite her dragon traits, Moon showed no hostility. She treated him with the warmth of a daughter, leaving him to wonder if this was because she was a human-dragon hybrid. He patted her head affectionately, telling her how amazing she was. "Muan, you're very cute," he said with a smile, then added teasingly, "but when you grow up, don't be like your mother." From the doorway, the Dragon Queen's voice cut in. "And what's wrong with being like me?" Leon froze, startled, realizing she had overheard him. Nervously, he tried to change the subject. Muan, meanwhile, eagerly showed her mother the bandaged hand, explaining that she had followed her mom's instructions perfectly. The Dragon Queen remained cold, giving no praise. "That's what you should do," she replied coolly. Muan simply nodded in understanding, used to her mother's strictness. Trying to lighten the mood, Leon patted Muan's head again. "Why don't you go hide in the garden?" he suggested. "I'll count to 100 and then I'll come find you." Moon's eyes lit up with excitement at the thought of playing hide and seek. As she ran off to hide, Leon glanced at the Dragon Queen, muttering to himself, "I'm definitely not like her mother." Then he began to count as Muan disappeared into the garden. Once Muan left the room, Leon turned to the Dragon Queen and asked why she was being so hard on her. Sitting on the bed, she explained that all dragons were strict with their children from a young age to cultivate strong warriors. Leon countered that Muan was not entirely a dragon, and besides, she was very cute. The Dragon Queen scoffed, stating that Muan was indeed a dragon, and that cute was a derogatory term for one of her kind. Leon thought the Dragon Queen was also quite cute, but his comment only fueled her fury. In a swift motion, she grabbed him by the shirt, reminding him that he was just a slave for her to vent her anger on and was not allowed to outshine her. Leon understood her position, and her mood seemed to lift slightly. After all, she was the Dragon Queen of the Silver Dragon clan, burdened with many governmental matters. As a result, she entrusted him with the responsibility of taking care of Muan. Leaning in close, she whispered in his ear that Muan liked him. Feeling overwhelmed, Leon made his way to the fountain, wishing he could escape the responsibility of caring for children, especially as a dragon slayer. Suddenly, he spotted Muan hiding behind a pillar, clearly underestimating his ability to find her. Pointing at her, he declared, "I found you!" But she remained still, prompting him to question whether she was upset. Apologizing for making her wait, he was taken aback when she suddenly took off running. Leon chased after her, asking, "Why are you running?" Muan turned a corner, causing Lion to lose sight of her. For him, predicting the mood of a child was quite difficult. He no longer doubted why the Dragon Queen had entrusted him with the task of caring for the little one. Just as he was starting to worry, Muan appeared behind him and wrapped him in a hug, leaving him surprised. Confused, he recalled that she had just run past him, but Muan insisted otherwise, explaining that since her dad hadn't found her, she had gone out to look for him. Though still bewildered, Leon decided he must have seen things wrong. Muan took him by the hand, urging him to follow her as she had something special to show him. Just then, another girl resembling Muan emerged from behind her and watched them in silence. That day, once the fountains were turned on, little Muan began to shake her head excitedly. She was painting some drawings and having the time of her life. Leon, sitting behind her, couldn't help but smile at the sight, feeling a wave of tenderness. Having a daughter felt good. For the first time, it seemed his soul had begun to heal. While Muan enjoyed herself, Leon clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, deciding it was time to escape the Dragon Queen's grasp. Just then, Muan ran toward him, eager to show him a family drawing she had made. Leon extended his hand with a cheerful smile, ready to praise her. But as he examined the drawing, shock washed over him. Muan had depicted two girls. Initially thinking it was a mistake due to her age, he pointed to the other child in the drawing and asked, "Why are there two children?" With a tender smile, Muan replied, "The other child is my older sister." Upon hearing that Muan had an older sister, Leon panicked. It didn't take long for him to realize that the girl he had seen earlier was not an illusion. The child he had spotted in the garden must be Muan's older sister. He regretted not calling her by name, which had likely caused her to feel upset. However, Muan reassured him that her sister wasn't angry. She was simply a little shy at seeing their dad. Leon rested his hand under his chin, reflecting on the fact that he had never met her before. It made sense that they were unfamiliar with each other. Today was a splendid day, and Leon couldn't shake the feeling that it was all the Dragon Queen's fault for hiding this information from him. He resolved to find her and demand some clarity. Meanwhile, in the Silver Dragon Castle, the Dragon Queen had gone to the library. As she read through some letters, a little messenger dragon arrived with a new message. Just then, the sound of footsteps approaching the library caught her attention. She and the little dragon watched the door intently, and moments later, Leon burst in, clearly furious. He called for her attention as she tucked the letter back into its envelope. With a calm demeanor, she asked him what he wanted. Leon stepped up to the table and explained that he had been playing with Muan and discovered that she had an older sister. He pressed her about when she planned to inform him of this other daughter. The Dragon Queen smiled, somewhat puzzled by his confusion at the revelation. Leon slammed his hand on the table with determination, thanking the Dragon Queen for her hard work. He hadn't expected her to have two children, and it was clear she had put in a tremendous effort. He resolved that when he returned to the Empire one day, he would add her name to his family tree. The Dragon Queen remained calm, a smile gracing her lips, as she asked him if he understood why she hadn't mentioned her older daughter before. Leon speculated that she might be jealous of his closeness with Muan. Fearing that Noah would come to see him, the Dragon Queen was somewhat taken aback by his eagerness to meet Noah. Unlike her, a cold and stern mother, Leon wanted to nurture a good relationship with his daughter. With a soft smile, the Dragon Queen decided to grant Lion's wish, but warned him to consider his choice carefully. As the hours passed and darkness began to settle, Leon headed to the kitchen, a smile stretching across his face as he started cutting some carrots. Today, he was determined to show the Dragon Queen how things should be done. His first step in approaching his eldest daughter was to whet her appetite with a delicious meal. He set to work preparing a hearty meat stew with cream, a dish he often made during his time with the team. Everyone who had tried it claimed it was exceptional, and the sweet flavor was perfect for children. Using a spoon, Leon sampled the stew, savoring its rich taste. He hadn't forgotten how to cook, And as he clenched his fist in determination, he imagined Noah's smile as she declared that she'd love the dishes her dad made. He believed that with this flavorful meal, he could win her over. As he stirred the pot, two maids watched him curiously through the window. One of them couldn't help but feel excited. Leon had just recovered from a serious illness, and for the sake of his family, he had taken it upon himself to cook. To the maids, Leon was the epitome of a good husband, one who genuinely cared for his home. Just then, the Dragon Queen and her two daughters entered the kitchen with Muan eagerly greeting the maids. The Dragon Queen, wanting to create a more relaxed atmosphere for dinner, ordered the maids to take a break. They bowed their heads respectfully and replied, "Understood." As Leon prepared the food and set it on the table, he carried the steaming stew just as the Dragon Queen entered the dining area. Little Muan rushed toward him, drawn by the delicious aroma wafting through the air. With a smile, Leon said, "I heard you both enjoy meat, so I made a special stew and built just for you." He hoped that this meal would convey his affection to Noah. To his surprise, Noah seemed indifferent to the feast before her gaze wandering elsewhere. Leon was left in shock, confused by her lack of interest. The Dragon Queen smiled knowingly, and in that moment, Leon's frustration flared. He realized that the Dragon Queen had anticipated this reaction, which explained why she had been reluctant for him to meet Noah. It was their first meeting, and the Dragon Queen prompted Noah to introduce herself. Obediently, Noah replied, "I am Noah, the eldest daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen Roswing, that she was 1 year and 2 months old." Dragons were a long-lived race, and young dragons matured much faster than human children. Leon approached her, extending his hand in greeting. "I'm your dad," he introduced himself, hoping to make a good impression. To his surprise, Noah seemed mesmerized by him, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that her indifference was unsettling. He wondered why she appeared so distant and whether she harbored any resentment toward him. Noticing the awkward tension, Muan gently took Noah by the arm and whispered, urging her to engage in conversation so their dad wouldn't feel uncomfortable. But Noah's response stung Leon. "He seems very weak, and I'm not sure he's really our dad." Those words hit Leon like arrows, forcing him to confront the reality of his situation. It quickly became clear that he was facing the first crisis in his new role as Papa Leon. The family sits around a table in an elegant dining room. The atmosphere is tense as they exchange subtle glances with Miwan, quietly seeking help. The twins sit side by side, their similarities apparent, yet their contrasting personalities show even in this quiet moment. Noah eats attentively while Miwan engages in conversation. Leon looks warmly at Noah, asking if she's enjoying the meal, his tone filled with care and curiosity. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere is shattered as Noah cries out, and Leon sitting at the table reels in shock from the unexpected outburst. Watching the scene unfold, Rosés covers her mouth in amusement. Clearly entertained by the chaos, Miwan, noticing her mother's laughter and joy, curiously asks why she's so happy. Leon joins in, laughing along with the others, expressing how being surrounded by family fills him with joy. Muan excitedly asks if their father will join them for dinner every day, her face glowing with hope. But Noah, with a serious expression, quickly rejects the idea, making her stance clear. Puzzled, Muan asks why her sister doesn't want them to eat together daily. Struggling to understand her reasoning, their mother calmly questions the urgency of joining a prestigious academy designed for dragons, wondering why her daughter is in such a rush. With confidence, Noah declares her desire to defeat even more dragon subordinates, her determination shining through. Meanwhile, Leon, wiping his face in disbelief, begins to realize she might even be planning to surpass him someday. Gently, he warns her about the dangers of battling fierce dragons, worried for her safety given her young age. Annoyed, Noah crosses her arms and insists she's not a child, much to her father's exasperation. Rosways agrees with her daughter's eagerness to start learning early, believing it will better prepare her to face dragon subordinates in the future. Turning to Leon, she asks if he has a specific reason for wanting to prevent their daughter's education, subtly challenging his concerns. Leon contemplates in frustration, realizing that if he continues to oppose her ambitions, his daughter will only grow more determined to challenge him. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he dismisses his concerns and decides to remain silent for now. Reluctantly, Leon acknowledges that he understands the situation, though he's visibly frustrated. In his mind, he envisions Roswing as a psychological game, aiming to mentally overwhelm him. With a smirk, Rosways warns Leon to be cautious as decisions about their daughter's future are made swiftly, leaving him visibly stressed. Noah is informed that the Academy's entrance exam is in a month, and her father will help her prepare during this time, to which she enthusiastically agrees. As the family dinner concludes, They playfully talk about how full they are, teasing each other lightheartedly. Rosways turns, calling out in a serious tone, catching the attention of someone nearby. Leon gestures to the table, pointing out that the dishes haven't been cleared, expecting some action. Rosways calmly replies that such tasks are best left to others, subtly dismissing his concern. Leon suggests that a proper family dinner should end with both husband and wife cleaning up together. He hints at whether Rosways truly wants to uphold a harmonious family image for the children, or if it's merely for show. The child eagerly awaits the Elore's approval, her excitement unmistakable, as Rosways reluctantly agrees with a calm expression. The child, brimming with enthusiasm, declares her desire to help. Her energy contagious as she eagerly reaches out, determined to be part of the action. Suddenly, Noah finds herself being pulled along in confusion, struggling to keep up with her sister's quick pace, as the scene shifts to a quiet kitchen with dishes left in the sink. Rosways confronts Lion, asking pointedly when he plans to lend a hand. Leon crosses his arms and sternly reminds her of something he told her 2 years ago. Rosways, however, firmly asserts her refusal to deal with someone who has undergone rigorous training, her body radiating with power. Leon stands confidently, demanding to know Rosways' intentions with a sharp tone, reflecting on how he used to be easily manipulated. But things have changed. Rosways launches a powerful attack, warning him not to think he can escape so easily. Leon catches her strike with a firm grip, standing his ground and asking with a smirk, "Who said I was trying to escape?" Rosways groans in pain, struggling to maintain her strength, while Leon taunts her for being unable to fight back, mockingly calling her a fallen queen. He smugly explains how the effects of the dragon's mark have weakened her, comparing her to a helpless kitten as he reveals newfound knowledge from her tribe's ancient texts. Sensing her shock, he taunts her thirst for control. Rosways stunned questions whether he has ever truly been conquered. Breathing heavily, her face flushed with emotion, she demands her tail be released, indicating that she's being restrained. Leon, holding her tail, speaks in a calm yet menacing tone, accusing her of disrespecting his dignity since the day he awoke. His smug expression contrasts sharply with her shocked, vulnerable state as she glares at him angrily. Rosways responds fiercely, refusing to submit and calling him a bastard. Her emotions boiling over as she challenges his dominance. She stares at him, clearly taken aback by his bold actions. Meanwhile, two maids gossip in the hallway, wondering if the queen and her family have finished their private time, their curiosity hinting at something unusual happening inside. Peeking into the kitchen, they're shocked to find it sparkling clean, as if someone had meticulously scrubbed every corner. The maids speculate whether the prince is responsible for the surprising tidiness. One of them, delighted by the spotless state of the kitchen, happily holds up a polished plate. Meanwhile, Leon stands silently, observing the situation with a calm yet focused expression. Holding Rosways tightly, he warns her to stay quiet to avoid discovery by the maids, mocking her fall from grace as she finds herself in a vulnerable position. The door to the room shuts firmly, and Rosways' eyes blaze with anger and determination, betraying her inner struggle against the humiliating circumstances. Leon smirks, tightening his grip on Rosways as he mockingly calls her his wife and suggests they get started. His expression shifts to a cold, determined gaze, showing his complete control over the moment. Rosways' eyes fill with helplessness and exhaustion, but she barely responds, seeming resigned to her fate. 3 days later, the scene shifts to a bright, majestic castle, standing tall under a clear blue sky. Two sisters stand by their father's bedside, worried as he hasn't woken up in 3 days. They wonder if he might be dead, but one of them calmly reassures the other to wait and see. Suddenly, Leon reacts as he's kicked in the face, groaning in pain from the unexpected hit. Noah, her foot still on his face, remarks that their father isn't dead yet. Startled and somewhat hurt, Lion questions if any child would treat their parent this way. As Leon regains awareness, he finds himself in bed with Miwan by his side, who eagerly reacts to his movement as if she's been waiting for this moment. With joy, Miwan announces that he's regained consciousness, while Noah sits nearby, observing. Confused, Leon wonders when he even fainted. As he slowly sits up in bed, Rosways calmly offers to help Leon recall the events that led to his unconsciousness. A flashback reveals him being struck hard by Razu. He remembers how the dragon mark on him became powerless after that night, triggering the painful moment when he was struck. Leon reflects on Rasua's ruthlessness, realizing her power is overwhelming and could have easily ended him if he had been any weaker. Still recovering, Leon sits quietly on the bed, watching Rosways, who has turned her back to him. He notes her beauty despite her intimidating strength and realizes she is a dragon over 200 years old. Muan, noticing her father's stillness, wonders why he isn't moving, speculating that he is simply stunned by their mother's appearance, hinting at the awe she inspires. Rosways is caught off guard as someone abruptly strikes a nearby surface, drawing her attention. Her expression shifts in surprise. Leon reaches down to pick up a flower accessory from the floor and gently places it on Razu, stating that it suits her. Rosways reacts with surprise at Lion's thoughtful gesture, questioning if he's ever done something like this for other women. Leon chuckles and explains that as a child he used to comb his master's donkey, claiming he has some skill in it. Muan looks up at Leon and innocently asks what a donkey is, catching him off guard. Smiling, Leon explains that donkeys are similar to dragons, but much smaller, stubborn, and make humming sounds when unhappy. He then imitates a donkey's behavior, amusing one with his antics. Rosways watches intently, noting the similarity between a donkey's stubbornness and her own personality. Leon suddenly recoils in fear as Rosways strikes him, sending him reeling. He clutches his stomach, wincing in pain, but reassures Muan that he's fine when she asks if he's okay. Rosways assigns the task of teaching the girls to write, declaring that Leon will handle it. Leon, taken aback, realizes he's been volunteered without any say. Muan excitedly cheers that their father will teach them, while Noah confidently claims she already knows how. The two girls race off to the study room, eagerly discussing which colorful pens they want to use. Meanwhile, Ross informs Leon that her sister's coming to visit and that she doesn't want him appearing in front of her. Leon looks surprised, puzzled as to why he's being told to avoid the meeting, and voices his frustration about not being allowed to meet her family. Rosways reminds him that he is now part of the Silver Dragon clan and was in a coma for 2 years due to a mysterious illness. She explains that he has only recently woken up, emphasizing the complexity of his new situation. Rosways warns him that if he is ever forced to meet her sister, he must stick to the false identity she has crafted for him. Rosways emphasizes the importance of keeping up the story, and Leon listens intently, still processing the situation. With a serious expression, he acknowledges her instructions, respectfully addressing her as Your Majesty. After Razo leaves, Leon questions whether he'll truly follow her orders, standing alone as he begins to plot ways to embarrass her in front of her sister. The scene shifts to the children's study room in Silver Dragon Castle, where Lion sits at a table, teaching Noah and Muan to write their names. He demonstrates patiently guiding them step by step as they watch attentively. After writing their names as examples, he asks them to practice by copying his writing. Muan looks excited while Noah's expression remains more serious. Studying Lion's writing, Noah comments that it isn't as good as her mother's, hinting at her high expectations. Leon feels a twinge of frustration at the comparison, sensing the pressure to meet her standards. When Leon stands to leave, Muan curiously asks what he's planning. He replies that he forgot to deliver something to their mother and assures them he'll check on their progress later, though his carefree attitude leaves Noah doubting his seriousness. Muan teases her sister for seeming happy, which Noah sternly denies, insisting they focus and practice as instructed. She looks down with a soft blush, momentarily thoughtful. The scene transitions to the grand gates of Silver Dragon Castle, where soldiers and prominent figures gather for a formal event. There, Isha Melki, the Red Dragon Queen, stands confidently, her striking red hair and royal attire, making a powerful impression. Rosways rushes to embrace her sister, their close bond evident in the warm reunion. The reunion is filled with warmth as Aisha and Rosways joyfully greet each other after a long time apart. Issa Milky compliments her sister, noting how vibrant she looks since their last meeting. Rosway seems a bit taken back by the compliment, modestly disagreeing. Curious, Isha inquires about Rosway's husband, having heard that he has finally woken up. She wonders aloud why she hasn't been allowed to see him yet. Rosways explains that her husband is unwell and cannot meet with Isa at the moment. Disappointed, Isa admits she was eager to see what the Dragon King who kidnapped her sister looks like. With a teasing tone, she hints at the dynamics of Rosway's relationship, suggesting that their quick marriage and child imply a strong bond. Rosways becomes defensive, firmly rejecting the notion that marriage and children necessarily signify a good relationship. She firmly denies any attraction to her husband, both in the past and for the future. Aisha smirks, commenting on her sister's toughness, recognizing that her strong personality remains unchanged. Rosways cheerfully suggests they take a walk in the garden to chat, showcasing their strong bond. Aisha agrees, allowing her sister to lead the way. The sisters stroll together, smiling and enjoying each other's company. Meanwhile, Leon observes the two sisters from a distance using a telescope, recognizing Rosui's sister. He watches intently, gathering information as he studies them from afar. Determined to test the range of the dragon pattern, he seeks to discover how far its power can extend. As Aisha and Rosways wander through a beautiful garden filled with blooming roses, they discuss the recent instability within the dragon clan. They note that the red flame dragon king has been particularly active lately, raising concerns among them. Rosways is taken aback when she hears the name Constantine mentioned in connection with the recent turmoil. She questions her sister, recalling that Constantine has been missing for years. Aisha speculates that he may be attempting to expand his territory using the current chaos to his advantage. Suddenly, Rosways reacts in shock, her body glowing with energy as something unexpected occurs. Her eyes widen as she senses something unusual happening around her. Noticing the change in her sister's demeanor, Aisha asks, "What is wrong?" Rosways quickly brushes it off with a smile, assuring her sister that nothing is amiss and encouraging her to continue speaking. However, Rosways can't help but think about the Dragon Slayer, reminiscing about past incidents. In her thoughts, she mutters a frustrated remark about Lion, referring to him as a damn Dragon Slayer. Isha continues talking, stating that they need to strengthen the border defenses and that she will send someone to contact her if there are any developments. Amused by the idea of the dragon pattern, Isha mentions how young people are casually playing around with it. Meanwhile, Leon reclines comfortably in a chair, contemplating how long Rosu can endure the effects of the dragon pattern. Suddenly, the door bursts open and Rosway storms into the room. Clearly upset, she grabs Leon by his collar, accusing him of deliberately activating the dragon pattern to embarrass her in front of her sister. Seeing Rosweiss's anger, Leon quickly decides to play innocent and fool her. He looks affectionately at her, making a pitiful face as he gazes into her eyes. "Is it wrong for me to want you?" he asks. Rosweiss is taken aback and lets go of his collar, her face turning red as a tomato at his unexpected words. To hide her reaction, she covers her face with her hand. Leon smiles to himself, thinking with surprise that his act seems to be working. He wonders if at the very least she's disgusted with him now. Blushing, Rosweiss turns away and calls him shameless, reminding him that he's just a defeated prisoner who shouldn't be speaking such nonsense. She tells him to put away his dirty thoughts. Leon remains silent, smiling calmly, while Rosweiss glances at him with a flushed face, thinking, "I came here to confront him, so why did his words throw me off?" She leaves with an angry blush, warning him that he got lucky this time. But if he tries something like this again, she won't let it slide. Leon, with a teasing look, thinks to himself how terrified he is, amused that a single word could leave her so flustered. He reflects that the dragon pattern really is powerful. As he purrs, his face warms, and he realizes his heart beats faster whenever he thinks of her. Composing himself, he mutters, "Cosmode, wake up. Stop thinking about nonsense." He reminds himself that the kids are still waiting for him to return, but it's clear that he and Roswi are beginning to feel something for each other, marking a new turn in the story. In the study room, Noah practices writing diligently while Muan, slacking off, wonders aloud why Dad hasn't come back yet. The romance between Leon and Roswi begins to reach a new stage, adding twists and surprises to the plot. Later that night at Silver Dragon Castle, Aisha waves goodbye to Roswis, saying she'll head out tonight. Roswis, waving back, reminds her sister to be careful on the road. Aisha transforms into her red dragon form, playfully asking Roswis to let her meet her husband next time. Roswis agrees, promising they'll have more time to talk. As Aisha, accompanied by her knights, flies back to her own castle, Roswi watches her sister's departure with a pensive look. "I thought there'd be some trouble in this chapter," she thinks. "But it seems Aisha's departure wasn't quite what I expected. Who knows what the future holds for this family's mischief?" With a serious expression, Roswise grits her teeth, staring ahead with determination. "Damn Dragon Slayer," she thinks. "He still hasn't learned his lesson." She decides tonight will be different. Meanwhile, Leon on the other side of the castle sneezes repeatedly, wondering if someone's talking about him. He settles down to read the story of the young dragon as a bedtime story for Noah and Muan. As he reads, the girls drift off to sleep, looking absolutely adorable. Smiling, he quietly closes the book, gently tucking them in and whispering, "Don't catch a cold." Leon slowly exits the room, taking care not to disturb his sleeping daughters. Just as he shuts the door, Roswi suddenly slams her hand against it with a loud thud, startling him. Her serious expression catches him off guard as she asks, "Where are you planning to go?" With an awkward look, Leon glances at her. "Is your sister gone?" he asks. With a sly smile, Rosswise replies, "We still have things to settle tonight." She grabs his collar, dragging him forward with determination. Leon protests, but she pulls him along, ignoring his resistance. In the Silver Dragon Queen's bedroom, Lion places a tub of hot water down with a loud clatter in front of her. "The hot water's ready," he says, looking at her with a hint of exasperation. "What do you need it for?" Roseby stretches her legs out in front of Leon, looking at him with an air of superiority. "I'm exhausted from walking all day," she says. "Wash my feet." Leon stares at her, stunned. His expression shifts to serious disbelief as he takes in her request. Roswy, with a commanding look, adds, "Enough with the nonsense, just do it. This is your punishment for today." Sighing in frustration, Leon removes her heels, thinking to himself, "I'm a dragon slayer, and now I'm reduced to being a foot-washing servant for a dragon." As he looks down at her feet, he can't help but wonder just how many dragon slayers have fallen under them. Ross Weiss notices him staring and frowns. What is he thinking, she wonders. A blush creeps onto her face as she begins to suspect he might have a strange fascination. Before she can say anything, Leon grins mischievously and plunges her feet into the hot water. "Get down here," he says half playfully. The water is scalding, and Rosswise immediately recoils, her expression shocked. She kicks him under the chin, shouting, "It's too hot, you fool!" Her kick sends him flying back, and Leon hits the ground, coughing up blood. With a cold, piercing look, Rosswy steps onto his chest, pinning him down. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" she asks icily, trying to get back at me. Leon, his defiance undiminished, gives her an arrogant smile. "Well, you're the one who demanded I wash your feet." Rosswise's cheeks flush as she looks down at him. "Seems you still haven't learned your lesson," she says slowly, dragging her foot down his chest. Her tone drops to a mocking whisper. "I bet you never thought you'd end up beneath a dragon." As Rosswise presses her foot down on his lower body, Leon feels a wave of conflicting emotions. His face flushes from her touch, and in a strained voice, he tells her to stop. He's torn between the humiliation of the situation and an odd sense of comfort. Rosswise, smirking with a touch of arrogance, leans in. "I'm curious," she says coolly. "Just how long can you endure this?" Leon, still flushed, glances up at her defiantly. "I won't give in to this dragon's games," he thinks, steadying himself. With a sudden move, he catches her leg, and as he stands, he grins confidently. "I've had pigs trotters, cows trotters, goats trotters, but dragons trotters. Now that's something new." Rosswhite's eyes widen, her face turning red as she asks, "What are you doing?" Without missing a beat, Leon playfully bites her leg, exclaiming, "Tonight's snack, raw dragon claws." As Leon bites her leg, Rosswy screams angrily, threatening to kill him. The next morning, Moon and Noah wake up. Noah is fully alert while Moon is still half asleep. When Rosswise enters the room, her leg wrapped in bandages. Moon notices and asks, "Mom, why are you limping?" Rosswise brushes it off, replying, "It's nothing." Meanwhile, Leon sports a bandage on his cheek. Noticing it, Moon turns to him asking, "Dad, why do you have bruises on your face?" Mirroring Rosswise's posture, Leon folds his arms and says, "It's nothing." Moon, puzzled and curious, places her hands on her hips, staring at both Leon and Rosswise with a questioning expression. Suddenly, an idea pops into her head, and her face lights up with excitement. "You must have been playing some fun game without me," she exclaims, raising her hand. "I want to play too." Noah, arms folded, watches her sister with a blank expression, silently observing the scene. Later, Leon and Rosswy walk in the garden outside the Silver Dragon Castle. Both look away from each other, each lost in their own thoughts. One maid nudges another, pointing and saying, "Look, the queen and the prince are on a date." The blue-haired maid giggles, adding, "What a lovely couple they are." However, she then remarks that they seem a bit distant. The other maid watches them contentedly. Rosevis and Leon continue walking in silence, the quiet between them stretching. Leon, watching Rossweiss from behind, wonders how things ended up this way. He thinks back, recalling how she had earlier suggested they take a walk together. Shocked, he'd asked why he should walk with her. Rosswy had replied that it was his duty to keep up the appearance of family harmony for the sake of outsiders. In the garden, Leon glances at Rossweiss, sensing something unusual about her today. She's not typically this proactive, and he wonders what she might be planning. Meanwhile, Moon and Noah, hiding behind a nearby tree, observe their mom and dad. Moon mutters to herself that Dad is so clueless he can't even hold hands. Suddenly, an idea pops into her mind. With determination and bright eyes, she clenches her tiny fists and declares that she's going to help them. Noah, taken aback, tries to stop her. "Wait, Moon," she says, but Moon doesn't listen. She jumps up and runs toward them. Noah calls out again, telling her to leave them alone. But Moon, already in motion, ignores her words. As she nears, Moon calls out to her parents. Hearing her voice, Leon and Roswise turn, surprised to see her racing toward them. Leon asks why Moon followed him, but before he can finish, Moon grabs both his and Roswi's hands, quickly linking them together. Both Leon and Roswi are startled by her sudden action. With a cheerful smile, Moon says, "When you take a walk, you're supposed to hold hands." Then with a quick spin, she runs back, saying she's going to play with her sister. Leon watches her leave, wondering where this child learned such things. Back at the tree, Noah pinches Moon's cheeks, scolding her for not listening. Moon, tearing up cutely, admits she was wrong, promises not to do it again, and asks her sister to let go. Leon and Roswise stand in silence, still holding hands, wearing blank, confused expressions. Blushing, Leon looks away and says that this is a bit unexpected, asking what he should do. Roswis, also blushing, replies softly that it's okay. They can just hold hands for now. While they chat and stroll, Moon and Noah watch them from behind a tree, curious and observant. Leon glances at Ross and reflects on how she has always presented herself as a dignified queen before others. Yet he didn't expect her to be so flustered by something as simple as holding hands. Leon then brings up the way Moon and Noah address her, noting that they always call her mother in front of others. He gently suggests that the usual way of addressing parents is mom and dad. He points out that while Moon calls him dad, she calls Roswise mother and wonders if it makes her seem more distant to them. Roswise looks away and after a pause asks if there's really that much of a difference between mother and mom. Leon, looking at Roswi with a bright smile, suggests that there is a difference and encourages her to have the kids call her mom instead. He bets they'll feel closer to her that way. Roswis's face flushes red, caught off guard by Leon's cheerfulness. After composing herself, she nods and says she'll try it next time. Leon, surprised by her sudden enthusiasm, asks why she's speeding up. As they continue walking in the garden, Roswi suddenly asks if Leon feels homesick. He raises an eyebrow and questions why she's bringing it up, since she won't let him go back anyway. Leon, curious but silent, follows her until they arrive at the castle's large warehouse doors. As they stand before it, he wonders aloud what it might be. Rosweiss explains that it doesn't have an official name. He can call it a warehouse, utility room, or whatever he likes. She unlocks the door with a key and leads him inside. As Leon looks around, he exclaims, "The dragon's treasure trove." Picking up a bracelet, he comments that if it were in the Empire, it could easily be worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Rosweiss tells him that the bracelet was a gift from her grandmother when she was a child, and that besides the spoils of war, the room holds items with personal significance for her. Leon glances at her thoughtfully, remarking that he hasn't heard her speak much about her family, aside from her sister. Roswi explains that she never met her parents and was raised along with her sister by their grandmother. Leon, surprised, shares that his own story is similar. He grew up in an orphanage, not knowing his parents until he was later adopted by his master and his wife. Leon looks at Rosweiss and asks why she brought him here. Opening a treasure chest, she replies that she has something that might temporarily help him forget his troubles. Leon, still confused, remains silent. When Rosweiss opens the chest, Leon's eyes widen with surprise and he exclaims, "It's the black gold armor!" Leon, in disbelief, asks if he's dreaming, and if she's truly going to give it back to him. With a cunning smile and a dark glint in her eyes, Roswi confirms it. As Lion reaches out and touches the chest plate of the black armor, a blue light begins to glow. Shocked, he realizes it's enchanted with a dragon mark. Internally, he thinks, "Black gold armor, my faithful friend. How did you fall into her hands?" Rosweiss, still smirking, tells Leon he has finally fallen into her trap. Now furious, Leon clenches his teeth and glares at her. It seems we're about to witness yet another heated encounter between Leon and Roswi. Now Leon seems shocked and confused as he asks Rosweiss what she's planning to do. Tells him that she has attached a dragon pattern to the surface of his armor to enhance its properties. After hearing this, Leon feels uneasy and collapses, clutching his chest as if in pain while cursing Ross in his mind, calling her a despicable dragon woman. He blames himself, thinking he was careless for letting his guard down. While Leon trembles, Rosisa laughs wickedly, telling him that the enhanced dragon pattern has doubled its effect. She touches his chain, addressing him as her dear dragon slayer, and tauntingly asks if he can endure it, clearly mocking him. Leon, rendered helpless by the effect, softly calls her name Rosweiss before suddenly collapsing. As he lies there unable to move, he realizes with growing frustration that he's been completely tricked by Rosweiss. Desperately, he thinks, "Damn it, my body won't move," while an undeniable urge surges through him, stronger than ever. Seeing him in this vulnerable state, Rosisa takes advantage of the situation, approaching him with both kindness and devilish intent. With a sly smile, she tells him, "Did you really think I wouldn't hold a grudge after what you did?" She goes on to say that she has been waiting for her chance to take revenge, and the past few days have only fueled her determination. Now, with his guard down, she has seized the perfect opportunity to fool him. Roswi, unable to hold back any longer, seduces him while teasingly asking if her performance has been convincing. Leon, angry and conflicted, shouts, demanding to know if everything she said and did up until now was a lie. Rosisa simply smiles, correcting him. His doubts are unfounded. She admits that she hasn't lied, that her feelings were real, and she too has begun to fall for him. Smiling warmly, she finally confesses her affection. Removing her clothes and all that covers her body. Laughing, she declares that she actually likes being conquered by him. And with a sense of finality, she officially addresses Leon as her husband. Leon lay there helpless, almost like a bedridden patient, feeling as though this might be the end. But this intensified moment soon transformed into a joyful one as the two began to admit their true feelings, finally acknowledging that they truly loved each other. After a while, Leon, our lucky protagonist, happily sighed, relieved that it was over. Dramatically, he looked up, while Ross watched him with a content expression. Seeing her look, Leon grew annoyed and demanded in his usual blunt manner to know why she was staring at him like that. In response, Roswi leaned in, grabbed his mouth, and whispered in his ear, "Compared to 2 years ago, the scars on your face have faded a little." Unmoved by her words, Leon snapped back, saying she was just trying to trick him again and that he wouldn't fall for it this time. Roswa simply smiled at him and remarked, "You've gotten smarter, Leon." Leon, instantly suspicious, looked at her with a questioning expression as she hesitated, stopping mid-sentence with a "but." Rosisa, blushing, then laughed and said that his health wasn't as good as it used to be. Hearing this, Leon's eyes widened in shock, feeling as though his whole world had shattered with just that one sentence. His face went pale, imagining that she was implying he was no longer as fit as he once was. His mind raced, and as his thoughts spiraled, his jaw dropped wider and wider at the implication that he wasn't as good as before. Finally, he let out a loud scream, overwhelmed by his own fears and wild imagination. The next day at Silver Dragon Castle, Leon appeared with dark circles and bags under his eyes. As he opened the door, he announced his arrival, saying, "I'm here." Entering the room, he found Rosweiss and Noah waiting inside. Roswi folded her arms and greeted him with a "good morning," smirking and mockingly remarking, "It seems you didn't sleep well last night." Gritting his teeth in frustration, Leon replied that it was all because of what she had said. Laughing, Rosisa teasingly claimed, "I don't remember saying anything at all." From the sidelines, Noah watches the exchange between Leon and Roswi, thinking, "It's starting again." Rosweiser shifts the conversation, mentioning that the entrance exam for St. Heath Academy is very strict, and tells Leon he should begin tutoring Noah on dragon knowledge today. As she moves closer, leaning in and whispering in his ear, she taunts him, saying that for now he can only demonstrate his value in other areas. Hearing this, Leon, fueled by anger, snaps back that he just wasn't in the best shape yesterday. With a determined expression, he points a finger at Ross and loudly declares that he'll make sure Noah passes the test. However, he adds that in return, he wants something of equal value from her. Rosisa smirks, saying she's willing to agree to his request, but warns that his demand can't be too excessive. Leon firmly replies that a promise is a promise. Laughing, Rosisa walks away, telling him he should study hard. With a mocking tone, she calls him "dear" and warns him not to get too tired. Roswisa waves dismissively as she walks away. Noah, observing the interaction, asks Leon why he quarrels with her mom. Folding his arms, Leon denies it, saying it's just their daily communication. Then, surprised, he asks Noah what she just called her mother. Noah replies, "Mom." Taken aback, Leon steps closer and asks if she was told to change to that name. He then inquires whether she prefers the old name or the current one. Noah, looking away with a slight blush, replies that she prefers the current one. Leon smiles brightly at her, saying he knew they'd love it. Surprised by her father's cheerful demeanor, Noah remains silent, simply looking at him. As she turns to leave, she asks when they can start studying. Leon, caught off guard, calls out to her, telling her to wait for him. Now in the heart of Silver Dragon Castle, the night stretched out in eerie silence. But in the children's study room, a lone light flickered. Leon sat hunched over his desk, eyes locked on a stack of ancient Dragon Clan tomes, his mind deep in thought. The rest of the castle had long succumbed to sleep, including his children. Yet in the midst of this quiet, Ross's wife swept into the room. She raised an eyebrow. She spotted Lion still engrossed in his books. "Oh, you're still awake this late?" she asked. Leon didn't even look up, instead tapping his temple with his pen, as if working through some complex puzzle. "Noah is quick to grasp concepts," he muttered. "I need to design an entire curriculum. Key concepts, test questions. Looks like I'll be pulling an all-nighter." After all, Noah is like me. Leon smirked, finally looking up from his books to meet her gaze. "Is she, though?" he challenged, a glint of mischief in his eye. He stood up, stretching his tall frame with a flourish, folding his arms with dramatic flair. "I was a top dragon-slaying genius every year, he declared, sounding almost as proud as Ross. Leon boasted, tossing her a smirk over his shoulder, as if daring her to top that. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with a playful taunt. "So, Your Majesty, what were your accomplishments?" For once, Ross Weiss looked stumped. Her dragon-slaying record spoke for itself, and there was no question about her military prowess. Her pride took a hit as she realized he might be sharper than she'd given him credit for. With a disdainful smirk, she countered, "So powerful, yet still my captive, aren't you?" A dragon slayer of his caliber, felled by none other than the Silver Dragon Queen herself, now reduced to a near-constant cycle of defeat and exhaustion under her relentless watch. Suddenly her gaze fell on the bright yellow peppers, her eyebrows arching in suspicion. "What are you doing with these?" she asked. Leon blinked as if just noticing them for the first time. "Oh, those," he said with a casual shrug. "Brought them from the kitchen to help keep me awake." Ross's expression shifted from confusion to genuine concern. "Those are Dragon Clan yellow peppers. You're a human. There's no way you can." But it was too late. Leon had already popped one into his mouth, chewing confidently for all of 2 seconds. His face instantly turned as red as the fire in a dragon's belly. "So spicy," he gasped, his eyes bulging as his mouth became a molten furnace. He began pacing, patting his face and darting around the room, frantically searching for water. Ross, torn between sympathy and amusement, shook her head. Watching Leon scramble about, she couldn't help herself. She stepped forward and caught his face in her cool hands. Their eyes met and both froze. Leon's cheeks were blazing, though this time perhaps not just from the pepper. Ross quickly looked away, clearing her throat in a half-hearted attempt at nonchalance. "My hands are cool," she said, her voice casual but not quite. It might help. As her fingers rested against his flushed cheeks, Leon's panic gradually melted into a strange, unexpected calm. Her touch was gentle, easing the pepper's searing heat in a way that didn't sting or shock, but soothed. He closed his eyes, letting the coolness of her fingertips wash over him, the burns slowly fading. Despite himself, Leon felt an unexpected sense of comfort from the simple gesture. "Thank you," he murmured, reluctantly pulling back, though the warmth on his face lingered, now mixed with an undeniable blush. Ross dropped her hands and stepped back, her expression unreadable as she turned to leave. "Get some rest and try not to eat the peppers again," she said, sarcasm slipping in as she moved toward the door. Leon nodded, muttering a half-hearted, Yeah, got it," but his gaze lingered on her as she left. When she was gone, he groaned, fanning his cheeks as if the memory of her touch might be hotter than the pepper itself. Yet reality soon crashed in as he recalled her usual treatment. His arms crossed defensively, squeezes you dry, then blames your lack of endurance when you can barely stand. Determined, he grabbed a book and began flipping through the pages, searching for a solution to his problem. After a few minutes of browsing, his eyes lit up. Black Dragon Pill, a highly effective body-strengthening elixir, nourishing and stabilizing the core. Jackpot. Perfect, he muttered, his eyes all light with excitement as he stared at the entry as though he'd found treasure. A broad grin spread across his face, and with renewed hope, Leon began preparing himself to work on his resilience. The next morning was unusually bright and sunny. Outside the window, a pair of birds, one small and yellow, the other large and white, sat on a branch, chirping back and forth like they were deep in conversation. Inside, however, the atmosphere between Leon and his daughter Noah was far less harmonious. He sat across from her, grading her test with a carefully suppressed grin. "Noah," he began, trying to keep a straight face, "I just finished grading the test you took. Out of a possible 100 points. Care to guess what you got?" Noah fixed him with her usual deadpan stare, her expression as unmoving as stone. 50, Leon snorted, pulling out the test paper with exaggerated drama. "A whole 62. Actually, you underestimated yourself." Noah's eyes narrowed as she stared down at her test, scanning the answers with a quiet intensity. Her small hands tightened around the paper, and her brows furrowed ever so slightly. It was clear she wasn't thrilled with her score. Leon softened as he watched her, noticing how serious she was, mature, even for someone her age. While her younger sister Moon was probably outside chasing butterflies or counting clouds, Noah had approached her studies with a tenacity that had surprised him. She could be so painfully hard on herself, almost like, well, like her mother. Reaching out, Leon placed a hand on her head, musing her hair gently. "For a first try, 62 is pretty impressive, kid." Noah glanced up at him, her cheeks barely coloring at the rare compliment. "Thanks," she mumbled, a touch of pride slipping into her usually stoic tone. But just as Leon leaned in to offer more encouragement, he was struck by an unexpected coughing fit. He quickly turned away, wincing as he rubbed his throat. "Sorry about that," he managed to croak, his voice rasping. His eyes watered slightly as the irritation settled in, and he immediately remembered the pile of yellow Dragon Clan peppers he had munched on the night before. Just then, Noah's expression shifted as though something had dawned on her. She reached into her pocket, rummaged around, and produced a small round tin with dragon throat lozines, elegantly scrolled across it. She held it out to him, her usual reserve still intact. Leon blinked, surprised. "Is this for me?" Noah's face didn't change, but there was a barely perceptible flicker of embarrassment in her eyes. A grin spread across Leon's face as he popped one of the lozines into his mouth. The soothing mint cut through the scratchiness in his throat almost immediately. "Well, tell your mom thanks from me," he said, giving Noah a meaningful look. The lozenge melted away in his mouth, bringing welcome relief to his pepper-ravaged throat. Leon turned back to Noah, feeling his energy restored. "Now, where were we?" "In the Silver Dragon Castle kitchen." Leon is up to something intriguing. "Let's find out what it is." The maids dutifully bring the items he requested, their movements precise and efficient. One of them, addressing him as Lord Prince, politely informs him that all the herbs he asked for have been delivered. Acknowledging her words with a nod, Leon gestures toward a specific spot on the table. "Place everything there," he instructs. The maids comply, and after arranging the ingredients as directed, quietly exit the room. Leon examines them closely. He notes that the medicinal materials needed to prepare Dragon Great Force are fairly common, and at first glance, the refining process seems straightforward. Undeterred, Leon sets to work. He meticulously recites the steps from memory. First, grind and mix the required herbs. Then add them to the pot in a precise sequence and bring the mixture to a boil. His movements are methodical, his focus unwavering as he works tirelessly for several hours. But as time passes, frustration begins to mount. Finally, Leon throws his head back and lets out a loud, anguished scream. "It failed again!" he exclaims, his voice echoing through the kitchen. Staring at the ruined concoction before him, his shoulders sag. "I followed the instructions from the book perfectly," he mutters under his breath, his gaze fixed on the charred remnants of his latest attempt. Leon presses on, refusing to let frustration take hold. He mutters to himself that the high-temperature separation method described in the book is a delicate balancing act. Too high a temperature destroys the drug, while too low a temperature fails to purify it. Shaking the drug jar in his hand, he grumbles that achieving the precise separation effect manually is nearly impossible without professional instruments. As he continues, Leon remembers his master's words. Suddenly, the sky outside roars with thunder, a reminder of the storm brewing overhead. Glancing up, Leon notices the dark, turbulent clouds and comments, "Looks like it's going to rain soon." Rising to close the windows, he pauses, captivated by the echo of thunder rumbling through the air. The sound stirs something in his memory. As Leon ponders the concepts of lightning and thunder, his thoughts take a sharp turn. His eyes widen as a memory surfaces. His teacher once mentioned during an alchemy lesson that electrolysis of impurities could sometimes yield better results than fire-based methods. Energized by this revelation, Leon feels a spark of inspiration ignite within him. He wonders if the thunder element could be harnessed for separation, a method that isn't mentioned in the manual. With his mind racing, he resolves to test this unconventional theory. He believes the small portion he has regained will suffice for the precision required. Setting aside the traditional method, he decides to use his lightning magic to refine the dragon great force. Carefully, Leon channels the faint but steady flow of lightning energy within him, guiding it to interact with the concoction. Sparks crackle faintly in the air as he meticulously manipulates the separation process. His concentration is absolute, his movements calculated and precise. Half an hour later, Leon steps back, his breath catching as he gazes at the result. A triumphant smile breaks across his face. It worked. He succeeded. The storm outside rages on. But within the castle kitchen, Leon has found a breakthrough. Holding the finished dragon force in his hand, Leon finally feels a wave of accomplishment wash over him. Smiling to himself, he places the medicine in a small box and remarks quietly, "The dragon clan's medicine is surprisingly simple to make." Just then, Muan, his adorable daughter, bursts into the kitchen. Her wide eyes immediately spot the small, chocolate-like rounded object in Leon's hand. Curious, she tilts her head and asks, "Dad, what are you making?" Leon glances at her, momentarily distracted. Casually, he replies, "It's something good." But as her sweet voice registers more clearly, Leon pauses, staring at Muan in silence as his thoughts race. Muan, undeterred, looks up at him with bright enthusiasm, clearly expecting more of an explanation. Realizing her presence fully, Leon snaps out of his reverie. "Man!" he exclaims, surprised. Quickly closing the box, he pats her on the head, flashing her a reassuring smile. "It's nothing, really." Man's curiosity isn't so easily brushed aside. "Is it candy?" she asks, her eyes flicking to the box in his hand. Leon chuckles and shakes his head. Showing her the closed box, he says, "It's not candy, it's medicine. Something I made for your mom." Man's cheerful expression shifts into concern. Placing the box into his pocket, Leon kneels to her level and pats her head again. "No, no," he reassures her gently. "Your mom's just been very busy lately. I thought I'd make something to help nourish her." Man seems satisfied for the moment, but still looks at him earnestly. "Dad, you have to take good care of Mom." "Okay." Leon smiles warmly at her. "Of course," he replies. "That's what a dad should do." But inwardly, his thoughts take a mischievous turn, his dark expression concealed behind his calm demeanor. Stormy night with heavy rain and loud thunderstorms. Leon sits in his bedroom, absently tossing the medicine box in his hand. Though he successfully cultivated the Dragon Great Force, he can't help but question whether the Dragon Clan's nutritional supplements might have adverse effects on humans. Catching the box midair, Leon frowns and mutters to himself that he'll have to set it aside for now. Roswi is surprised, almost incredulous, that Leon managed to create medicine in such a simple environment. Looking at him with her usual air of superiority, she extends her hand and in an arrogant tone demands, "What did you refine? Let me see it." Leon hesitates, his grip tightening on the medicine box. Meeting her gaze, he sighs and reluctantly hands it over. "Even if I refused, you just resort to violence and take it anyway," he mutters, a trace of exasperation in his voice. Roseweiss takes the box, examining its contents. A faint smile graces her lips as she looks at the Dragon Great Force. "Impressive," she says. "You've managed to refine such a perfect Dragon Great Force under these conditions." "Truly remarkable, Leon." "What's that saying?" "The man of letters and the man of arms." Leon blinks, surprised. Internally, he marvels. She didn't mock me this time, closing the box with a click. Rosweiss hands it back to him. "You can keep this," she says firmly, "but you can't take it." Leon catches the box, confusion etched across his face. "Why not?" he asks. Rosweiss locks eyes with him, her gaze steady. "As a tonic for the dragon race, the medicine is far too potent for a human body," she explains. Her serious tone doesn't waver. "Yes, it is. As a human, you cannot withstand its effects," she reminds him, her voice softening slightly. But Lion's pride flares, pulling the dragon great force from the box. He smirks arrogantly. "I've defeated countless dragon kings without the power of a dragon," he boasts. "Why would I fear a single pill?" Rosewace's eyes widen in alarm as Leon forcefully swallows the pill. With a defiant grin, he declares, "Courage is the hymn of mankind." Leon Roswise shouts, her voice laced with concern. But the effects of the pill are immediate and devastating. A surge of power floods Leon's body, his senses heightening to dangerous levels. He clenches his chest, agony twisting his features as he collapses to his knees. "You reckless idiot!" Roswis yells, anger and worry blending in her voice. "Do you know how rarely I use healing magic?" She rushes to him, casting a spell to stabilize him. "Let me try to break down the pill's effects," she says urgently. Leon, however, shakes his head, his darkened expression filled with determination. Gritting his teeth, he grabs her hand, stopping her mid-spell. "Leon, don't move," Roswise pleads, her voice rising in alarm. But it's too late. Thunder and lightning erupt from Lion's body, engulfing him completely. Bearing the searing pain, Leon grits his teeth and manages to speak through the storm of energy. "Roswise," he growls, his voice steady despite the agony. "Look carefully." Despite her protests, Leon endures the excruciating effects of the dragon great force alone, his body crackling with raw power. The storm intensifies around him, and Roswise can only watch, stunned and helpless, as Leon endures the excruciating power alone. Shocked, she watches in awe and horror, her mind racing. Then it dawns on her. Leon is using lightning magic on his own body. Roswise stares in disbelief, trying to comprehend what Lion is doing. After what feels like an eternity, Leon finally stops channeling his lightning magic. The raging storm around him begins to subside, and the room grows eerily quiet. His eyes lose focus and unable to bear the strain any longer. Leon collapses. "Leon!" Roswis cries, rushing to his side. Her voice is filled with genuine worry as she catches him just before he hits the ground. Gently, she lowers him into a sleeping position, brushing stray strands of hair from his face. Looking at his unconscious form, Roswise mutters under her breath, "You really are a madman." Despite her exasperation, there's a softness in her voice that betrays her concern. Standing, she glances at him once more and says firmly, "Wait here, I'll get the court physician." She turns to leave but freezes mid-step as she hears a faint sound behind her. "Roswise!" Leon's hoarse voice calls out weakly. She spins around in shock. Leon's eyes flutter open, his face flushed to deep red, and a strange, dazed expression settles on his features. Just as she's about to ask him how he's feeling, he raises his hand toward her, startling her. Still holding her tail, Leon smiles, a goofy, childlike grin. Roswise stares at him, utterly baffled. "How on earth are you even awake?" she demands, her voice filled with both confusion and embarrassment. She attempts to pull away, but Leon's grip on her tail tightens. "Let go of my tail, you idiot," she demands, her voice cracking under the mix of frustration and embarrassment. Leon, however, refuses to comply. Leon happily presses his cheek to Roswise's tail, his grip firm and unyielding. Despite her earlier struggles, it becomes clear she can't overpower him in his current state. Still, she reassures herself that despite his bizarre behavior, he doesn't seem to be in any immediate danger. Leon continues his antics, unabated, cheerfully singing his wife-wife song. Roswis sighed deeply, realizing there's no reasoning with him in this state. Resigning herself to the situation, she looks down at him and says, "All right, I'm here. What's wrong? Just tell me already." Leon stops singing and looks up at her with a bright, flushed expression. His eyes shine with childlike excitement, and he boldly calls her wife again. Then, without hesitation, Leon smiles mischievously and declares, "I want a second child." Roswise's face flushes a deep red, and she stumbles over her thoughts, the shock of Lion's sudden declaration sending a chill down her spine. Struggling to keep her composure, she glares at him, her blush intensifying. "You haven't even properly taken care of the 2 children from my first pregnancy." But Leon is undeterred. Still gripping her tail like a stubborn child, he rolls around on the bed. Roswise groans, pinching the bridge of her nose in frustration. What did I do to deserve this, she wonders, weighing her options. Reluctantly, she realizes that trying to reason with him might only make the situation worse. Finally, she exhales a long sigh and mutters, "Fine, not just a second child. We'll have a third and a fourth too, if it'll shut you up." Leon's eyes light up like a child being promised candy. With a triumphant grin, he exclaims, "Really? Then you have to come back to my hometown with me." Yeah, Roswe replies, waving him off with a tired look. We'll go back once everything is settled here. Finally releasing her tail, Leon jumps to his feet and cheers, shouting, That's amazing! You're the best, Roswise. Watching him, Roswe shakes her head in disbelief, a mix of exasperation and amusement playing on her face. Leon suddenly leans in close, his grin widening as he declares, My wife is the best. Before Roswise can react, he leans forward, clearly intending to plant a kiss on her cheek. Startled, Roswe's eyes widen. With lightning reflexes, she presses a hand to his face and firmly pushes him away, no taking advantage of the situation. Internally, Roswise wrestles with her thoughts, trying to figure out how to handle the absurd situation. As Leon stubbornly continues his antics, Roswe's patience snaps, and she punches him squarely in the face, calling him an idiot. Leon lets out a small yelp, stumbling slightly from the blow. Roswise crosses her arms, glaring at him, but internally admits she couldn't hold back any longer. Leon clutches his chest dramatically after taking the hit, and Roswe's frustration quickly turns to panic. Rushing to his side, she kneels down and asks in a concerned tone, Are you okay, you fool? Leon's breath grows heavier as he grits his teeth, clutching his chest tightly. Wife, he groans, his voice trembling. I feel really uncomfortable. Suddenly, a bright glow emanates from the dragon mark on Roswis's chest. Her eyes widen in shock. This isn't good, she mutters, her heart racing. Without hesitation, she unbuttons Lion's shirt to examine him. As the fabric parts, the dragon mark on his chest begins to shine with an intense light. Roswise furrows her brow, her mind racing. Before she can think further, Leon suddenly grabs her shoulders, startling her. With unexpected strength, he pushes her onto the bed, climbing over her and pinning her hands down. Leon! Roswise shouts, her voice a mix of anger and alarm. You bastard! What are you doing? Leon's breath is labored, his face flushed as if burning with fever. He looks into her eyes, his expression desperate. Wife, he whispers hoarsely. I feel so hot all over. My chest, it itches. Roswise's face flushes crimson at their proximity, her heart pounding as she glares at him. Gritting her teeth, she thinks furiously. The dragon pattern combined with the lightning element has heightened his instincts. It's fueling his desire to reproduce. Before she can say or do anything, Leon's gaze shifts. His eyes lock onto her tail, and with a sudden movement, he grabs it. Roswise freezes in shock as Leon brings the tail closer, sniffing it with a dazed expression. Determined to put an end to his antics, she pushes against his face, attempting to stop him from sniffing her tail any further. Leon, stop it, she commands firmly, her tone sharper now. He resists her efforts, his hands clinging tightly to her. As Roswise continues to scold him, Leon suddenly places a finger gently on her lips, silencing her mid-sentence. Caught off guard, Roswise freezes, her breath hitching. She stares at him in surprise, unsure of what to say or do next. Leon gazes deeply into her eyes, his expression uncharacteristically intense. Milif, he says softly, using her first name, something he rarely does. You're so beautiful tonight. The unexpected compliment catches Roswise completely off guard. A wave of heat rushes to her face, her cheeks turning crimson. Looking away to avoid his piercing gaze, she stammers. This man, his attitude is completely different. There's something wild and intense about him tonight, something I can't seem to reject. Despite her resistance, Roswise feels her resolve wavering. She steals a glance at him, only to find him still staring at her with a burning intensity. Against her better judgment, a small part of her begins to feel anticipation. At the Silver Dragon Castle the next morning, Leon slowly opens his eyes, the lingering effects of the dragon force finally subsiding. As his vision clears, he notices Roswit lying beside him in bed, her smirking expression aimed directly at him. Awake, are we? She asks with a teasing tone, her piercing gaze locked onto his. Hearing her voice so close, Leon bolts upright, his eyes wide with panic. What? Roswi! He shouts, staring at her in shock. Why are you in my bed as the sudden movement sends a wave of pain through his body? Leon winces, clutching his aching muscles. Everything hurts, he groans, then mutters. My memory is fragmented. What the hell happened last night? Roswi stretches casually before sliding out of bed. With a smirk, she turns to face him. You don't remember anything? She asks innocently, though the glint in her eyes says otherwise. Pointing to the visible bruises and marks on her arms and neck, Leon's eyes widen further as he spots the marks on her skin. Hickeys? So many? His mind races as a cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. Did I really do that? Suddenly, fragments of his memory from the previous night begin to surface. One by one, the missing pieces click into place, each recollection more vivid than the last. He grips his head as the memories come flooding back. And when the full picture finally forms, Leon lets out a horrified scream. Rosswise, still smirking, leans against the bed frame and folds her arms. So you do remember, she says, her tone dripping with amusement. You begged me last night. Leon said things like, honey, just one more time. Okay, wife, I feel so bad. Please help me, just this once and the last time. Leon's face burns with embarrassment as she mimics his pleading voice. Stop it, he shouts, covering his ears in a desperate attempt to block her teasing. Meanwhile, Leon pulls on his shirt, sneaking a sideways glance at her. Internally, he laments, all I wanted was to refine the dragon force for my health and maybe teach her a small lesson. Looking at her briefly, he admits under his breath, maybe I went a little too far last night. Leon hesitantly asks Rosswise, did I hurt you? Rosswise shakes her head with a calm demeanor. Leon looks at her and comments, well, now you should know whether I'm in good health or not. Next time, don't go doubting my abilities. Rosswise's eyes narrow as she fixes an intense gaze on Leon. Her serious expression makes him shift uncomfortably. What? What's with that look? Leon stammers, stepping back slightly. Without a word, Rosswise closes the distance between them, her gaze unrelenting. Before Leon can react, she grabs his chin, leans in close, and in a commanding tone declares, Dragon Slayer, I must say, I'm very satisfied with your performance last night. I hope you can keep it up in the future. Leon freezes, his face burning red as her words sink in. Internally, he screams, what is happening? Have I somehow become her personal servant now? Rosswise steps back, her usual smirk returning, and changes the subject. Now about that bet, she says casually. The mention of the bet snaps Leon back to reality. A faint blush creeps onto Rosswise's cheeks as she glances away. Yes, the one where you insisted that the children should call me Mom. You said it would improve their affection for me. And well, you won. Leon raises an eyebrow, a hint of pride flickering across his face. Rosswise continues, her tone softer now. So, have you thought about the request you'd like to make? Scratching the back of his head, Leon hesitates before responding. With a rare, genuine expression, he says, actually, I have. I'd like you to send someone to the Empire to check on my master and his wife. I need to know if they're doing okay. Rosswise's playful demeanor shifts as she considers his words, her expression growing thoughtful. Silver dragons aren't exactly known for stealth. His face lights up as he enthusiastically asks, you're really okay with it? In his excitement, he almost blurts out a casual, thank you, but catches himself quickly, straightening his posture. Clearing his throat, he coughs awkwardly to compose himself before speaking in a formal tone. Later in the garden of the Silver Dragon Castle, Leon sits on a bench, his face pale and weary. Little Moana, noticing his restless expression, approaches him with a curious look. Dad, are you sick? She asks innocently. Startled by her sudden question, Leon jumps up nervously. Waving his hands in denial, he says, what? No, of course not. Why would you say that? Moana giggles, her laughter light and sweet. Mom told me, she replies confidently. She said you took medicine yesterday. And she said, men can never admit when they're sick. Hearing her words, Leon's expression darkens. Gritting his teeth, he fumes internally. That meddling female dragon? How could she say that to a child? Do I even have any dignity left? Man tilts her head, looking at him with genuine concern. But you still don't look well, Dad. Is it because the medicine didn't work? Or maybe you didn't take enough of it. Dad, your mouth is bleeding. Clinging to him with wide, teary eyes, she pleads, Dad, I can't live without you. Please don't die. Leon, his heart melting at her words, gives her a warm smile. Patting her head gently, he reassures her. Daddy's really fine. I promise he's doing just fine. At least that's what he tells himself. He kneels down and asks, how about Daddy makes you a new toy today? The word toy immediately lights up Moana's eyes. She jumps up and down with excitement, clapping her hands. Yes, I love toys the most, Daddy. Seeing her joy, Leon can't help but smile. All right then, he says, I'll make you something special. Sitting down with determination, Leon gets to work. Using his alchemical skills and a bit of mechanical ingenuity, he carefully crafts the cube. Once it's assembled, he takes his time painting each face with bright, vibrant colors. When the paint finally dries, Leon holds up the finished cube, his face glowing with pride. "Here you go, man," he says, showing it to her. "This little toy is called a Rubik's Cube. You can twist it however you like. Want to give it a try?" Moan's eyes widen with amazement as she eagerly takes the cube into her hands. Turning it over, she examines it curiously before starting to twist the sides. Her face lights up with delight as she figures out how it works. As this thought amuses him, a sudden flash of unease passes through him. Leon's smile fades and his expression grows serious. He quickly turns, scanning his surroundings with sharp eyes. Noticing his sudden shift, Moon tilts her head curiously. "Daddy, what's wrong?" she asks, still holding the Rubik's Cube. Leon hesitates for a moment, his eyes lingering on the distance. Then shaking off the tension, he replies with a calm smile. "It's nothing, sweetheart. Just thought I saw something." Leon returns to his thoughts, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Just moments ago, he felt something, a faint but unmistakable sensation of the dragon's gaze. His instincts tell him it's coming from the direction where Noah does her physical training. He wonders if Noah, as stubborn as she is, will ever choose to join them. Deciding to extend a gesture of connection, Leon resolves to make a Rubik's Cube for Noah as well. That night, as Moana sleeps peacefully in her room, the silver dragon castle is enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, Noah quietly opens the door to her own room, stepping inside with her usual composure. Her sharp eyes immediately catch sight of the Rubik's Cube and the note resting on top of it, left behind by Leon. Curious, Noah picks up the note and reads it. In Leon's familiar handwriting, it says, "This is a toy for you, Noah. Your task is to figure out how to solve it. Think of it as a little challenge." Scoffing, Noah takes the Rubik's Cube into her hands and mutters, "What an idiot. I don't have time for children's toys." Yet, despite her words, she can't resist the urge to twist the sides of the cube experimentally, her fingers moving deftly. As she continues to toy with it, a faint blush creeps onto her cheeks. Holding the cube tightly, she whispers softly, "Thank you, Dad." Unbeknownst to Noah, her younger sister, Moana, has been watching her secretly from the doorway. With her usual curiosity, Moana thinks to herself, "Sister's been acting a little strange lately, always hiding things in that box under her bed. What could it be?" When Noah steps out of the room later, Moana seizes her chance. "Detective Moana is on the case," she whispers, with a mischievous giggle. Crawling under Noah's bed, she carefully retrieves the hidden wooden box. Excitedly, Moana opens the box and examines its contents. Fragments of their father's black and gold armor, the Rubik's Cube, and a nameplate with the engraving, Noah K. Malfa, written in Leon's hand. Moana's eyes widen in surprise. "They're all connected to Dad," she says aloud, her face lighting up with understanding. So that's why Noah's been so secretive. Just as she pieces it together, a shadow falls over her. Noah strides into the room with an ominous calm, her voice low and cold. "What do you think you're doing, detective man?" Without a word, she ties Moana up, silences her with a piece of cloth over her mouth, and retrieves her precious treasure box. Meanwhile, at St. Heath Academy, an elite institution among the Dragon Clan, the standards for student admission are famously rigorous. The Academy evaluates not only individual potential, but also the family's harmony and adherence to dragon ideals. It firmly believes that whether a young dragon hatches from an egg or is born alive, only a loving and harmonious family can nurture a dragon to embody the proper virtues. As such, St. Heath Academy only accepts students from such families. To uphold the image of a perfect dragon family, the Silver Dragon Queen Roswi devises a plan, a family outing to Sky City, complete with a wholesome family photo. Sky City, a bustling hub in the dragon realm, is alive with parent dragons frolicking with their children. Amid the lively atmosphere, Roswi arrives in her magnificent dragon form, her scales gleaming like polished silver as she soars gracefully through the skies. The family follows, awestruck by her commanding presence. Finally, Moana, ever the playful one, slides gleefully down her mother's back. Leon, standing below with his arms extended, calls out, "Slow down, Moana, I'll catch you." With perfect timing, he grabs her mid-slide, holding her securely in his arms. "Gotcha," he says with a warm smile, lifting Moana effortlessly. As the scene unfolds, Noah watches silently with her signature cool demeanor, arms crossed, observing the family interaction without a word. Rosswise, having landed gracefully, shifts back into her human form. Moana, full of curiosity, looks up at her father and asks, "Daddy, why didn't you turn into a dragon just now? I really want to see you as a dragon." Leon freezes at the unexpected question. His smile stiffens as he awkwardly laughs, scratching the back of his head. Internally, he's panicking. Before he can come up with a plausible excuse, Noah fixes her sharp gaze on him and coldly asks, "So, is it that you can't transform, or you won't?" Leon feels the weight of her words and falters. Completely caught off guard, he looks back and forth between Noah and Roswi, hoping for a lifeline. The pressure mounts as both daughters await his answer. Sensing his discomfort, Roswi steps in with a composed smile and says, "Your father's body hasn't fully recovered yet, so he can't transform into a dragon for the time being." Roswi promises the children that Leon will show them when he recovers. Muan, her face full of concern, looks up at her father and says earnestly, "Daddy, you have to get better soon." Leon smiles at her, reassuringly, patting her head. "I'll do my best, Moana," he says. But inwardly, he thinks to himself, "It's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Rosewys quickly changes the subject, clapping her hands to gather their attention. "All right, everyone, let's head into town. We have things to do today." Muan burst with excitement, dashing ahead down the bustling street. "Noah, look! There are so many dragons here!" she exclaims, her voice filled with wonder. Noah, ever composed, follows at a steady pace and warns her younger sister. Meanwhile, Rosweiss and Leon walk behind them. Leon's expression darkens and his body begins to tremble ever so slightly. He doesn't say a word, but Roswi notices immediately. Is he shaking? Roswi wonders, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. She quickly puts two and two together. It must be the first time he's seen so many dragons since waking up from his coma. Leaning closer to him with a sly smirk, she whispers, "Are you scared, Leon?" Leon, his face still dark, says nothing at first. Then with a sudden arrogant glint in his eye, he snaps, "Who's scared? Me? You must be joking." Roseweiss raises an eyebrow as Leon points dramatically at the dragon citizens around them. "I'm excited, Roseweiss. Can't you tell?" he declares, puffing out his chest. "Do you know what I see? The streets are practically paved with gold. I'm going to get rich." Then, as if oblivious to the bewildered stares, Leon whistles nonchalantly and strolls off with a self-satisfied grin. Rosweiss pinches the bridge of her nose, exhaling sharply. I worried about him for no reason. Later they arrive at a specific shop in town. As the door cacks open, the dragon shopkeepers immediately bow low, their voices filled with reverence. "Your Majesty, the Silver Dragon Queen, and her family, it is our great honor to serve you." Rosweiss enters the shop with Lion and the children following behind. Inside, Juan runs excitedly from one corner of the room to another. Grabbing Noah's hand, she tugs her sister along, pointing at the walls. Meanwhile, Leon leans closer to Rosweiss, his curiosity getting the better of him. "Aren't you the Silver Dragon Queen?" he asks in a low voice. Rosweiss gives him a side glance, clearly unimpressed. "The Dragon King of a tribe can only command members of their own tribe," she explains. Leon smirks, clearly enjoying himself. "So basically, your queenly status doesn't hold much weight here, huh?" Before he can blink, Rosweiss stomps on his foot with her sharp high heels. Leon yelps in pain, hopping on one leg as he clutches his throbbing foot. Rosweiss, with a sweet yet dangerous smile, replies, "Well, in any case, I'm taller than you now." The head shopkeeper chuckles nervously at the exchange, before stepping forward and bowing. "It's truly an honor to have the Silver Dragon Queen and her family here. Everyone says my photography skills are top-notch among the dragon tribe," she boasts. "It's your great fortune that we successfully scheduled this appointment." As they speak, the head shopkeeper glances toward Leon and asks hesitantly, "What about Her Majesty's husband's tail?" "He's not fond of showing his tail," she says with a casual shrug. "Let's pick a tailless suit for him instead." Her words trigger a memory, and she smirks as she recalls the incident earlier at the Silver Dragon Castle. Back in the shop, Rosweiss shakes her head at the memory, amused by Leon's stubbornness. The head shopkeeper, unaware of the backstory, simply nods and gestures for Rosweiss to move to another area to try on her outfits. Meanwhile, on the other side of the shop, Moon skips around with infectious excitement. "I want to wear a pretty dress," she chirps cheerfully, her enthusiasm lighting up the room. After a while, Muan and Noah emerge from the changing room in their new dresses, both looking stunning for the family photo. Shortly after, Leon steps out wearing a crisp white suit. His polished appearance is a stark contrast to his usual casual demeanor. Muan, catching sight of her father in the new outfit, gasps in delight. "Dad, you look so handsome," she exclaims, her voice filled with surprise and admiration. The head shopkeeper nods approvingly, her smile warm. "The suit fits the prince perfectly," she says. I imagine he must have been quite popular in his youth. Leon raises an eyebrow, clearly pleased by the compliment. He then turns his attention to Noah, catching her off guard. What do you think, Noah? He asks. Noah, momentarily surprised by the question, glances at him before quickly looking away. A faint blush dusts her cheeks as she mutters, You look quite handsome. Grinning brightly at her response, Leon pats both Muan and Noah on their heads affectionately. And your dresses are adorable too, he adds with a genuine warmth that makes both girls smile. Just then, Roswi steps out from the dressing room dressed in a breathtaking gown that perfectly complements her elegance. For a moment, everyone is left speechless. Leon, his jaw dropping slightly, stares at her in awe. It's undeniable. Roswi looks absolutely stunning. Roswi, noticing his dumbfounded gaze, smirks and tilts her head. What's wrong, Leon? She asks with playful curiosity. Leon quickly snaps out of his trance, looking away and scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Nothing. It's just that dress suits you, he mumbles, his voice barely audible. Hearing his unexpected compliment, Ross Weiss blushes faintly and averts her eyes. Well, she says, trying to sound nonchalant, I think it would look even better if you had a tail. Leon's expression darkens at the comment. The head shopkeeper steps in, her cheerful voice cutting through the tension. All right, everyone, let's get ready for the family photo, she says, positioning the camera. Muan, waving her little hands, calls out, Mom, Dad, come here. As Ross Weiss and Leon take their places, the shopkeeper encourages them. Your Majesty, Prince Leon, step a little closer, please. Let's capture the love and harmony of this beautiful family. Ross Weiss and Leon glance at each other, both stubbornly looking away, neither wanting to admit their hesitation. Leon thinks to himself, no way am I getting closer to her, while Ross likely has a similar thought. All right, everyone, smile. The shopkeeper announces, starting the countdown. Muan beams with uncontainable enthusiasm, her cheerful energy lighting up the scene. Meanwhile, Noah maintains her cool, aloof demeanor, and Leon and Ross Weiss look as though they're barely tolerating the moment. With a click, the family photo is taken. For the final shot, the shopkeeper suggests something unique. Roswi and Leon, creating a love-shaped symbol. Ross Weiss coils her tail into half a heart, and Leon reluctantly completes the other half with his hand. Let's revisit Leon's graduation ceremony. On the day of Leon's graduation, a crowd of his female juniors surround him. Leon, caught in the middle of the overwhelming attention, looks flustered and unsure of how to extricate himself. Finally composing himself, Leon adopts a stern expression and declares, I'm sorry, but I can't. I have to head back and nail hooves for my master's donkey. Maybe next time. His abrupt excuse leaves the girls stunned, their hopeful expressions quickly turning to disappointment. One by one they retreat, their hearts visibly breaking as they walk away. Leon sigh in relief, waving them off with a quick goodbye. His tone is cheerful, but the girls' crushed spirits linger in the air. From a distance, Leon's master watches the entire scene unfold. Now in the Sky City, after taking their photos at the shop, the head shopkeeper informs them it will take about 6 hours for the photos to be developed. During this time, she suggests Her Majesty take a leisurely stroll around the city. Without warning, Moon grabs Noah's hand and dashes through the bustling streets, her excitement bubbling over as she urges him to look over there. This feels different, he remarks. Ross Weiss responds with her usual calm demeanor, reminding him, this is just to maintain our family image. Then softening a little, she adds, besides, Noah has been preparing for her entrance exam so seriously. She's worked hard for nearly a month. It's good for her to relax once in a while. As the parents continue their conversation, Moon and Noah stop abruptly at a lively stall featuring a balloon shooting game. Their attention is immediately captured by a cute teddy bear among the prizes. Moon's eyes sparkle like stars, and Noah looks equally enchanted by the fluffy bear. When Leon and Roswi catch up, they pause, surprised to find the kids utterly absorbed in the game. The shopkeeper, noticing their dejected faces, offers an encouraging smile. If you try a few more times, I'm sure you'll hit it. At that moment, Leon steps forward, shaking his head with a chuckle. So they've got this kind of game here too, huh? Moon beams at him, calling out enthusiastically, Dad! While Noah, still pouting, mutters that she just can't seem to win. Leon laughs awkwardly, his instincts telling him, these games are rigged to make winning difficult. Seeing her father as the last hope, Noah shoves the toy gun into his hands with an almost commanding pout. Leon takes it, examining the toy intently as memories surface of similar games he'd seen in human markets. The shopkeeper, sensing an opportunity, turns to Leon and Ross Weiss with a sly smile. Would you two like to give it a try? If you manage to hit all the balloons within 10 shots, you can win the pair of teddy bears your daughters seem to have their eyes on. Leon glances down at Noah and Moon, his voice gentle as he asks, "Do you two want the teddy bears?" Noah crosses her arms and turns away, huffing indignantly. "I'm not interested," she declares, though her tone betrays her. Beside her, Moon's shoulders droop, her voice soft and wistful. Moon doesn't want them either. The girls attempts to hide their true feelings. Turning to Ross Weiss with a mischievous grin, Leon points a finger at her and confidently announces to the shopkeeper, "Give me 10 shots, she'll pay for it." The shopkeeper, laughing at the unexpected dynamic, rubs his hands together. "That's the spirit." Leon picks up the gun, his expression shifting to one of focus as he aims at the balloons. Memories of his training days at the Dragon Slayer Academy flash through his mind. "It's been a while since I've held a gun," he thinks to himself, the weight of nostalgia settling briefly on him. Leon lines up his first shot and fires. Miss, he fires again. Another miss. Shot after shot. The results are the same. He fails to hit a single balloon. The shopkeeper smirks, satisfaction blooming in his chest. He had tampered with the gun's settings, making it nearly impossible for anyone, regardless of their skill, to succeed. Sliding his left hand casually into his pocket, he takes a deep breath and aims again. This time, his movements are smooth and calculated. One by one, the balloons burst with each shot. The shopkeeper's smirk vanishes, his jaw drops, and his eyes widen in disbelief as Leon flawlessly hits all 10 targets. Spinning the gun nonchalantly in his hand, Leon shrugs and remarks with a smirk, "Guess I just needed to test the sights first. Didn't expect to hit them all after that." The shopkeeper stands frozen, his mind racing as he silently wonders how anyone could pull off such a feat. Roswi, with a soft smile, compliments Leon, saying, "Not bad." Moon, her cheeks slightly flushed with admiration, clutches her teddy bear and exclaims cheerfully, "Dad is amazing." Noah, also blushing faintly in surprise, chimes in, "Dad is so sharp." Pretending to be impressed, the shopkeeper reluctantly hands over the pair of teddy bears, his smile forced as he exclaims, "That's awesome." While handing over the prizes, he mutters internally, "Just take them and leave already." Then turning to his daughters, he kneels and hands one bear to Moon and the other to Noah, saying with a gentle tone, "These are for you." Moon, overjoyed, hugs her teddy bear tightly and beams up at him. "Thank you, Dad," she says, her voice brimming with happiness. Ross Weiss watches the scene unfold from the side, a hint of surprise in her expression. The rare harmony and affection in the moment catch her off guard. As she observes Leon, a thought crosses her mind. Although this guy is usually a little off-key, every time he gets serious, he has a special charm. Leon, noticing Ross Weiss lost in thought, keeps his gaze on her. Something in her expression stirs a decision in his mind. Roswi, sensing his eyes on her, glances at him and wonders why he's staring. Later, after some time, Ross Weiss and the family continue strolling through the bustling streets. As they walk, a little dragon girl points her finger toward Ross Weiss and tugs at her mother's sleeve, saying, "I want that too." The little dragon girl's mother, startled by the comment, looks at Ross Weiss with a hint of surprise, but says nothing, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Leon recalls a plan he had been mulling over. He had decided earlier to get his big baby girl a teddy bear as well. True to his thoughts, Leon manages to procure a large teddy bear and hands it to Roswi. Roswi, now holding the oversized teddy bear, walks alongside the family in silence, her expression calm and unreadable. She doesn't react to the little dragon girl's remark. After all, the girl was speaking to her mother, not Ross Weiss. Leon, walking with his hands folded behind his head, chuckles and breaks the silence. "Did you notice the miserable expression on that unscrupulous businessman's face at the end?" he asks. Ross Weiss, her voice cool and detached, responds, "If it had been me, I'd have simply advised you not to waste your time on such a childish game." Leon glances at her, grinning. "Come on," he says. "We're out here together, and it's good that we're having some fun." Turning his gaze toward her, he tilts his head slightly and asks, "Unless you didn't enjoy it." Roswi, with a straight face, replies curtly, "I didn't say that." Ross Weiss, holding on to the large teddy bear, blushes faintly as a thought crosses her mind. Bears are just unpalatable food, not even good enough to fill one's stomach. But when they're made into toys, they're surprisingly cute. Without waiting for Lion's response, she quickly strides past him, her cheeks still flushed. With a playful pout, she tosses over her shoulder, "Come find me after dinner tonight." Leon freezes mid-step, her words catching him off guard. He stares after her, wide-eyed as a wave of surprise washes over him. Leon recalls Ross Weiss's cryptic invitation as he walks down a dimly lit corridor after dinner. Her words replay in his mind. Come find me after dinner. It's late at night and I'm heading to her room alone. Leon mutters to himself, a mix of anticipation and apprehension tightening his chest. If I go, I'll feel awkward the entire night. If I don't go, I'll be restless for a week. Clenching his fists in frustration, Leon makes up his mind. Fine, I'll go see her. Whatever happens, happens. He storms down the hall, his footsteps echoing in determination. When Leon reaches Roswis's door, he stops and takes a deep breath, readying himself to knock. But before his knuckles meet the wood, he notices the door is slightly ajar. Curious, he pushes it open and steps inside, his gaze sweeping across the room in search of her. The sound of running water reaches his ears, and realization dawns on him. She's still in the shower. Leon's eyes wander toward the bathroom where the faint outline of Ross Weiss is visible through the glass shower door. He frowns, noting the transparency. What kind of poor quality glass is this, he thinks, averting his gaze in embarrassment. As the moments tick by, Leon's mind races, shocked and uneasy. He begins to wonder, do I really have to deal with this tonight? Snapping back to reality. Leon shakes his head, trying to steady his thoughts. Rosswise, now in her pajamas and still under the lingering mist of hot water, looks stunning. Her long silver hair clings to her damp skin, and droplets of water glisten faintly on her face and body. Leon's heart skips a beat at the sight. It's only natural anyone would be captivated by such beauty. With a flicker of nervousness on his face, he thinks to himself, am I about to be squeezed dry again? 6 hours later, the photos are finally ready. Moon and Noah eagerly look through the pictures of their parents, Leon and Roswi. Moon, her eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaims, Mom and Dad look like such a perfect match. Leon turns the photo around, revealing a handwritten note from the head shopkeeper. Together, he and Ross Weitz read the words aloud. May the silver light always shine in the eyes of the one they love. Their faces flush instantly, bright red with embarrassment. Both speak at once in protest. Who's in love with whom? Still flustered, Ross Weiss hides her face for a moment before adding in a small, indignant voice, there must be some mistake. Fix this photo for me. Leon, nodding, quickly agrees. Yeah, it must have been written wrong. Seeing Ross like this, Leon's heart skips a beat. It's impossible to blame him. Anyone would be struck by such beauty. He swallows hard, his mind racing. With a flicker of nervousness, he thinks to himself, am I about to be squeezed dry again? Roswi steps out of the shower room and without missing a beat asks, where would you like to do it? The living room or the balcony? Leon freezes, her words catching him completely off guard. Stammering slightly, he nervously replies, the balcony? That's not good, right? I mean, people might see us. That would be embarrassing. Rossways, casually glancing into the mirror and adjusting her damp hair, responds with an air of indifference. The living room is fine then. It makes no difference to me. Leon exhales deeply, feeling trapped by the situation. Finally, with a dramatic sigh, he clenches his fists and yells, fine, come on, do it. He lies back on the sofa, his teeth gritted and eyes tightly shut, bracing himself for whatever's about to happen. Rosswise, noticing his odd behavior, raises an eyebrow. What are you doing? She asks, her voice laced with amusement. Leon cracks one eye open, his face flushed. Aren't you going to, do it? He blurts out. Ross Weiss, now sitting on the opposite sofa with her legs elegantly crossed, lets a sly smile creep onto her face. Mr. Casanova seems quite eager, she teases. Then with a calm but playful tone, she adds, but tonight isn't suitable. Let's do it another day. Roswi places a paper on the table that she had been holding earlier. Leon, quickly sitting up on the sofa and coughing awkwardly, asks, what's this? Rosswise adjusts her posture and explains, these are test questions from St. Heath Academy used to evaluate Vivipar's families in the past. The questions focus on the partner's living habits, personalities, and shared experiences. She sets down more papers and continues. We need to get these answers right in advance. If we can't respond properly later, it could affect Noah's admission evaluation. Leon picks up the paper, skimming through the questions. With a skeptical look, he comments, these are like questions from one of those cheesy couples' tacit understanding games. Looking up from the paper, he calls out, all right then. Rosswise, what's your favorite color? Black, she replies with a calm expression, then asks, what about you? Silver, Leon answers without hesitation. Their eyes lock for a moment, an unspoken realization hanging between them. The intensity of their gaze grows, and suddenly both of them become self-conscious. Their faces flush red as they quickly turn away, awkwardly brushing off the moment. It's just a coincidence, Roswi mutters, glancing to the side. Yeah, just a coincidence, Leon agrees. Snapping back to the task at hand, Roswise clears her throat. In any case, we need to test how well we know each other. Fine by me, Leon replies, grabbing a pen. The two begin filling in the answers, their focus shifting entirely to the task. A short while later, Leon leans back and declares, I'm done. Rosvis finishes moments after and nods. Let's check the scores. They swap papers to review each other's answers. When the tally's complete, Roswi scores 45 points, while Leon scores 58. Leon smirks, leaning back smugly. Looks like I scored higher than you. Seems like I know the queen better than she knows me. Glancing at her score, she feels a mix of frustration and surprise. I didn't expect him to notice even my small habits, she thinks. The way I sit, or how I position my tail to feel most comfortable. He must be more observant than I thought. One question catches her attention. Has your partner ever been particularly disappointed with you about something? Leon had marked yes. However, Roswise herself answered, no. Folding her arms and closing her eyes briefly, Roswi reflects, I've always kept things to myself, never sharing openly with others. It's no wonder he guessed wrong. Her gaze shifts back to Leon, who is completely engrossed in reviewing the question paper, his brows furrowed in concentration. Watching him, a soft thought crosses her mind. Maybe if it's him. Leon suddenly notices her staring. Her eyes haven't left him, their gaze steady, intense, and somehow adorable. For a moment he wonders, is she mad about the score? The thought makes him chuckle inwardly. He teases lightly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Ross' wife blinks, startled, as if snapped out of a trance. Her eyes dart to his hand, then back to his face. His words are light-hearted, but the sincerity in his voice catches her off guard. Rosswise feels her heart skip a beat, then begin pounding so hard she's certain it's audible. She clutches the question paper, trying to steady herself as an unfamiliar warmth spreads through her chest. What's wrong with me? She wonders, her face flushing as she struggles to meet his eyes. Embarrassed, she quickly slams the question paper into Lion's face, and blushing fiercely, demands that he stop talking nonsense and write down his correct answers. Leon, still staring at her, asks with a teasing smile if she really got this question wrong. He points out that she had previously said she'd never been disappointed in him. Roswi, flustered, denies it, but then adds, if I must point out something, it would be the lack of dragon great forces last time. Leon smirks and teases from now on, I'll make dragon great force pills. My meals don't regret it later, with a sly smile. Roswi replies, I'm looking forward to it. The scene shifts to the night before the entrance exam. Leon reviews the question paper and nods in satisfaction. After a week of hard work, our average score on the test questions is over 80. Leon, getting up to leave, says, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Still, Ross' wife remains silent. As Leon reaches the door, she suddenly grabs his shirt sleeve, stopping him. Wait, she says softly, her tone catching his attention. Leon turns with a questioning look, and Roswi points toward the shower room. There's a bathtub in my bathroom. Go take a bath and then come back. Leon, stunned, blinks in surprise. What do you mean by telling me to take a shower in your room? Rosswise, without hesitation, starts pushing him toward the shower room. Just go and wash when I tell you to. Hurry up! Rosswise, Leon protests, calling her name as she continues to push him, but she doesn't listen. After pushing Leon into the shower room, Rosswise quickly closes the door. Leon, looking toward the door and taking off his shirt, wonders why she wants him to take a shower in her bathroom for no reason. Leon, sighing, reasons that she's probably just been very nervous these days because of the entrance exam, so it should be fine. Deciding to stop worrying, Leon steps into the bathtub and resolves to enjoy it regardless of the reason. Immersed in the hot water, Leon relaxes and says to himself that it feels so good. As Leon is enjoying the bath, Roswi slowly opens the bathroom door wrapped in a towel. Noticing her, Leon is taken aback and loudly calls out Roswi's name. Roswi, with a smirking smile, looks at him, flicking her hair behind her ear, and the dragon mark on her chest activating, starts to glow. Looking at Leon, Roswi says that she has been feeling a lot of pressure these days and that she wants to do it now. The dragon mark on Roswis's chest now resonates with the dragon mark on his chest. Leon, alarmed, stands up and loudly asks why. If she's under pressure, she's putting pressure on him. Roswi, smiling and winking at him, says that by transferring the pressure to him, she can feel relieved, and asks if she isn't right. Roswis removes the towel wrapped around her, and standing in front of him, naked, asks if he didn't come here with this mentality a few days ago. Leon, unable to deny the truth, looks away and thinks in silence, realizing he can't refuse her. Roswise then steps into the bathtub nakedly with Lion, leaning on his chest and looking into his eyes. She tells Lion that he can't run away and urges him to just surrender. Leon doesn't resist and complies with her. We all know what's about to unfold. On the day of the admission test at St. Heath Academy, Leon and Roswise arrive with Noah. Leon looks around in awe, remarking that this is St. Heath Academy. He turns to Roswise, who remains silent, her face serious. Concerned, Leon leans closer and asks her what's wrong, mentioning that he'd just done the decompression last night. But the effect wore off quickly. Roswise's face flushes with embarrassment, and she hits his back, muttering for him to go to hell under her breath. Leon laughs and tells her to let go. Together they enter the academy. During registration, they submit Noah's details. The receptionist reads aloud, Noah K. Melvey, Silver Dragon Clan, age 1 year and 3 months. Seeing the receptionist's skeptical expression, Leon asks if there's a problem. The receptionist replies, there's no issue, just a little surprise. She explains that while the academy's minimum age for young dragons to enroll is 1 year, most of the young dragons are around 4 to 6 years old. Then with a slight smirk, she asks if Noah is the princess, suggesting she might be a bit too young. Roswise, her face serious, responds that Noah is very smart and that her age is no issue. They respect her decision. The receptionist nods and tells them to proceed. She informs them that a special staff member will escort Noah to the written test, while the accompanying parents will need to go to the 4th floor for a home assessment. On the 4th floor in the meeting room, Leon and Roswise sit with the academy staff. Roswy, holding Lion's hand and leaning close with a smile, whispers and asks based on his experience if he thinks the 3 people there are easy to deal with. Leon, looking at them with a straight, uninterested face, whispers back that they look easy to kill. He reflects that the person he was before being captured by her would have easily taken their heads in 50 rounds. Leon, his face twisted in anger and radiating killing intent, grits his teeth and tightens his fist, whispering to Roswy that if they dare prevent Noah from attending the academy, he will meet them with a sword. One of them, an older man, introduces himself as Walter Wilson, the vice principal of St. Heath Academy, and explains that he will be responsible for their assessment today. With a calm demeanor, the vice principal reassures them not to be nervous, urging them to simply relax and answer their questions. Roswise, forcing a polite smile, nods in agreement. The vice principal then asks if they remember when their wedding anniversary is. Roswy and Leon exchange a glance, realizing that this question was anticipated. Back in the Silver Dragon Castle bedroom, Roswise had once told Leon that if anyone ever asked about their wedding anniversary, they needed to have a prepared response. After all, they hadn't officially married yet, and she had become pregnant before they could tie the knot. Roswy, understanding his train of thought, completes his statement by saying it was the year 1733 of the creation calendar. Back in the interview, both Roswise and Leon confidently state that it was May 25th. Leon, however, silently reflects that this was the day he and Roswy had bonded in the dungeon. The vice principal, glancing at the submitted papers with a hint of suspicion, remarks that their child is already over 1 year old despite being married for less than 2 years. He notes that this progress seems much faster than that of ordinary families. Shifting his focus, the vice principal asks if in the 2 years of marriage, they've discovered any shortcomings or bad habits in their partner. Leon answers yes, while Roswise responds no. Internally, both of them think that their answers should be a mix of truth and fiction, just enough to seem believable. When asked to elaborate, Leon begins to act, putting on a sad face, with an Oscar-worthy performance. He claims that sometimes he feels like he doesn't exist. Then blushing and dramatically placing his hand on his chest, he says his wife is so capable, managing family affairs and housework with exceptional order, making him feel insignificant. Blushing now, Leon looks at Roswis and gently takes her hands. Roswise, playing along with his act and blushing as well, looks into his eyes. With a soft voice, Leon tells her that she easily accumulates stress, so he wants to take this opportunity to tell her something important. He says he wants to do more for their family and asks her to rely on him. An older woman suddenly interjects, commenting on how considerate and good a husband he is. She then turns to Roswy and asks what she thinks is the most attractive thing about her husband. Surprised, Roswy looks at the older woman for a moment before responding. With a flushed face, Roswy says that her husband is handsome, has a great figure, is focused, serious, smart, responsible, likes children, and never loses his temper. She adds that he's not greasy, which makes him even more attractive. Rosswise further explains that, although her health hasn't been as good as it was before marriage, it's not a major issue because her husband is skilled at making medicine. Leon, hearing her words, forces a smile but laughs awkwardly internally. Suddenly, Rosswise, still holding Lion's hands, looks into his eyes with a concerned expression. Leon, caught off guard, awkwardly glances back at her, unsure of how to respond. Rosswise then says that she would also like to take this opportunity to tell her husband not to push himself too much. As she speaks, she tightens her grip on Lion's hand, applying enough pressure that he screams internally in pain. The three old geysers, completely fooled by their act, internally think what a loving couple they make. Later, the three assessors ask Ross, Weiss, and Leon a series of questions, and the couple answers each one with poise and grace, leaving a strong impression. As the interview nears its conclusion, the old man asks if they have any questions for the other party. He explains that this is an additional question, and the person being asked must answer truthfully. Rosswise, shaking her head with a light smile, says she has no questions for her husband because she already knows everything about him. The old man then turns to Leon and asks if he has a question for Rosswise. Leon, appearing deep in thought, pauses for a moment. Leon, suddenly looking at Rosswise, asks if she likes the teddy bear he gave her. Rosswise, hearing his words, is taken aback, her face flushing red. Internally, she thinks it's surprising that he would ask such a question, one completely unrelated to identity, position, or grudges. She finds that his thoughts always manage to surprise her. Flicking her hair behind her ear, still blushing slightly, she says that she likes it very much. Leon, hearing her response, smiles with satisfaction, saying that he understands and is fine with her answer. The vice principal, shaking hands with Leon, announces that the interview is now over. He informs them that the results of the assessment will be sent to Silver Dragon Castle via dragon letter in a few days, and thanks them once again for their cooperation. With the interview and Noah's test completed, they return to Silver Dragon Castle. A few days later, a little red dragon arrives with news from the academy. Moon, seeing the dragon enthusiastically calling out to Noah, exclaims that the dragon letter has arrived. Leon picks up the letter from the dragon and opens it, saying, "Let's have a look." As he opens the letter, it reads, "Dear Noah K. Melvey, congratulations on passing the Academy's assessment. Please come to the Academy in 3 days to register and attend the entrance ceremony." The four of them, reading the letter, express their surprise and joy at Noah's acceptance. Moon, hugging Noah and rubbing her cheek against hers, says, "You're amazing, sis. And your parents are amazing, too." Noah, looking at the admission letter, smiles for the first time in the entire manner. Rosswise, glancing at Leon, thanks him. Leon, feeling proud, asks, "Why is she thanking me? It's mainly up to Noah herself. She's truly worthy of being my daughter." Rosswise, winking as she leaves, says she'll make a big meal to celebrate today, and Leon can come help so people won't say he doesn't exist in this family. Leon, smirking, agrees, saying, "I find you very petty, always holding a grudge." Now St. Heath Academy's entrance ceremony was in full swing. The vice principal stood on the stage congratulating everyone for passing the assessments and welcoming them to this prestigious event. He spoke at length about the significance of the ceremony, emphasizing the importance of the families who had qualified to enroll their children in the academy. He highlighted that many new students had shown exceptional academic performance and stated that such excellence could only be cultivated by harmonious families. Taking this opportunity, he invited some of these families to share their experiences with everyone. The vice principal then welcomed one of the top-ranked students in this freshman class, Noah K. Melvey, and her family to the stage. Upon hearing this, Mon realized that her parents and sister were being called to the stage. The Silver Dragon maid, Anna, affirmed this observation with a quiet nod. Leon, Rosswise, and Noah ascended the stage together, accompanied by applause from the audience and welcoming gestures from the staff. Leon, wearing an awkward smile, couldn't help but think, how did it come to this? The answer lay an hour earlier, just before the ceremony. Now standing on the stage with a forced smile, Leon felt there was no way out. The speech had come as a surprise, leaving him no choice but to face the situation head-on. Noah stepped forward to the microphone. The vice principal praised her as the youngest candidate to achieve the highest score and asked her to share her experiences with the audience. All eyes turned toward her in anticipation. Noah stood confidently on the stage, addressing the audience with a composed demeanor. She began by expressing her admiration for her mother, describing her as a powerful dragon who had always been her role model. Noah continued, shifting her attention to her sister Muan. She shared how her sister had always been there for her, a constant source of encouragement and love. Muan, listening from the audience, looked at Noah with enthusiastic and hopeful eyes. deeply touched by her sister's gratitude. After a brief pause, Noah let out a small sigh. On stage, Leon's thoughts wandered as he wondered whether she would mention him. Then Noah continued, her voice softening as she approached the topic closest to her heart. She declared that the person she wanted to thank the most was her father. It was his dedication and effort that enabled her to stand where she was today. Hearing these heartfelt words, Leon was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes as he softly called out Noah's name. Touched beyond words, Noah concluded her speech with a polite thanks to the audience before stepping back from the microphone. The vice principal, visibly moved by her words, remarked that Leon must truly be an exceptional father for his daughter to hold him in such high regard. Seizing the moment, he suggested that Leon give Noah a kiss to show his fatherly love. The suggestion left Leon momentarily stunned. His thoughts raced as he looked at the vice principal, wondering what could possibly have prompted such an idea. A sense of dread crept in as he considered the potential chaos that could unfold if he followed through. His gaze shifted to Noah, recalling how just a month ago, she hadn't even allowed him to touch her without complaint. The idea of her permitting a public kiss seemed far-fetched. Leaning slightly toward her, he whispered that they could settle for a simple hug instead. Noah, however, looked away, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Her voice was barely audible, but firm, as she told him to hurry up, finish the kiss, and put an end to the socially excruciating ordeal. Leon stared at her, stunned by her sudden change of tone. Her unexpected compliance left him at a loss for words, and he found himself softly uttering her name in disbelief as the moment unfolded. Hearing Noah's words, Leon decided to act with heartfelt resolve. Gently, he leaned forward and planted a fatherly kiss on her forehead. The gesture was simple yet profound, reflecting his deep affection and pride for his daughter. Muan, watching from the audience, couldn't contain her excitement. She jumped eagerly, declaring her desire to kiss her sister as well. However, Anna, ever vigilant, intervened, reminding Muan that as a royal she couldn't disrupt the ceremony by rushing onto the stage. Meanwhile, Ross Weiss exhaled in relief, thankful that the spotlight hadn't turned to her. Noah's face turned a deep shade of red at the unexpected display of affection. Leon noticed her reaction and offered her a soft smile, his expression radiating warmth. The vice principal, visibly moved by the scene, remarked on the strength of their family bond. He noted that truly excellent dragons never forget to show gratitude to their loved ones. The Milky family, he added, exemplified what a real family should be like. The vice principal, with an air of cheerful oblivion, dropped an unexpected remark, revealing that he had kissed his own daughter in similar moments of pride. Then, as though inspired by his own example, he turned to Leon and suggested that as a model of a loving couple, Leon should not forget his wife. Leon and Ross Weiss were both taken back, their expressions frozen in shock. Leon's teeth clenched and his fist tightened as he stared at the vice principal, his anger barely contained. I should have dealt with him during the assessment. Yet as his gaze shifted to Noah, his resolve softened. This is her moment, her most important entrance ceremony. No matter how infuriating the situation, I won't let it overshadow her achievement. Steeling himself, Leon addressed Roswi with an air of mock enthusiasm. My dear wife, he said, his voice deliberately loud enough for all to hear. Come now, aren't we the happiest and most harmonious family? Surely we must show everyone that we are. Rosswise, caught off guard by his sudden declaration, flushed deeply. Her usual composure faltered as she glanced at him, her embarrassment unmistakable. The audience watched with amusement, the tension on stage blending into an unexpected display of familial affection. With a deep blush coloring her face, Roswi muttered that the whole situation was unbearably embarrassing. Leon, determined to move forward, closed the distance between them, gently wrapping his arms around her. His movements were slow and deliberate as he leaned in. Rosswise, her heart racing, could only wonder why Leon appeared so calm, as though the weight of the moment didn't affect him at all. She told herself not to mind it, and accepting her fate, closed her eyes, bracing for the kiss she expected on her lips. But as she waited, Leon's lips never found hers. Instead, he kissed her gently on the cheek. Rosway's eyes opened in confusion, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. She touched her cheek, still warm from the kiss, unable to hide the blush spreading across her face. Leon, with a respectful bow to the audience, declared that this was all he could do for them. A voice from the crowd asked why he hadn't kissed her on the lips, and others quickly chimed in, chanting for one more kiss. As the whispers filled the air, Leon leaned toward Roswi, his smirk evident as he whispered to her. His voice was low but teasing, stating that the kiss had been a good way to relieve some stress. Roswi, her anger rising, gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She glared at him, her mind seething with frustration. How dare he use me to relieve his stress? She almost wished they weren't in front of so many people where she could have pinned him to the ground and exacted her revenge in private. The vice principal, grateful for the laughter and joy the Milky family had brought to the ceremony, thanked them warmly. He then invited Leon's family to step down from the stage to take a rest. As they exited the academy grounds, Roswise turned to Noah, her voice soft but firm. She told her that they were ready to leave and would pick her up the following weekend. She reminded her daughter to take care of herself. Noah nodded in response, assuring her mother that she would. Man, hugging Noah tightly, whispered that she wanted to be with her sister. Noah, smiling gently, told her that she would miss her too. Leon, ever the practical one, added his own reminders. He told Noah to eat on time, not to be picky with her food, to study hard, and if anything confused her, she could always ask him when she came home during the holidays. Leon grinned and pointed his thumb toward Ruswi, teasing, "Those are actually your mother's words when she was drunk. She was too embarrassed to say them herself, so I'm just doing it for her." Roswi, folding her arms and wearing a straight face, denied it, calling Leon's statement nonsense. Leon, not missing a beat, turned serious. He warned Noah that if she met classmates with bad personalities, she should stay away from them. But if anyone dared to bully her, she had his full support to fight back. Noah raised an eyebrow and asked if he had ever done that when he was in school. With a playful wink, Leon nodded. He shared that every time he got into a fight at school, his teacher, who by the way was her grandfather, would bring him home and give him a good beating. Leon reassured Noah that there was no need to worry. He would never punish her for something so small. Muan, clinging to her father's legs, listened intently to the exchange between them. Now, within the study room of the Silver Dragon Castle, Roswi sat in quiet contemplation, her attention focused on an ancient tome. The book detailed a forbidden magic known as the Blood Curse, a spell that could only be cast once in a lifetime. It demanded blood as its medium and exacted the caster's life as payment for its devastating power. As Roseweiss read, a smirk played on her lips. The concept intrigued her, and she mused that with refinement, it might become a fascinating tool for her own purposes. The silence of the room was disrupted by the subtle movement of a shadow slipping inside. Without looking up, Roswi acknowledged the presence and inquired about the person's return. The figure was Shirley, her trusted maid and a member of the Silver Dragon clan. Shirley confirmed her arrival and approached with a report. Roseweiss inquired about the progress of the investigation, and Shirley regretfully admitted that there had been no success. Tiger Lawrence and his wife had vanished without a trace within the empire. Their disappearance was marked by a meticulous eraser of information, leaving her subordinates unable to uncover any leads. This revelation drew Rosweiss's attention. She questioned what Shirley meant by missing, and Shirley elaborated that all traces of the couple had been wiped clean, suggesting the work of someone highly skilled. Reflecting on Leon's earlier description of his master as a simple old farmer, Roseweiss recognized the inconsistency. She concluded that there was far more to this man than met the eye. Before dismissing her maid, she instructed Shirley to prioritize her safety while continuing the investigation and to notify her immediately of any developments. Shirley acknowledged the command with unwavering loyalty. The scene shifts to the Silver Dragon Castle Garden, where Leon is seen swinging a branch with all his strength, channeling his full power into each motion. After demonstrating, he turns his attention to Muan and instructs her to come over and swing the stick down hard, just as he had done. Man, filled with enthusiasm, eagerly agrees to her father's request. She grabs the stick and begins swinging it aimlessly, her movements lacking coordination or focus. Leon watches her for a moment, uncertain how to respond to her wild efforts. Deciding to intervene, he steps forward and begins teaching Muan the proper way to hold the stick. He carefully adjusts her grip, demonstrates how to swing correctly, and even guides her into the right posture. As Leon continues his lesson, Roswi appears in the garden. Upon seeing her, Muan's expression brightens, and she cheerfully acknowledges her mother's presence. Leon, noticing Rosweiss as well, remarks on her return from her rounds. Roswi does not respond with words, instead offering only a smirking smile as her gaze meets lines. Muan runs to Roswi and clings to her, wrapping her arms around her mother in a tight hug. Rosweiss gently pats her daughter's head and asks if she had listened to her father today. Muan eagerly confirms that she has been obedient, proudly stating that her father even taught her how to hold a sword. Rosweiss responds with a warm, affectionate smile and acknowledges that it isn't bad. She then informs Man that dinner will be ready soon, mentioning that she had requested the chef to prepare steak. She instructs Man to go and change her clothes before dinner. The mention of steak causes Moana's eyes to sparkle with excitement. She exclaims her love for steak and skips away joyfully, singing a song about steak. As she leaves, Anna, who had been nearby, follows her little highness and guides her toward the castle. Leon and Roswy stand together, watching Moon until she disappears from view. As the moment passes, Roswy turns to Leon, about to speak. But before she can say anything, Leon swings the wooden stick at her with sudden speed. The motion takes Roswy completely by surprise. She's caught off guard, freezing as the stick comes to an abrupt halt just near her throat. Roswy, with a cold expression and a smirking smile, questions Leon's intentions, asking if he has finally decided to attack her. She states that in the Silver Dragon Castle, pointing a weapon at her is an act of treason punishable by death. Leon, hearing her words, calmly responds, pointing out that it is merely a branch and questioning if the queen truly considers a branch a weapon. Roswy, unfazed, reminds him of his past as the strongest dragon slayer, emphasizing that even a branch in his hands could be used as a lethal weapon. She ends her statement by asking if she is wrong in her assumption. To her pointed remarks, Leon doesn't respond directly. Instead, he sighs and withdraws the branch. Leaning closer to Roswy, he remarks that if she wanted to praise someone, she should do so properly, and questions why she chooses to be so sarcastic. Roswy, folding her arms, retorts that she hasn't praised him at all. Leon walks toward a nearby bench, placing his hands behind his head as he moves. He mentions that he wanted to scare her, but admits it would be pointless if she wasn't afraid. Roswy, watching him, calmly counters, stating that she doesn't believe he could harm her with a twig in his current state. Shifting the conversation, Roswy mentions that Noah had written to her the previous day, saying she was doing fine and asking them not to worry. As Roswy and Lion sit on the bench, Leon looks at her in surprise and asks if that was all Noah had written. Roswy denies this, explaining that it was rare for Noah to take the initiative to write back, but she had done so to reassure them of her safety. Leon agrees, commenting that in this regard, Noah is very similar to Roswy. Looking at the sky, Leon reflects on Noah's nature. He mentions that she always maintains a stern demeanor, making it difficult to discern her thoughts. However, he adds that if one finds the right approach, it is still very pleasant to get along with her. Turning her gaze to Leon with a faint smile, Roswy continues, saying that in Noah's eyes, he has become a top student, someone to look up to. She even mentioned that she plans to win many first places at the academy because she never wants to lose to him. Leon, slightly embarrassed, responds with an awkward smile, commenting that he thought Noah considered him just a weak nerd. Roswy, removing her heels, shifts the conversation and brings up the time when Leon first woke up. She recalls how Noah avoided him and asks if she was right about that. Roswy, now looking upward, recalls their childhood. She shares how as little ones, Noah and Moana would cry inconsolably, but the moment they were placed next to Leon, they would instantly calm down. She reflects that perhaps, even before anyone realized it, the bond of blood had already tied them together. Leon lowers his gaze, looking at his hands with a tinge of sadness in his expression. Quietly, he murmurs about the strangeness of blood relationships. His thoughts drift to his past. He remembers his childhood as an orphan, a time when he never experienced the love of parents. Family affection was an unknown concept to him. It wasn't until he was 5 years old that his master and his wife adopted him. Though they weren't connected by blood, they treated him as their own son, introducing him to the concept of home for the first time. Yet even amidst this warmth, he occasionally felt a sense of loss, a quiet void lingering in his heart. Leon, sitting in silence, reflects on his past with a sad expression, longing for a time when his master and his wife had been his real parents. His mother, sensing his sorrow, gently patted his head and reassured him, telling him that one day he would become a father to someone else. Leon, uncertain and with a hint of doubt, asked if he would truly become a father. His mother smiled warmly and confirmed, saying that his future children would be his blood, the family he would love, protect, and give everything for. Pulled back to the present, Leon clenched his fist, the words his mother had spoken echoing in his mind. He affirmed to himself that they were indeed his most cherished family members. Now, as Leon pondered, Roswy watched him closely and asked what he was daydreaming about. She then suggested they should head back. Leon snapped out of his thoughts, quickly stood, and nervously reassured her that it was nothing. Thanking her for her words, he invited her to return together. Instead of slipping her heels back on, Roswis suddenly slid toward Leon. Noticing her movement, Leon asked in confusion what she was doing now. With a smirking smile, Rosway replied that since Lion wanted to thank her, he should help her put on her shoes. Leon, staring at her with a long, resigned expression, hesitated, clearly unsure, but also a little exasperated. Their bond seemed to grow stronger and stronger with each interaction. Roswise, still smirking, repeated that if Leon truly wanted to thank her, he should help her put on her shoes. Leon, shocked and taken aback, repeated her request in disbelief, asking if she seriously expected him to help her put on her shoes. Pointing his finger at her angrily, he reminded her that washing her feet last time had been humiliating enough. And now she wanted him to do even more. He questioned whether he had any dignity left. In response, Roswise kicked him in the face with her foot, silencing his complaints. She coldly reminded him that she still hadn't settled the score with him for kissing her at the entrance ceremony, and now he couldn't even help her put on her shoes. She stared at him with an arrogant expression, commanding him to stop talking nonsense and finish the task so they could leave. Leon, grumbling under his breath, finally agreed. He crouched down and placed her shoes on her feet. As he did so, Roswee smirked, commenting that despite his earlier reluctance, his movements were surprisingly quick. Leon retorted that it was true. Putting shoes on her was far easier than putting shoes on a donkey. The moment the words left his mouth, Roswee's expression darkened. She gritted her teeth in anger and glared at him. Without hesitation, she attempted to kick his head again. This time, however, Leon anticipated her move. Smiling, he bent backward, swiftly dodging her kick as her leg flew past his face. He immediately stood up and darted off, mocking her as he ran. He shouted back that as long as he ran fast enough, she wouldn't be able to catch him. A few days later, Leon, Roswee, and Muon waited outside. Rosweiss and Leon noticed something and turned their gaze to the sky. Muon, filled with excitement, pointed upward and signaled for them to come closer. A massive dragon flew over them with great speed. Its immense size caught Lion's attention, and he observed it in surprise, noting that it was several times larger than Rosweiss's transformed form. The dragon approaching them was the Leviathan, a giant dragon renowned for its size and endurance. Roswee, watching the Leviathan, remarked that despite its massive size, it was not particularly powerful. Its exceptional endurance and stable emotions made it an ideal transporter for the Dragon Clan. Leon then asked what she meant by emotionally stable. Roswise explained that a Leviathan, due to its calm temperament, would never lose its temper, even once throughout its thousands of years of life. For this reason, the Academy often employed them to transport baby dragons. As they continued observing, the Leviathan released Noah onto the ground. She landed gracefully and turned to Roswise to announce her return. Roswise welcomed Noah warmly, her gaze softening at the sight of her daughter. Muon quickly rushed to Noah and hugged her tightly, expressing how much she had missed her. Noah, with a slight blush on her face, looked at Lion and tried to speak to him, but her words faltered, breaking mid-sentence. Leon noticed her hesitation and thought to himself that she still wasn't accustomed to calling him Dad. Leon and Roswise, holding their daughter's hands, walked inside together. On the way, Leon expressed his happiness at Noah's return, mentioning that he and her mother had prepared many of her favorite dishes to celebrate her homecoming. After heading inside the Silver Dragon Castle, Noah presented her test papers to Leon and Roswee. She began listing her achievements one by one. As she detailed her results, Roswee smiled proudly while looking over the papers, her admiration evident. Beside her, Muon observed with bright, curious eyes, captivated by her sister's accomplishments. However, when Noah hesitated slightly, her voice grew softer as she mentioned the last subject. For all-round physical fitness, she had only scored 95 points and didn't get first place. She apologized for the shortcoming, looking slightly dejected. Rosweiss, still feeling immensely proud, reassured her daughter in a soft and gentle tone, saying there was no need to apologize because her performance was already incredibly impressive. Muon, agreeing with her mother, wholeheartedly held Noah's hand and expressed her support. As he looked at his two daughters, a smile of mixed emotions crossed his face. He thought about how Noah wasn't very good at expressing her feelings, while Moana expressed hers perhaps too openly. As their father, he felt it was his role to balance things out. After reviewing the all-round physical fitness test paper, Leon commented on the results. He noted that activities like running, bench pressing, and pull-ups were all basic physical training. Then showing the paper to Noah, Leon pointed out that she had won 9 out of 10 actual combat matches, giving her the highest winning rate in the class. This, he explained, demonstrated her superior strategy and fighting skills. Hearing her father's words, Noah nodded in understanding. She then mentioned that her mother had told her that father had been the top student in every subject when he was in school. Leon then explained that when he first entered school, he wasn't at the top of the class. However, he gradually rose to first place through sheer hard work and perseverance. With a reassuring smile, Leon told Noah that she still had plenty of time and shouldn't let one mistake get her down. He believed she could do better. Determined, Noah clenched her tiny fists and nodded, understanding his words. Muan, full of enthusiasm and curiosity, asked her parents who would win if Dad fought Mom, given how powerful Dad is. In response, Leon and Roswi placed their hands on their chests, each confident in their own answer. Leon with certainty said it would be him, while Roswi declared it would be her. The two of them exchanged glares, the tension between them rising as their rivalry sparked. Leon, chuckling, recalled his combat training, boasting that no one could match him in hand-to-hand weapon or magic combat. He insisted, of course, that he was the better fighter. Roswis, folding her arms and narrowing her eyes, responded with a smirk. While she hadn't won as many honors in the academy as Lion, she focused on winning the key games. The rivalry between Leon and Roswisa ignited further as they stared at each other, their competitive spirits fully engaged. Suddenly, Leon and Roswis dash out of the room. Roswi, not missing a beat, suggests they go outside and have a fight. Leon, eager to demonstrate his strength, agrees, saying he's been wanting to show it for a long time. Noah grabs Muan's hand and runs to catch up with them. Man, unsure, asks if they're really going to fight. Noah responds, saying they should follow and see. Outside the Silver Dragon Castle, Leon and Ross Weiss begin warming up, preparing for their match. Meanwhile, Moana and Noah sit on a bench to observe. Moana says that she's also very curious about who is stronger, Dad or Mom, asking if her guess is right. With a mocking tone, Roswi looks at Leon and suggests that his body probably hasn't fully recovered enough to fight her yet. She asks if she's right. Leon, still warming up with a smirk, responds confidently, asking what would happen if he wasn't fully recovered. He adds that there aren't many chances to fight the Silver Dragon Queen, so he must seize this opportunity. Roswi, with a light smile, suggests making the fight more interesting by placing a bet. Leon, curious, asks what the bet would be. Roswis, smirking, explains that if he wins, she won't touch him for a month. However, if she wins, he'll have to fulfill one of her requests. Leon, hearing her proposal, becomes serious and wonders what kind of demands she might make. But as long as he wins, it's worth the risk. With teary eyes, Leon happily thinks that taking a month off sounds easy. He never would have dared to think about this under normal circumstances. With determination, Leon agrees to the bet, pointing his finger at Rossweiss. Rossweiss, still smiling confidently, says, "Let's get started." Leon too smiles confidently, a light grin forming as he looks at Rossweiss. Both awaited the signal to begin the duel. A gentle breeze swept across the training ground, lifting the sand into the air as if transforming it into a battlefield. Meanwhile, Noah and Moana sat on a bench nearby, eating popcorn as they eagerly watched their parents' impending duel. Just as she was enjoying her treat, her swinging leg accidentally knocked over a bottle of pineapple juice sitting next to her. She let out a surprised exclamation, reaching out in an attempt to catch it. But it was already too late. The pineapple juice toppled and spilled onto the ground. Leon and Rossweiss, already on edge, turned their weary gazes toward the fallen bottle, mistaking it for the signal to start the fight. The instant the paper cup of juice hit the ground, Leon and Roswi rushed toward each other like lightning. Muan stared at the spilled drink with deep regret. "Ah, my pineapple juice," she murmured. Leon was the first to launch an attack. His expression was serious, showing how much he respected the duel. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself into the air. Clenching his right fist, he gathered energy before swinging a charged punch toward Roswi. Roswi quickly noticed Leon's move. She crossed her arms in front of her chest to defend herself. Roswi seized the moment when Lion left an opening. With precision, she extended her tail from below, aiming to sweep it toward his chin. When she saw that her strike had missed, she immediately swung her tail again, launching another attack at him. Leon leaned back further, supporting himself on the ground with both hands. With a swift motion, he performed a backflip once again, evading her attack. As Rossweiss's assault ended, and before she could react, Leon shifted his position. He transitioned from supporting himself with both hands to balancing on one hand and quickly changed his direction. In one fluid motion, he extended his left foot, channeling magic into it, and kicked Rossweiss with all his might. Roswi reacted quickly, raising her arms to block his attack. However, this strike was much more forceful than Leon's initial assault. Although she managed to block it, the sheer force of the kick sent her flying backward. Her feet left deep marks in the sand as she skidded across the ground. She extended one leg behind her and gently placed a hand on the ground, barely managing to stabilize her balance. Rosswise furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed cautiously on Lion. As she replayed the strength and precision of his recent attack in her mind, she realized she was at a disadvantage in terms of physical combat. Aswis brought her left hand closer to her right, channeling powerful purple magic. The energy swirled around her hands, lifting the surrounding sand and radiating immense power. She divided the gathered dragon flame into several smaller portions, then waved her hands outward, sending all the flames hurtling toward Lion. Lion noticed the approaching flames and quickly sprinted to his right, doing his best to avoid it. But when Ross Weiss's dragon flame struck the ground, it erupted with a deafening roar, creating several deep craters in the training field. Meanwhile, Noah and Juan sat nearby, watching intently. They could tell that the current situation seemed unfavorable for their father. This shows that in close combat, Mom doesn't seem confident in defeating him. She popped the popcorn into her mouth, finishing her analysis while chewing. Hearing Noah's explanation, Juan's worry shifted to admiration. A bright smile spread across her face as she leaned closer to Noah, looking at her with sparkling eyes. Back in the training ground, Rosswise continued to pursue Lion. She extended her right hand, sending more dragon flames flying toward him with practiced precision. It seemed she had already realized that Lion couldn't fully unleash his strength while dodging her magical attacks. A sly smile played on her lips. "Leon, aren't you supposed to be so fast?" "Show me," Rosswise taunted, her tone light yet challenging. She continued launching the dragon flames. Rosswise responded with a disdainful smile, clearly unimpressed. She knew his words were nothing more than empty bravado. "Let's see how tough you really are," she muttered under her breath. The dragon flames chasing Leon from behind suddenly merged into two massive blazing forms. The two large flames moved with purpose, wrapping around Lion from both sides, cutting off any escape route. Soon there was a huge explosion from the place where Lion was just now, emitting a particularly bright purple light. The immense power of dragon flame also blew up a huge deep pit on the ground. Suddenly, a blue lightning bolt appeared in the thick smoke. Immediately afterwards, Leon rushed out from the thick smoke. He leaped high and left the smoke behind. He was wrapped in many blue lightning bolts. He gave a confident smile to Rosswi. "Isn't it too slow?" Rosswis. The strong wind brought by Leon when he rushed out scattered Rossweiss's hair. She noticed the electric current on Leon's body and couldn't help but be surprised by him. She knew Leon was using magic to force himself to get stronger again. This guy strengthened his body with thunder magic. His right foot stomped hard on the ground, and he flew in the direction of Ross Weiss with a serious expression. There was even more lightning on his body than just a moment ago. It was obvious that Leon had strengthened his body with thunder magic again. Leon threw a few quick punches at Rosswi. His punches were so fast, almost like lightning, and it's almost impossible to see his fist in the direction of his fist. Rossweiss gritted her teeth, carefully observing while quickly blocking Leon's fist with both hands. However, due to Leon's speed being too fast, she was now slightly feeling the strain. "She's exposed," Leon thought with a soft smile. He saw the strained expression on Rossweiss's face and knew that she was now somewhat unable to carry his attack. He noticed that her mind was somewhat elsewhere. He had a chance to give her the final blow. He stopped his attack and extended his left foot, sweeping towards Rossweiss's feet. At this moment, Rosswi realized that Leon had attacked her in a different way. She didn't expect him to attack from under her feet. She wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. She tripped over Leon's foot and lost her balance a bit. Rosswife struggled to lean back, trying to dodge Leon's next attack. He looked at her firmly with a confident smile on his face, as if expressing to her that the victory was determined. "I won." Rossweiss was originally going to lean back and then find a chance to stand firm, blocking Leon's punch towards her. However, due to Leon's sudden attack on her, she was unable to maintain balance. He noticed that she was unable to defend herself and risked getting hurt, so he immediately stopped attacking. Leon restrained his thunder magic and reached out to grab her. Leon placed his hand on her waist and supported her to prevent her from losing balance again. He held her firmly in his arms. Rosswi's twin peaks touched Leon's chest. She felt the warmth coming from him, which made her feel a little tempted. This scene seems like a plot from a romance novel. Leon and Rossweiss's faces were both flushed. They all looked at each other affectionately. Leon slowly approached Rosswi. Rosswi said softly, "Leon." Just as Leon was immersed in what seemed like a romantic atmosphere, Roswy quietly extended the dragon. Flame gathered in her hand to Lion's chest. It was then that Leon sensed something was wrong. He lowered his head and saw that his chest had been burned by dragon flame. Ah, it's burning! Leon looked nervously at the burning dragon flame in his chest and shouted loudly. He immediately let go of Roswise and tried to extinguish it with his hands. But the dragon flame seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Leon was somewhat at a loss about this. Suddenly, Leon discovered a problem. Although it was burned, he didn't seem to feel his chest hot. Huh? This fire doesn't feel that hot. He lowered his head and saw that. Rosweiss looked at him seriously. She was dissatisfied with his attitude. Just now, the fight is not over yet. How can you distract yourself? Hearing the loud explosion of dragon flame landing on the ground, Noah and Muan put down their snacks and walked over due to the smoke just now surrounding Leon and Ross Weiss. They mom who won in the end, although Leon doesn't want to admit it. The fact is right in front of him. He had no reason to defend himself, so he had to admit defeat. He pouted and said finally, I am careless. I lost this time. Roswise closed her eyes and softly praised him. I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. Leon clenched his fists and said to her with some reluctance, isn't that right? If I fight with all my might, I can definitely beat you. Since Rosweiss has won against Lion, must meet her demands. Roswy gave him a sly smile. Now that you've admitted defeat, don't forget our bet. Roswy's words were like a sharp arrow piercing straight into Lion's body. He seemed to have been attacked by tens of thousands of points. Just now, all he was thinking about was pulling up the Sunni to fall Rosweiss, completely ignoring the bet. I forgot about the bet. Noah and Muin crouched beside them, curiously looking at their father on the ground. Muin raised a question to Roswy. Mom, did Dad die? Roswy stood beside them, smiling at them, and replied, Don't worry, he just used his strength too much and fainted due to exhaustion. He will recover soon. Since Leon lost to her in the duel, he had to agree to her demands. So that night in the children's room of the Silver Dragon Temple, Leon sat with his daughters, his voice soft but firm. He told Noah that after he left, she would need to take good care of Moana. Since Moana was still young and far less aware than her older sister, it was up to Noah to watch over her. Leon sighed deeply, his heart heavy, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What troubled him most about this departure wasn't the journey ahead. It was leaving behind his daughters, both barely over a year old. He couldn't fathom how their mother could bear to pull him away from them. Noah pouted, crossing her arms. You're just going to Mom's house for one night. Why are you acting like it's the end of the world? Leon gave a slight shudder, his voice dropping as he replied, In a way, being at your mother's mercy for an entire night is far more terrifying than anything else. At that, Muan piped up, her eyes wide with excitement. I know what Mommy wants to do, she exclaimed. She wants to eat Daddy. She beamed, proud of her knowledge. I read in a book that when a lady mantis marries a boy mantis, she eats him after. Leon chuckled, though his smile was tight. Well, that's not exactly what's happening, he said, ruffling her hair. At that moment, Roswis, who had been standing just outside the door, swept into the room with a sharp glare aimed at Lion. Stop filling their heads with nonsense, she snapped, as if I'm some kind of monster. She pulled the blanket up over the girls, her tone softening. You two should go to bed early and not worry about anything. I just need to talk to your father about some important matters. Leon flinched slightly at her words. Important matters? He muttered under his breath. What kind of important matters could she mean? Rosswise, catching his tone, raised an eyebrow. Probably the mysteries of the universe, she said dryly. With an exasperated sigh, Roswis grabbed his arm and tugged him toward the door. I've had enough of your rambling. Hurry up and follow me. Leon hesitated in the doorway, glancing back at his daughters. As the door clicked shut behind their parents, Moana frowned and whispered to her sister, What do you think Mom and Dad are going to do? Noah shrugged, pulling the blanket tighter around them. I don't know, she mumbled. Let them figure it out themselves, silly adults. Meanwhile, in the Queen's bedroom of the Silver Dragon Temple, Rosa sipped from a glass of wine, her eyes glinting with amusement as she watched Lion's growing unease. She smirks and asks, Aren't you going to join me? Leon abruptly shakes his head, firmly refusing. Rosweet pauses for a moment, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Then she says, I remember you once promised to fulfill any request of mine if you lost to me. Her voice is smooth, almost teasing. But now not only do you refuse to drink, you seem reluctant. Leon replies curtly, I don't feel like drinking, but inside his thoughts are racing. I need to keep my composure. I won't let her dictate the night. Before he can finish the thought, Roswish cuts in, her voice soft but deliberate. Actually, I was hoping you'd win. Leon narrows his eyes, suspicion flickering in his gaze. Why? Roswi chuckles, the sound low and knowing. Because if you had one, I'd owe you a month off. You could have used that time to recover, and everything would have been much more enjoyable. She teases him with a sly smile, her words hanging in the air. Leon huffs, his frustration bubbling to the surface. Then why didn't you just let me win today? Roswish shakes her head slowly, her gaze never leaving his. Because, she murmurs, I thought of a more interesting way to spend the evening. Without breaking eye contact, she lifts the bottle and slowly pours the dream wine onto her chest. The crimson liquid slides down her skin in delicate, shimmering trails. Roswish tilts her head, a smirk playing on her lips. What I like most, she murmurs, is how you refuse to give in even after losing to me. Leon swallows hard, unable to tear his eyes away from her. What is happening right now? He wonders, his thoughts racing. Narrowing his gaze, he asks, What are you trying to do? Roswish. Instead of answering, she steps closer, her voice low and commanding. Drink it. Leon struggles, his mind a whirlwind of resistance, but the intoxicating blend of her natural scent, mingling with the sweet aroma of the wine, overwhelms his senses. The scene before him is so mesmerizing, so irresistible, that his will begins to crumble. Slowly, almost against his own volition, he leans in, pressing his face to her skin, drinking from the crimson trail of wine cascading down her chest. Roswish gasps softly, her cheeks flushing a delicate red. After a lingering moment, Leon pulls away, his face equally flushed, his breath uneven. Is that enough? He mutters, but Roswish only chuckles, shaking her head. Nowhere near sufficient. With a teasing glint in her eye, she lifts her hand to her lips and gently bites down, drawing a small drop of blood. Open your mouth, she commands. Leon hesitates, but before he can react, she leans forward, letting the droplet fall into his tongue. His eyes widen in shock as the taste spreads across his mouth. The sensation is immediate and foreign. Instinctively, he recoils, trying to shake her off. What are you doing? He growls. Did you just use a forbidden technique on me? Roswish licks the remaining blood from her lips, her expression unapologetic. I did, she admits, her voice silky. It's the blood curse. You should be quite familiar with it. Leon's pupils dilate as a strange warm sensation floods his body. His mind spins and an unnatural heat begins to pulse through his veins. He grits his teeth, trying to fight it, but Roswish leans in closer, her breath hot against his skin. Ever since you used this forbidden technique on me 2 years ago, she whispers, I've been longing for that feeling. Leon's heart pounds. Do you even know the consequences of using this technique? He demands, his voice strained. Roswish nods, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Of course I do, but I've modified it just a little. I minimized its harmful effects on a dragon's body, she explains, her tone almost casual. Leon stumbles backward, his body betraying him. His breath comes in ragged gasps, his skin burning, his thoughts clouded beyond recognition. Roswish watches his struggle with a soft sigh, tracing a finger along his chest. You've always resisted me, she murmurs. I had to coax you, challenge you, and yet you always acted like you had no choice. Let go, she whispers, her voice like velvet. Embrace the moment. Leon gasps as his knees buckle beneath him, collapsing onto the bed. Roswish giggles, watching him with predatory delight. Standing before him, she announces, The game has begun, her eyes glowing with satisfaction. Leon trembles under her gaze as Roswish licks her lips, her voice dripping with playful affection. My captive, she purrs as Leon struggles to breathe through the suffocating heat of the curse. Roswish smirks, her eyes shining with wicked amusement. You're almost losing control, she teases, tilting her head slightly. Do you even know what you look like right now? With a smug expression, she summons a mirror, its surface gleaming with an unnatural light. This, she says, her voice dripping with satisfaction, is a magic prop I bought in Sky City. It records images and voices for a short time. She places the mirror before him, its reflective surface casting back his strained expression. With a knowing smile, she leans in slightly. Now, Leon, she purrs right here in front of the mirror what you truly want to do. Leon stares at his own reflection, his breath shallow. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as his own voice, unbidden and betraying him, escapes his lips. I want to kiss you. His heart pounds violently in his chest. That's not true, he screams inwardly, his mind recoiling from the words. His face flushes hot with embarrassment. But Rossweiss, catching the flicker of panic in his eyes, only presses further. With a mischievous grin, she steps closer, her tone playful and taunting. Say it again, she urges, her eyes gleaming, but louder this time. This time, Leon doesn't hesitate. The words tumble from his mouth, louder, more desperate. I want to kiss Rossweiss. Rossweiss takes another step forward, her smirk deepening as she watches him struggle. The satisfaction in her eyes is undeniable. She playfully remarks that he looks absolutely mortified. Leon quickly turns his face away, his voice sharp with defiance as he adamantly declares, I won't kiss you. But before he can even process what's happening, his body betrays him. In the very next moment, he moves on instinct, unconsciously lunging toward Roses. She catches him effortlessly, her smirk deepening as a soft chuckle escapes her lips. Well, well, she teases, her voice dripping with amusement. It's truly unlike you to be this impatient. Leon braces himself against her hands, his mind growing hazy, the fog of the blood curse clouding his thoughts. Roswiss's eyes flash with recognition. She remembers this feeling all too well. The irresistible pull, the burning desire, the loss of control. This is exactly how she felt when the blood curse took hold of her. So she thinks to herself. Leon has finally reached this stage. A faint smile plays on her lips. She knows there's no turning back now. You asked for this, she whispers, her breath warm against his ear. She leans in, her voice low and filled with promise. Now let's see your true self. Let's see what you become once you completely fall. The night unfolds in a blur of heat and shadows, their wills entangled, their pride stripped away. By the time morning arrives, Leon groans, his body aching as he slowly blinks awake. His head throbs with the weight of what transpired. He clenches his fists, his mind clouded with fragmented memories of the night before. A wave of frustration crashes over him as the realization settles in. I fell for it again. He grits his teeth, cursing the blood curse for forcing him to discard his pride, his dignity as a dragon slayer, and making him succumb to Roswiss's control once more. The shame coils tightly in his chest, heavier and more suffocating than ever before. Beside him, Roswiss, the very culprit behind his downfall, sleeps soundly, her breathing steady, her posture relaxed, as if she doesn't have a single care in the world. She looks completely defenseless, a stark contrast to the chaos she left in her wake. Leon's hand moves unconsciously toward her face, his fingertips brushing against her cheek. But the moment his skin meets hers, he snaps back to reality, jerking his hand away. What am I doing? He questions, his heart pounding. Why did I touch her? He convinces himself. I only wanted to wake her up, nothing more. But even as he repeats the thought, doubt gnaws at the edges of his mind. Then he pauses. Why hasn't she reacted? Narrowing his eyes, he mutters, Don't tell me you're pretending to be asleep. Leaning in, he pokes her forehead gently. Hey, he says, his voice a mixture of irritation and lingering confusion. Stop pretending. He shakes her gently, his voice firm as he orders, Wake up. His brow furrows in frustration. She's usually so self-disciplined, he thinks. Why is she still asleep? A flicker of concern creeps into his mind. Could she be under the influence of the blood curse? He knows all too well that the curse's effects vary depending on the victim's physical resilience. When he'd first fallen prey to it, he'd been on the brink of death. The curse had nearly claimed him, dragging him into a coma that lasted 2 agonizing years. Even now, he doesn't fully understand how he managed to survive. But Roswiss, she's not just anyone. She's the Dragon Queen, strong, healthy, and nearly indomitable. Even so, Leon muses, she'll probably be unconscious for about a week. As the realization sinks in, a smug smile curls at the corners of his lips. This is perfect. A week might not be enough time for an ordinary human to escape her reach. But Leon isn't ordinary, not when he's equipped with the black gold armor. Leon quickly gets dressed, gathers his belongings, and decides that with the help of stamina, recovery potions, and pills, running at full speed should be enough to get him back to the human realm. He grins, confident in his plan. By the time Roswissa wakes up and realizes he is missing, it will already be too late. He laughs loudly, but as the thought settles in, reality hits him. It has been 2 years since he left the Empire. He has no idea what the situation is like over there now. Setting the potion back down, Leon frowns, realizing there are still too many unanswered questions about his capture back then. Returning rashly would be too risky. He decides it's better to be cautious. Besides, he has already asked Roswis to investigate the Master's current situation. Maybe I should wait for her news. More importantly, he has to think about his daughters. As he glances out the window watching them play, Leon's thoughts soften. He reminds himself that he cannot abandon them now. A small smile creeps onto his face as he realizes the truth. Despite everything, he still has to stay in the Silver Dragon Castle. After all, he hasn't taken his revenge on Roswis yet. That evening, as Noah and Juan enter the room, they grow increasingly worried that their mother is still not waking up. Man calls out to her, asking if she's okay since she has been asleep all night. Noah turns the line suspiciously, narrowing her eyes before questioning him about what he did last night. Under Noah's intense gaze, Leon starts to feel nervous. Quickly, he tries to excuse himself, saying that they were simply chatting on the balcony. He hurriedly adds that the cold wind must have made her sick, attempting to shift the blame onto the weather rather than raising any suspicions. Turning to Anna, he asks, "It's not that big of a deal, is it?" Hoping for reassurance, Anna responds calmly, telling them not to worry. She explains that the temple physician has just examined Her Majesty and confirmed that aside from being slightly weak, everything else appears normal. She then states that she will handle the clan's affairs in Her Majesty's for the time being. If His Majesty has nothing else to address, she continues, I will take my leave and begin my work. Leon, seemingly relieved by her words, nods and tells her to proceed. After Anna exits the room, Moon approaches Roswis, gently placing her hand on her mother. With a soft voice, she pleads for her to get better soon, promising that she will never make her angry again. Meanwhile, Leon stands quietly by Rosvis's bedside, his eyes scanning her body. He notices the sheen of sweat glistening on her skin and realizes he'll need to wipe it off later. As this thought crosses his mind, Noah, who has been silently observing him, frowns. She catches the strange flicker in his expression and immediately feels something is off. Are you trying to do something to Mom while she's unconscious? Leon straightens slightly, his lips twitching into an uneasy smile. You're overthinking it, he replies calmly. I just want to take good care of her. After a tense pause, she sighs. If that's really the case, then fine. She turns to Juan, her tone softening. Come on, Juan. Let's go. We'll come back and see Mom again tomorrow. Man glances back at Ross Weiss one last time, her small voice filled with quiet affection. I'll come see you again tomorrow, Mom. Then with a final wave to their father, both girls leave the room, their footsteps fading down the hall. Now alone, Leon remains by Roswis's side, his gaze lingering on her peaceful, vulnerable figure. After a brief pause, he exhales and starts pondering his next move. Finally, he decides to fetch a basin of water and a cloth to wipe away the sweat beading on her skin. He recalls applying medicine to her earlier and worries she might catch a cold if left like this. As he gently wrings out the cloth, he thinks to himself, when Rosway wakes up, she better not misunderstand my intentions. Looking down at her, Leon notices something unusual. Razwise, who usually flaunts her large, elegant tail with pride, now lies so weak she can't even move it. The sight makes him sigh softly. With care, he begins to wipe her body, his movements slow and deliberate. Once he's finished, he hesitates. Should I change her clothes too? The thought lingers, but practicality wins out. His eyes wander around the room until they settle on a nearby cupboard. Curious, he opens it and is immediately taken aback by the sheer number of outfits crammed inside. He thinks to himself that with so many outfits, it should be fine to pick something he likes. He begins rummaging through them, tossing clothes around as he searches for something suitable. Eventually, he selects a few outfits, off-shoulder dresses, boat-neck tops, and elegant gowns. But as he looks at them, he frowns, realizing he has a problem. How should he deal with her ears? Suddenly, he has an idea. Maybe I can use Roswesh's hair to shape something resembling ears. He proceeds with this thought, but as he finishes, he finds himself feeling oddly embarrassed. Before him, Roswe is now dressed in a bunny girl cosplay outfit. He hadn't expected it to suit her so well, and yet here she was. Seeing her like this, he feels an unfamiliar heat rise within him. Just then, the dragon mark on his body suddenly activates, sending a jolt through him. Startled, Leon stares down at the glowing mark and mutters in disbelief, "Why did the dragon pattern suddenly light up?" A memory flashes in his mind. Rosweiss had once explained that if one of the two people with the dragon seal had that kind of desire for the other, the dragon pattern would react. Realizing the implication, Leon's face turns bright red. He screams internally, trying to suppress the turmoil within him. How could I have such thoughts about Rosweiss while I'm completely sober? He desperately convinces himself that it must be the revealing outfit's fault. In an attempt to calm down, he decides to recite the 3 honors and 3 shames of a dragon slayer in his mind. However, as he reflects on what just happened, he sighs, realizing something dangerous almost occurred. Yet, as he glances at Roswiss's current appearance, he hesitates. It would be a shame not to document this rare sight. A sly grin crosses his face as he suddenly remembers that Rosweiss owns a home camera. With newfound excitement, he rummages through her belongings until he finds it. He then begins taking photos from various angles, chuckling mischievously as he goes. Looking at the captured images, he mutters, "Even she has days like this." As he continues, he gently moves her lips into a slight smile to take a picture of her smiling face. Seeing this, he instinctively takes another picture. Thinking to himself that this moment is truly priceless, he decides he will make sure to preserve these historic photos properly. Suddenly, Rosweiss lets out a small noise. Hearing this, Leon nearly jumps out of his skin, screaming internally, "Is she going to wake up so soon?" His heartbeat quickens as he waits in silence. Seconds pass, but Rosweiss doesn't move again. Leon lets out a deep sigh of relief. Realizing it was just a false alarm, deciding not to take any more chances, he quickly changes her back into her normal pajamas and tidies up the room. He decides that tomorrow he will proceed with the next step of his revenge plan before finally calling it a night. Later that night at the Dragon Temple, Man comes running toward Noah, her face filled with panic. She calls out for her sister. Noah turns to her, concerned, and asks what happened. Seeing Moan huffing and out of breath, Noah gently tells her to calm down and speak slowly. Moana takes a deep breath before explaining that her Rubik's Cube broke and she wanted to ask Dad to fix it. But there's a problem. She can't find him anywhere. Noah's frown deepens. A suspicious feeling creeps over her. Did he escape while Mom was unconscious? She gently grabs Moan's hand, reassuring her. "Don't worry," she says firmly. "I'll go with you to find him." And then they go to seek their father. As they go, Moan calls out for their father, asking where he is. The scene shifts as No and Moan continue their search, calling out and questioning where he could be. Finding no sign of him in the bedroom, they decide to check the other rooms. Moving from one to another, Moan remarks that it doesn't seem like he's here. They keep searching only to realize he isn't in any of the other rooms either. In desperation, Moana even peers into the trash bin. Seeing this absurd action, Noah mutters, questioning how their father could possibly be in the trash can. Moana, however, insists she can't find him anywhere and wonders if he might be lost. Noah states firmly that some people are kind, but sooner or later they leave, just like last time. Moan, confused, asks about last time. Noah responds, saying she guesses that Man is gone. She has always felt that there was something different about their family. On the surface, it appears harmonious. But in reality, many things feel false. For as long as she can remember, that man had been sleeping in the room, and their mother told them he was their father. One day, he finally woke up and immediately tried to run away, but their mother caught him without any explanation. Since then, he hasn't tried to escape again, but Noah doesn't believe he truly wants to stay. Later, he began deliberately approaching them, trying to please them, teaching her things, acting like a good father. But she questions whether this is truly out of love or merely part of his plan, a way to secretly find a chance to escape when they let their guard down. She shares that if love carries hidden motives, she would rather not have such impure love at all than become a tool for someone else's escape. She is convinced she doesn't belong here, and that sooner or later he will abandon them. Mulan, with tears in her eyes, cries out that their mother won't wake up and their father is gone. Desperately, she asks Noah what they are going to do now. Noah reassures her sister that she will protect her, and they embrace each other. Mulan sobs loudly as Noah firmly states that they should prepare a farewell ceremony for that man. The scene shifts to the back hill of the Silver Dragon Temple near the Plum Blossom Forest. Leon strolls along the path, admiring the scenery and commenting that the servant wasn't lying. This place is indeed beautiful. He recalls how a maid had asked if he wanted to know where Her Majesty the Queen liked to go. Leon confirmed that he wanted to take a walk, and the maid offered to send someone to accompany him. However, Leon declined, asking only for a map marking the location. Now, standing in the serene surroundings, Leon notes that his movements have been restricted, and he only managed to come out now because the mother dragon is unconscious. He decides to use this opportunity to investigate the surrounding terrain and plans to surprise her when she wakes up. Smirking, he admits to himself that pretending to investigate the places the mother dragon cherishes is just a cover. His true intention is to take advantage of her weakness when she wakes up and humiliate her in the place she holds dear. Just as she humiliated him in front of his hometown, he walks up to a massive tree, noting that it's thick enough for what he has in mind. Examining the soil, he mutters that it isn't soft enough, and that it would be nice to cover it with flower petals when the time comes. Turning toward the castle, he observes that, from this vantage point, one can see the Silver Dragon Temple at the foot of the mountain. He notes down this location on his list: Northern Cliff, Golden Grassland, Quiet Mountain Stream, and Cherry Blossom Forest. Deciding this spot should be included as well, he smugly states that everything is ready now. All he has to do is wait for Rose Weiss to wake up. He eagerly anticipates the trouble awaiting the mother dragon. The scene shifts to the Silver Dragon Temple courtyard at night. As Leon strolls through, he notices a group of maids weeping near a blazing fire. Approaching from behind, he questions what's going on and why the atmosphere is so lively. One of the sobbing maids cries out that the two princesses wanted to hold a funeral and asks them to prepare a bonfire. Meanwhile, Man solemnly pays her respects to their father, saying she will offer him steak and hopes he will come back to see them. Noah, however, corrects her, stating that he has already left and that they need to let go. Leon watches the scene unfold, initially assuming they were playing some sort of game. He wonders if he should just go along with it for now. Walking forward, he gestures for the maids to step aside. The maids, shocked to see His Excellency, hesitantly make way for him. Leon casually asks whose photo they're worshipping, joking that his grandfather taught him how to play the swa and asking if they want him to play it for them. However, as he steps closer and gets a proper look at the table, he is surprised to see his own photo placed there. At first, he smiles, remarking that he looks quite handsome in the picture. But as reality sinks in, he is suddenly thunderstruck. His expression shifts to shock as he demands to know why his photo is on the table. Seeing their father in front of them, Noah and Muan are quite surprised, pointing out that their dad has appeared. Leon, quiet with a gloomy face, tells his dear daughter that he was only out for a day, questioning whether it is too hasty to hold a funeral for him now. Man gets teary. Without a moment's hesitation, she jumps toward Leon, crying out that their dad is back. She sobs, saying that she thought he didn't want her anymore. Leon gently pats her head, reassuring her, asking what nonsense she's talking about. He states, "How could their dad not want them?" Noah pouts and says that she and Muan searched for him at the temple several times, but couldn't find him. She thought that he had left them. Leon laughs it off, questioning why he would ever leave. He explains that he just went for a walk in the back mountain today, making Noah realize that she had misunderstood the situation. Leon picks up Muan and turns to the maids, telling them that everything is fine now and asking everyone to go home. Man excitedly asks if she can eat his tribute meal now that he is back. Leon chuckles and assures her that of course she can. Muan dashes toward the tribute, exclaiming how great it is, making Leon think to himself that she is definitely not like him because she is so greedy. Meanwhile, Noah calls out to Lion, reminding him that next time he goes out alone, he should at least inform them. She then pouts in embarrassment, admitting that Muan was very worried about him. Leon laughs it off and apologizes for making them worry. He realizes that Noah clearly cares for him, but is too embarrassed to say it outright. Noah then lowers her head and admits that this entire situation is her fault for not trusting him. She bows and sincerely apologizes. Leon, quite surprised, thinks inwardly whether his entire farewell ceremony was due to her misunderstanding. He notes that no one would have known if she hadn't said anything. He realizes that special children will always take their share of responsibility for mistakes, even when they aren't entirely at fault. However, he acknowledges that this misunderstanding ultimately stems from his failure to provide Noah with a sense of security. He understands that Noah longs for affection and love, but won't take the initiative to seek it. Even if he promises her something now, she probably won't believe him easily. As her father, the best he can do is prove his love and presence through consistent actions. Leon sits down beside Noah, gently patting her head, telling her it's okay. He warmly states that they should go have dinner together. The scene shifts to the queen's bedroom the next day. Man is sitting beside Roswish as she slowly wakes up. Muan immediately calls out to her mother, exclaiming that she is awake. Her eyes well up with tears as she exclaims that she was sleeping all the time and that she was so worried about her. Roswi, still feeling weak, reaches out and gently wipes Muan's tears. She says that she is sorry for making her worry. She notices that her body lacks strength and her magic power isn't responding. Rosways thinks to herself that ordinarily with her Dragon King's body, she should have been able to withstand the side effects of the blood curse backlash. However, she suspects that her current condition is a result of using her power to save that man before. Thinking about Leon, she assumes that given his personality, he must have escaped by now. Forcing a smile, Roswi asks how long she has been asleep. Muan answers immediately that it has been 2 days. Roswi thinks to herself that he couldn't have gotten far in 2 days, so she should still be able to send someone to capture him. Just as she contemplates her next move, Leon enters, holding a large fish. He asks Muan about having fish for dinner, stating that he just caught a big one in the back mountain. Roswi freezes in shock while Muan lights up with excitement. Muan exclaims that he is so amazing. Leon grins, enjoying her admiration, saying that of course her dad is awesome. Seeing Roswitch awake, he greets her, questioning if she is awake. Roswitch, still trying to process the situation, questions why he is here. Leon smirks and shrugs, questioning where else he would be. He explains that he just went to the back mountain to get some fresh air and catch a fish to nourish his dear wife's body. Roswi, suddenly flustered, turns away and mutters, questioning who his dear wife is. Muan giggles and teases her mom not to be shy. Leon kneels beside Muan and hands her the fish. He tells Muan that he has a very important mission for her. Questioning if she can deliver the fish to the kitchen, Muan salutes playfully, reassuring him to leave it to her. With that, she grabs the fish and dashes out of the room. As she leaves, Lion calls after her, telling her that her mom and dad have some things to talk about so they can eat dinner first. Muan waves without looking back. Once they are alone, Rosewise narrows her eyes at Leon. She tells Lion that she thought he would abandon his daughter and run away while she was unconscious. Leon chuckles, saying that there are still many things between them that they haven't settled yet. So why would he run away? Roswis, quite puzzled, questions what's going on between them. Leon's smile turns mischievous, questioning if she remembers what she did to him when he woke up more than a month ago. Roswi, caught off guard, blinks in confusion, asking what she did before. Suddenly, realization dawns on her, and she gasps in shock, asking if he is thinking about that. Leon's smirk widens into an evil grin. He reveals it's exactly that. As Roswise furiously warned Leon not to assume he could do anything to her just because she was weak, she advised him not to act rashly. However, instead of being intimidated, Leon smirked at her, amusement dancing in his eyes. Smiling, he questioned whether he had truly been the weak one back then. He continued, pointing out that when he had first woken up, he hadn't even taken a sip of water before she had cast the dragon pattern on him and pushed him down. Rosas's expression darkened as she warned him to understand what would happen once she fully recovered. There was a clear threat in her tone, making it evident that he would regret his actions if he did not stop now. She did not hold back, ensuring he understood the consequences. Yet instead of backing down, Leon only taunted her further. Dismissing her warning, he mockingly addressed her as his dear wife. Without hesitation, he picked her up, holding her firmly in his grasp. Then, with unwavering confidence, he declared that this was the best decision he had ever made in his life. He added that this time the tables had turned. She was now the prisoner of war. His words struck a nerve, but Roswich was in no position to argue against him. Later, in the cherry blossom forest in the back hills, Roswich continued to struggle against him, trying to push him away. She demanded that he release her, frustration growing with each passing second. However, Leon remained composed, merely warning her not to move. He cautioned that if she struggled too much, she would fall. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Roswis couldn't help but think about her situation. If only she had regained her strength, she would have beaten him long ago. Without warning, Leon pushed Roswis down, causing her to lose her balance. He then asked how it felt to be humiliated by a defeated dragon slayer. His voice was laced with mockery as he leaned closer, licking her back in a taunting manner. The action made Roswis huff in embarrassment, and she instinctively tried to resist. However, her body reacted involuntarily, making it difficult for her to fight back. A sudden idea crossed her mind, and she quickly coiled her tail around Lion's arm, attempting to catch him off guard. Leon was momentarily surprised, realizing she still had enough strength to fight back. However, his amusement remained as he observed her reaction. Rosie's gritted her teeth and warned him that while he was in control now, He should enjoy it while it lasted. She made it clear that once she had the opportunity, she would take even more brutal revenge on him. However, Leon simply laughed in response, dismissing her words. He told her not to speak to him about the future, as he always lived in the present. He then stated that the night was still long and that the carnival of revenge had only just begun. The scene shifted to the next morning in the Silver Dragon Queen's bedroom. Leon laid Roswi down gently before lying beside her with a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he had finally returned. Exhausted from tossing her around to different places all night, he reflected on the events that had transpired. As he observed how soundly she slept, he mused that she seemed quite satisfied with the evening. However, the thought made him flinch. Hadn't he come here for revenge? He groaned, shaking his head, trying to push away any conflicting thoughts. He reminded himself that she had fully experienced the humiliation of being pinned down by the dragon slayer she despised the most. With that in mind, he reassured himself that his revenge had been successfully carried out. Determined to leave before the maids awoke, Leon decided to return to his room. He acknowledged that their relationship was not one where they could sleep in the same bed until dawn. However, just as he was about to move, Roswi unconsciously reached out and held on to him, taking him by surprise. Trying to clear his thoughts, Leon reasoned that when people slept, they instinctively sought warmth. He reminded himself that this was simply a natural instinct of all living beings, and that he shouldn't let it affect him. Yet, as he lay beside her, holding her hand, he found himself thinking that it was much warmer there than returning to his cold bed in the other room. A small smile formed on his lips as he decided to stay where he was, at least for a little while longer. The next morning, as birds chirped outside, Muan entered the room attempting to wake her mother. She questioned whether her mother was still asleep, jumping toward her in an effort to rouse her, urging her to get up. She pointed out that the sun was already shining. Still drowsy, Rosis, half asleep, asked Man to go play with her father instead. Complying, Muan moved toward her father, shaking him in an attempt to wake him. She stated that the sun was shining on his back. Leon, still immersed in sleep, responded drowsily, commenting on the warmth and requesting to rest a little longer. Observing them, Muan frowned, voicing her frustration. She pointed out that the two of them were hugging so tightly that she had no idea whom she could play with. As she pondered, she realized it was the first time she had seen her parents being so affectionate. However, something seemed strange to her. She questioned why there were so many red spots scattered across their bodies. An idea struck her. It had to be bug bites. Rushing to the desk, she rummaged through it, recalling how her mother had taught her about different kinds of bites. She reasoned that if someone had been bitten by an insect, there was always a cream available for treatment. Triumphant, she assured herself that there was no need to worry. Since her sister was away, she would be the one to take care of them. With enthusiasm, she applied the ointment to both Roswis and her father, doing so quite cheerfully. After some time, Roswis finally called out to wake her husband. As Leon stirred, he immediately sensed something odd. Feeling a strange sensation on his face, he noticed that his entire body was covered in unusual markings. Dazed, he turned to look at Roswich's face, and upon seeing her condition, he burst into laughter. Roswis, puzzled by his reaction, questioned what was wrong with him. At that moment, Muan excitedly admitted that she was responsible. She explained that after seeing the numerous red marks on both of them, she had assumed they had been bitten by bugs, prompting her to apply medicine. Both Rosis and her husband were left speechless, feeling a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. He reflected on the situation, concluding that some things were indeed better left unknown. However, Man remained cheerful, proudly claiming that she had done an excellent job. Her father, playing along, praised her efforts, agreeing that she had done well. Man, feeling even more confident, promised that next time she would help apply the medicine again. At that realization, both Roswi and her husband exchanged a glance silently. Sometime later, as Roswis was resting, Leon attempted to feed her. Startled, she pulled away, questioning his intentions. However, he simply pushed the spoon into her mouth, explaining that since she had not eaten for several days, she needed to regain her strength. Reminding her that dragons could go without food or water during their dormant state, he insisted that she must be hungry. Roswi, reluctant, argued that she was fully capable of eating on her own. However, after tasting the food, she hesitantly admitted that it wasn't bad. Observing her reaction, Leon smiled and took a bite himself. He proudly stated that it was fried rice made with love. Roswis, confused, pointed out that the meal had been made for her, questioning why he was eating it as well. In response, he reached for the bowl, claiming that he was merely assisting her since he doubted she could finish it all. With determination, she declared that she would finish the entire portion and that he would not get another bite. After consuming the entire bowl, Leon found himself reflecting on recent events. He had been taking care of her, helping her bathe, cooking for her, and even feeding her. Though she recognized his efforts, she couldn't help but feel conflicted. Sarcastically, she questioned whether he had done all of it just to torment her. In response, he feigned innocence, asking how any of his actions could be considered torture. Instead, he insisted that it was all loving care from a devoted husband. His words, however, only fueled her frustration. As he exited the room laughing, he called out, reminding her to see him in the morning. Roswis, clenching her fists, cursed under her breath. She muttered that he truly lived up to his reputation as a damn dragon slayer, always finding ways to irritate her. In frustration, she slammed her fist down beside the bed with all her strength. However, as her hand collided with the surface, an unexpected force surged through her body. Startled, she noticed something strange. As she examined her surroundings, realization dawned upon her. Her strength had returned. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, her husband hummed to himself, feeling content. He delighted in the fact that Mother Dragon had yet to recover fully. With a mischievous grin, he mused that he still wanted to play around with her for a few more days. However, at that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the seriousness of the situation that was about to unfold in the castle. As Anna entered Ross Weiss's room, she called out to Her Majesty, informing her that the liquid medicine prescribed by the doctor would help her regain her strength. As she placed it down, Ross Weiss responded that her body had already recovered, making the medicine unnecessary. Anna attempted to convince Ross Weiss otherwise, but her attention was drawn to the broken wall. Noticing her gaze, Ross Weiss explained that she had failed to control her strength earlier and planned to have someone repair it the next day. Anna acknowledged this with a nod and turned to leave. But before she could step out, Ross Weiss called out to her again. With a slightly embarrassed expression, she hesitated before asking Anna not to inform Leon that she was still recovering. Hiding her face behind a book, Ross Weiss admitted that she wanted him to take care of her a little while longer. Anna, surprised by the request, giggled before assuring Ross Weiss that she understood. Meanwhile, Ross Weiss smirked smugly, remarking that Leon's peaceful days would soon be over. 2 days later in the garden, Muan eagerly called out to her father, expressing her desire to learn the sparkly technique that made his body shine. Leon, slightly puzzled, asked if she was referring to the sparkly effect, wondering if she meant magic. Muan, her eyes gleaming with excitement, confirmed, explaining that it was the same ability he and her mother had demonstrated at the training grounds. Curious about her sudden interest, Leon asked why she wanted to learn magic. Man explained that her sister had been learning many things at school, and she didn't want to be left behind. Leon, understanding her determination, asked if there was something specific she wanted to learn. Man nodded firmly. He then remarked that having 2 children at home naturally created a sense of competition, which could be beneficial. He noted that Muan admired her sister a lot and naturally didn't want to feel distant from her. With a warm smile, Leon reassured Muan that he would definitely teach her magic and that they would start with basic training. Overjoyed, Muan eagerly thanked her father. Later, as Muan diligently practiced her magic, Leon observed her progress and realized that in just a few hours, she had successfully guided magical energy through her body. He speculated that she might soon reach magic enlightenment and begin working with original magical power. Watching her closely, he wondered if she might be a genius. Suddenly, Moan's stomach growled, interrupting their session. With an innocent expression, she admitted that she was starving and had no strength left. Leon sighed quietly, realizing that they couldn't rush the training. He patted Muan's head, declaring that the session was over for the day and that they should return home to eat. Muan, delighted by his words, cheered and declared that her father was the best. That night, as Anna entered the room, she presented an item to Her Majesty, stating that it was what she had requested. Rosways accepted it and instructed Anna to set it aside. Just then, Leon entered enthusiastically, greeting his wife with excitement. Rosways thanked Anna for her hard work and told her she could leave. Leon recalled that according to Anna's earlier statement, Rosways would need 5 days to fully recover. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he thought to himself that he still had time to torture her. Smirking playfully, he wiggled his fingers and teasingly offered Rosways a massage if she felt any discomfort. Rosways, wearing a taunting expression, questioned why he didn't simply prove the might of the Empire's strongest dragon slayer that very night. She mockingly pointed out that only 2 days had passed, yet he already seemed exhausted, wondering if that was all he could manage. Annoyed by her remarks, Leon demanded clarification on what she had just said. Without hesitation, he grabbed Roswy, commenting on how exhausted she looked and stating that he had intended to let her rest for the night. However, seeing her arrogance, he decided otherwise. Holding on to her, he remarked that if her words were so bold, then her body must be just as tough. As he removed his upper garments, he warned her that she would regret her taunts. However, to his surprise, Roswell smirked confidently and stated that she had never once regretted anything. In an instant, she wrapped her tail around Lion's body, catching him off guard. Leon let out a startled cry as he was suddenly slammed onto the bed, left completely vulnerable. As Ross climbed on top of him, he was stunned by her overwhelming strength. Bewildered, he asked if she had already recovered. With an amused tone, Rosway silenced him, playfully calling him her dear dragon slayer. She then retrieved the item Anna had brought, a pair of handcuffs and a whip. Realizing the situation fully, Leon's expression grew visibly nervous. He hesitated before questioning when she had prepared such things, but before he could react, his wrists were bound and a blindfold was placed over his eyes. Muttering to himself, he wondered if he had just walked straight into a trap. With a mischievous smile, Roseways warned him not to even think about struggling. Still in disbelief, Leon demanded to know what exactly she was planning. Still in disbelief, Leon asked if she intended to torture him to extract a confession. As he called out to Roswy, addressing her as Mother Dragon, he boldly warned her that he had undergone professional anti-interrogation training and would never yield to her. Roseway scoffed at his claim, questioning whether that was truly the case. In response, she activated an orb, revealing an event from Lion's past, one where he had desperately called out for Roswy, pleading with her and expressing his desire to kiss her. Upon seeing this, Leon could hardly believe his own eyes. He simply stared at the screen, questioning what he was witnessing as the voices played out. Unfazed, Roses asked him to consider who the person was that had begged her so desperately. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Leon struggled to process the situation. The strange noises coming from the recording were unmistakably his own, calling out for Rasu. Flustered, he attempted to refute it, insisting that the voice couldn't possibly belong to a human and that it merely sounded similar. However, Rasu dismissed his claim and brought the orb closer, forcing him to see the truth more clearly. Leon had no choice but to listen as his own embarrassing words played back. Pleas for Rosways, expressing his desire to kiss her and embrace her as one. Stunned, he was left speechless. Rosway's smirking taunted him, suggesting that he might recall it all now. Faced with undeniable evidence, he apologized. But Roswayas was far from ready to let it go. She took out the whip and ordered him to repeat what he had just said several times. Then, with a dangerous glint in her eyes, she warned him that if he couldn't remember it clearly, she would gladly replay it for him again. Without hesitation, she whipped him repeatedly and furiously throughout the entire night. The relentless punishment left Lion writhing in pain, unable to move properly. As he lay there enduring the agony, he turned his face just in time to see a dragon entering the room, reporting to Ross Weiss about a letter. Still struggling from the ordeal, Leon questioned whether the letter was from the Academy. He noted that it had arrived so late at night, making him wonder what could have happened. Roswy explained that the Academy had summoned them for the next day, mentioning that Noah had gotten into a fight with someone. This revelation startled Lion, who sat up in shock and demanded to know what she meant. The scene then shifted to the following day in the office of Vice Principal Wilson, where Noah was brought in alongside 3 visibly injured students. The Vice Principal addressed Leon and Rosies, stating that the reason for summoning them was to resolve a conflict that had arisen between Noah and some of her classmates. With a furious expression, Rosies questioned what he meant, her tone carrying both anger and an implicit threat. She then turned her gaze toward the 3 injured students and accused them of teaming up to bully her daughter. Her words immediately caused the 3 young dragons to recoil in fear. Meanwhile, Leon took a quick glance at Noah, checking for any signs of injury. However, Noah reassured him that she was fine. It was then that Principal Wilson revealed the truth. Noah had actually been the one to beat up the 3 students. This revelation left Roswis momentarily surprised while the injured students cried out in frustration. Leon turned to Noah, staring at her, before ultimately praising her, acknowledging that she was indeed his daughter. Principal Wilson, however, remained focused on the broader issue. While the fight itself had been a minor incident between young dragons, it also reflected an underlying conflict between cocoon-born and viviparous-born dragons. He knew the 2 distinct methods of dragon reproduction. Cocoon-born dragons directly inherited their mother's strength, giving them natural advantages in physical fitness and talent, while vaporous-born dragons required time to grow and learn before mastering their strength. As a result, within the same age group, Cocoon-born dragonlets generally possess superior physical strength compared to their viviparous counterparts. Despite this difference, Noah, a viviparous-born dragon, had single-handedly defeated 3 cocoon-born dragons, all of whom were a few years older than her. Recognizing her exceptional abilities at such a young age, just as the discussion continued, the door burst open. A red dragon entered the room, scoffing as he declared that he had heard his son had been involved in a fight. He dismissed the matter as trivial, stating that he was willing to cover the medical expenses. However, his nonchalant attitude quickly changed when he turned to his companions and saw their children injured. The red dragon then called out for his son, demanding an explanation for how he had been beaten so badly. The 3 injured students rushed toward their fathers, crying out pitifully. Meanwhile, Roses whispered to Leon, identifying the red dragon as a member of the Red Flame Dragon King's faction, Constantine's clan. She explained that everyone from the Red Flame Dragon clan was known for being arrogant and domineering, making it difficult to communicate with them. The Red Flame Dragon parent, unfazed by the situation, turned his gaze toward Roses and questioned who she thought she was. He scoffed at the notion of her being the queen of the Silver Dragon clan. Hearing this, Rosfus's expression darkened. She glared at him and demanded that he repeat himself. However, the Red Flame Dragons showed no fear, even going so far as to threaten that if Rosfus and Leon did not apologize to his son that day, they would not be allowed to leave through the doors. At that moment, Leon smirked and remarked that the real question was, who should be afraid of whom? Just before the situation could escalate further, Vice Principal Wilson quickly intervened. He addressed the parents in a firm tone, urging them to remain patient and listen to his recounting of the events. Wilson then proceeded to explain what had happened the previous night. According to his account, in the cafeteria, Lel and 2 other classmates had an argument with Noah. During the altercation, Noah's plate had accidentally collided with Lel, staining his clothes. Later that night, on the way back to the dormitory, the 3 students had cornered Noah in the backyard and engaged in a physical conflict. Upon hearing this, Wilson turned to the injured students and gave them a chance to add any details. However, intimidated by the situation, they hesitated and ultimately remained silent. Just then, Noah stepped forward. With a confident expression, she addressed the vice principal and stated that she had something to add. As Principal Wilson asked her to continue, Noah explained that first of all, it was Lel who had deliberately provoked her in the cafeteria, and the incident of knocking over the plate had been purely accidental. She further clarified that the second incident had occurred in the backyard of the dormitory where she encountered them again. Lel and his group had rushed toward her first, startling her, which led to her unintentionally breaking his arm in self-defense. Glaring at Lel, she demanded that he confirm her version of events. Startled, Lel instinctively retreated behind his father, ultimately affirming the truth of her words. His father, noticing his reaction, questions why he appears so frightened of her. Leon intervenes, directing his words toward Noah. He remarks that despite her justification, he believes she handled the situation incorrectly. As Noah glances at him, he continues, advising that if she ever encounters a similar situation again, she should aim for the knee instead. Noah, confused, inquires about the reasoning behind such advice. With a full flex, Leon explains that on the battlefield, if a member of the Red Flame Dragon clan were injured in the knee, they would be easily subdued. As expected, she acknowledges the advice and assures him she will take it into account in the future. The Red Flame Dragon, growing increasingly frustrated, turns to Principal Wilson and demands if he has just heard what transpired. He expresses outrage that Leon would openly teach his daughter to bully his children. He insists that for students with violent tendencies like this, mere apologies are insufficient and that expulsion is the only appropriate response. Principal Wilson, maintaining his composure, urges patience, explaining that the decision regarding Noah's expulsion lies with St. Heath's College. Furthermore, he points out that multiple students have reported Lyle's behavior, stating that he frequently bullies the viviparous dragons. Additionally, witnesses from the cafeteria the previous night confirmed that Lyle had been the one who deliberately instigated the confrontation. The Red Flame Dragon, unable to contain his anger, exclaims in disbelief. He reiterates that his daughter physically assaulted his son, yet the Academy not only refrains from punishing her, but instead accuses his son of provocation. Leon interrupts him, questioning whether he has any shame. He asks why the Red Flame Dragon is making such a fuss when his son was beaten, especially since he had been overpowered by a 1-year and 2-month-old child. Meanwhile, Leon shifts his gaze toward Lyle, who, caught off guard, blurts out that he is 7 years and 10 months old. Suppressing a laugh, Leon mockingly states that if he were in such an embarrassing position, he would dig a hole 1,000 feet deep and bury himself. ensuring that this incident remained a secret for eternity. Flinching in both annoyance and humiliation, the red flame dragon's frustration intensifies. He directs his anger toward Leon, labeling him a coward who does not even have the courage to reveal his tale. He then questions what right Leon has to comment on his son. Growing more aggressive, he extends his hand, pointing his finger toward Leon's family, specifically at Rosevice. Lion, reacting swiftly, grips the red flame dragon's finger firmly, his gaze darkening. He warns that while he may tolerate insults directed at himself, the red flame dragon must never point at his wife and children or speak ill of them. The red flame dragon winces in pain, groaning. Observing the interaction, Roswi notes Leon's strong protective instinct toward his family. Meanwhile, the red flame dragon, unable to contain his indignation, demands to know if Lion realizes whom he has just laid hands on. He makes a ruckus, arguing that he is the Duke of the Red Flame Dragon clan and that his superior is none other than Constantine. Before the tension escalates further, the Red Flame Dragon's colleagues step in, attempting to de-escalate the situation. At that moment, Rosvis intervenes, shifting the focus back to the matter at hand. She states that this conflict is merely a minor dispute between children and that dragging their family status into it will not be beneficial. Addressing the principal, she expresses confidence that St. Heath's College will issue a fair judgment, assuring him that their family is willing to abide by whatever decision is made. Principal Wilson nods in acknowledgement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. He then turns to the Red Flame Dragon, questioning whether he truly intends to escalate matters within the school premises. He warns that if the Red Flame Dragon continues to stir trouble, there is a possibility that his child's student status may be revoked. Realizing the weight of the warning, the Red Flame Dragon reluctantly suppresses his anger, while Lyle also pleads with his father to let it go, saying that he still wants to attend school. Though still seething, the Red Flame Dragon forces himself to apologize for losing his temper. However, as he clenches his teeth, it becomes evident that he harbors resentment. Determined to bide his time, he resolves to stay out of the spotlight for now, waiting for an opportune moment to act once they are beyond the school's jurisdiction. Principal Wilson then delivers the final verdict. He acknowledges that in Lyle's case, the primary fault lies with him, as he had initiated the conflict. However, he also states that Noah's response was excessive, even if it had been in self-defense. He orders her to return to her classroom and receive verbal guidance from her class teacher. As a consequence, all three students, including Lyle, are required to write self-reflections, which must be submitted to their respective class teachers for evaluation. Furthermore, they will be assigned class hygiene responsibilities for the following week. Afterward, outside, Noah bids farewell, stating that she will return to the classroom. As she leaves, Leon waves at her and reminds her that if she ever faces such provocation again, she must ensure she targets the knees first. Unbeknownst to him, Principal Wilson had silently approached from behind, his presence sending a chill down Lion's spine as he calls for him. Turning around abruptly, Leon, flustered, nervously asks if the principal has any further inquiries, secretly hoping that his last statement had gone unheard. Principal Wilson, however, appears unfazed. He states that despite the few times they have met, he has always been curious about one thing. Lion's tail has never been visible. He then poses a direct question, inquiring whether Lion's identity has been deliberately concealed. Choosing his words carefully, Principal Wilson admits that he is unable to determine which noble dragon lineage Lion belongs to. However, if it is convenient, he asks if Lion would be willing to disclose the truth. Before Lion can respond, Rosvis intervenes once more. She asserts that her husband is not of noble dragon descent, but merely an ordinary member of the dragon clan. Maintaining a light-hearted demeanor, Lion chuckles and casually states that he is just a commoner. Principal Wilson, however, finds this claim intriguing. Laughing, he remarks that it is quite a miracle for such an extraordinary child to be born from an ordinary couple. In short, he expresses that St. Heath's College welcomes talented children like Noah as they contribute to the institution's growth and prestige. Leon and Rosie's, understanding his underlying message, exchange glances. It becomes clear that he is encouraging them to have more children. Finally, Principal Wilson expresses confidence that upon graduation, Noah will undoubtedly lead the Dragon Clan to great victories against the Dragon slaves. Leon, amused, dismisses the remark internally, offering his thanks in silence. Meanwhile, the Red Flame Dragon, having observed the entire exchange, scoffs. Turning to his colleague, he mutters that it is time for them to leave. Now at the college gate, as Rosise and Leon walk down the stairs while talking, Lord Duke Lear suddenly appeared, interrupting them by calling out for the Silver Dragon Queen to wait. Rosie's questioned whether he had something else to say, pointing out that the college had already given its verdict on the matter and asking if he had not just agreed to it. In response, Lord Duke Lear urged her not to be so tense, explaining that his earlier words were merely a formality to save face for the college. Turning his attention to Lion, he declared that since they were now outside the academy, the matter had to be settled according to the customs of their dragon clan. Without hesitation, he provoked Lion, announcing that he was challenging her husband to a duel immediately. Upon hearing this, Rosvis considered the implications, realizing that if they refused, the Silver Dragons would undoubtedly be slandered as weak and afraid of fighting. Smirking, Lord Duke Lear questioned whether Lion would back down. Leaning toward Lion, Rosvis whispered, asking if he wanted to accept the challenge and whether he was feeling well. Grinning with excitement, Leon replied that since Lord Duke Lear had approached him for a fight, he had no choice but to accept. Rosisa permitted him to proceed, but reminded him not to beat Lord Duke Lear to death, to which Leon nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, inside the college, students rushed outside as Noah overheard some children excitedly discussing the situation. They eagerly mentioned that they had heard the dragons were fighting at the gate and urged each other to go watch. As Noah listened, she speculated whether her father could be involved. As the children moved toward the scene, they whispered among themselves, wondering who was fighting whom. Observing Leon, Lord Duke Lear thought to himself that the man appeared so frail he did not even dare to reveal his tale. Convinced that there was nothing to fear aside from his tough talk, he smirked, determined to avenge his son, who had lost a fight earlier that day. He was resolved to beat Lion to a pulp and help his son regain his confidence. Taunting Lion, Lord Duke Lear asserted that the Red Flame Dragon clan never bullied others, and as long as Lion could survive 3 rounds, he would concede defeat. Unimpressed, Leon dismissed his words, clearing his ears as if discarding his opponent's nonsense. Without hesitation, he urged Lord Duke Lear to begin. Agitated by Lion's dismissive attitude, Lord Duke Lear accused him of underestimating the Red Dragon clan before furiously dashing toward him, launching a blazing fist in his direction. However, Leon effortlessly deflected the attack, reaffirming his earlier suspicion that this opponent was far weaker than the dragons he had encountered on the battlefield. With a casual remark, Leon reminded Lord Duke Lear that only 2 rounds remained. Irritated, Lord Duke Lear retorted that Leon was simply good at dodging before punching the ground in an attempt to create a distraction. Declaring him a coward, he quickly followed up with a breath attack, launching a fireball toward Lion. However, Lion easily evaded the attack, swiftly appearing before Lord Duke Lear. Without giving him a chance to react, Leon announced that it was now his turn, delivering a powerful kick that threw Lord Duke Lear off balance and sent him crashing to the ground. As Lord Duke Lear attempted to counterattack, he barely had time to react before noticing Lion's fist heading straight for him. Before he could dodge, he was sent flying into a nearby building wall. Leon scoffed, remarking that an opponent like Lord Duke Lear didn't even warrant the use of magic. The Red Dragon clan members screamed in alarm, rushing to aid their fallen companion. Turning to the remaining Red Dragon nobles, Lion inquired whether they wished to challenge him as well. Trembling, they hurriedly refused, instead choosing to tend to Lord Duke Lear. Wasting no time, Leon instructed them to take him away quickly and to warn his son to stop bothering his daughter in the future. Frightened, the nobles hastily affirmed his words before retreating with Lord Duke Lear. With the matter settled, Leon turned to Roswis, suggesting that they should return. However, before he could take another step, he suddenly found himself face to face with Noah. She directed a questioning gaze at him, while Leon, surprised by her presence, asked when she had arrived. Casually, Noah responded that she had simply been passing by when she noticed a fight taking place. Without further explanation, she handed a small box to Rosisa. Curious, Leon asked about its contents. As Rosisa opened it, revealing some homemade cookies, Noah explained that these were cookies she had learned to make in her cooking class, though they had only won 2nd place. She speculated that the taste might not be very good, encouraging them to try them out. Eager to support her daughter, Rosvisa immediately reassured her, insisting that they couldn't possibly be anything less than delicious. She then handed a cookie to Lion, urging him to try it as well. Taking a bite, Leon confidently declared that cookies made by his daughter couldn't be anything but delicious. Encouraging her, he assured Noah that she would surely win 1st place next time. Hearing this, Noah suddenly remarked that Leon had looked very handsome just moments ago. Her words caught Leon off guard, making his heart skip a beat. He was deeply touched, realizing that Noah had directly praised him, something that delighted him immensely. At that moment, he felt their bond grow even closer. Shaking off his emotions, he laughed playfully, boasting about how awesome her father was. Placing a hand on her head, He told her that if she ever wanted to learn any fighting techniques, she only needed to ask him. However, as he continued patting Noah's head, he suddenly noticed Roswis glaring at him with piercing intensity. Now, after that, inside the castle, Leon had been quietly reading a book when a sudden knock at the door startled him. He flinched slightly and looked up just in time to see Roswis entering the room with a first aid box in hand. Curious, Leon asked why she had come. Roswis didn't respond and simply sat beside him. Leon grew uneasy, wondering why she had chosen to sit so close and whether she had something new planned. Without any warning, Roswis asked for his hand. Leon looked confused and asked what she meant. Roswis questioned whether his hand wasn't injured. Reluctantly, Leon raised his hand and pointed out a slight wound, saying she must be referring to that one. He brushed it off, saying it was a minor injury and would heal in 2 days. Roswis didn't seem convinced. She told him to stop downplaying it and asked him to give her his hand. Honestly, she gently took his hand in hers, and Leon let out a small groan from the pain. Roswis carefully began treating the wound, reminding him not to move and assuring him it would be over soon. Leon found himself reflecting on how, as a veteran dragon slayer, his body bore many scars and wounds. This was the first time someone had cared enough to tend to his injuries with such tenderness. As he looked at Roswis, he noticed how soft and warm her palms felt and how the tips of her fingers were slightly cool wherever she touched him. Quickly, Leon turned his face away, unsure why he was even thinking about these things. Roswis then softly thanked him for what he had done that day. Leon looked puzzled and asked what she was thanking him for. Roswis explained that earlier when Elle's father had been acting aggressively, Leon had stood up and defended Noah without hesitation. Leon simply replied that he had done what was necessary. He would have done it even if they weren't close. In the eyes of others, she was still his wife, and he felt a duty to protect her. He awkwardly added that it was all for Noah. Roswis let out a short sigh and said she had expected him to be stubborn about it. She then mentioned that her sister had written a letter inviting their whole family to come visit. She asked if he'd like to go and see her. Leon hesitated and questioned where her sister lived, clearly not sounding interested in the idea. Later on, Roswis, in her dragon form, flew across the Red Dragon clan's domain, eventually landing where her family lived. Leon got down with Muon and Noah. He nudged Muon awake just as Aisha came running over. She hugged Roswis, smiling as she commented on how impressive her dragon form still looked. After Roswis transformed back, Issa clung to her and complimented how good she looked, even after returning to her human form. She then said it was time for formal introductions since Isha hadn't properly met her family yet. Pointing to Leon, she introduced him as Leon Kusmodi. Roswis introduced him as her husband. Issa greeted him warmly and said she was glad to finally see him awake. Roswis then introduced her daughters, Muan and Noah. Issa looked at the children, guessing that the one standing in front was Muan and the one behind was Noah. Muan confirmed her guess, saying her aunt had gotten it right. Issa said Roswis had described them exactly that way in her letter. She bent down to Noah, asking if she wanted a hug too. After a short moment of hesitation, Noah nodded. Aisha then gathered both girls in her arms, saying how lucky she felt to hug two little dragon girls at the same time. Turning to Leon, Aisha mentioned that Roswis had told her how carefully he looked after the children. She thanked him for all the effort, calling him brother-in-law. Leon smiled and said it was nothing. He enjoyed being with the children and they were close to him. Roswis playfully added that he was definitely closer to her. Leon looked at her and jokingly called her honey, saying she shouldn't tease like that. They started exchanging playful remarks, and Leon threatened to kiss her if she didn't stop teasing him. Roswis asked if he was being serious. Issa laughed and commented that the two of them seemed to have a great relationship. Both Rosies and Leon turned their faces away, clearly a bit embarrassed, but not denying it. Aisha then suggested they must be tired after traveling such a long way and invited everyone inside to rest. After some dinner, they all gathered in the hall. Issa brought out an old photo album and asked if anyone wanted to see pictures of their mother from her childhood. Muan jumped up excitedly and claimed the seat beside her aunt. Seeing this, Roswis flinched. She quickly got up and ran to Aisha, questioning why she still kept those old photos. Rosewise tried to grab the album away, insisting it should be handed over. Issa teased that Rosewe must be shy about them. She made eye contact with Leon and with a smirk tossed the album to him. Leon caught it easily as Roswis stood there embarrassed. He grinned, thinking there was nothing more amusing than seeing someone's childhood photos. He told himself he had to take a look at her past, even if just for fun. As he opened the album, a bright smile spread across his face. As Leon remarked to Roswis that he hadn't expected her to have this side to her. Ross Weiss, startled by the comment, glanced over at him, unsure of what he meant. Muan, however, seemed quite excited, insisting that they should watch whatever it was he was talking about. Without much of a warning, Leon revealed a photo of Ra's wife Weiss in her school uniform. He pointed out how lovely she looked while reading. Isa, ever the helpful sister, explained that the photo had been taken during a speech Ra Weiss had given back then as the outstanding student representative at her school. Leon chuckled at the image, shaking his head in disbelief, and jokingly asked how someone who had once looked so sweet and warm had turned into someone so cold. Leaning in closer, Ross Weiss whispered that he shouldn't act so surprised. He might be the next one she chose to tease, scaring off Leon. Meanwhile, Aisha told them that there were still many more childhood photos of Ross Weiss left to go through. She then called out to Noah and Muan, inviting them to look at the photos of their mother when she was just a child. As the two kids turned the page together, Noah pointed out how Ross Weiss had looked so soft and fair when she was younger. Muan eagerly chimed in, saying she wanted to touch her mother, captivated by how small and adorable she looked in the pictures. Muan suddenly declared that the mother in that photo was beautiful, causing Leon to lean in quickly, asking to let him see the photo too. Isha smiled as she explained that it had been taken on the day Ra's wife had inherited the title of the Silver Dragon Queen. Leon chuckled and teased Rosa Weiss, saying she looked quite handsome in the image, while Noah pointed to the final page of the album, noting that they had reached the end. But Muan, still interested, expressed disappointment that there were no more photos left and said she wished there were more to see. Before anyone could close the album, Ra's wife reached for it, saying that since they had finished looking, it would be best to put it away and keep it stored safely. However, Issa stopped her and pulled out one last item, a crystal-like object. Holding it up, she asked Ross Weiss if she remembered what it was. Leon, however, had already straightened up with interest. He recognized the object right away, calling it a photostone. Isha nodded and said it could reveal a moving image, which caught the kids' attention. Muan and Noah immediately perked up, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. They both excitedly insisted that they wanted to see the video. Ra's wife, clearly panicked, turned to Aisha with pleading eyes. She begged her sister not to show it, calling in the favor of being her biological sibling. But Leon wasn't backing down either. He joined the plea, calling upon his status as her brother-in-law and insisting they deserved to see it, while he inwardly thought that Ross Weiss must be hiding something shameful inside that video. Aisha, amused by both their reactions, decided to settle the situation with a compromise. Since it was Leon's first visit to their home, she reasoned that they should listen to him this time. Next time, they would listen to Ross Weiss. That verdict delighted Leon, who chuckled at Ross Weiss's growing frustration. She gritted her teeth and swore to herself that this would be the last time she ever brought him here. As Asia activated the photostone, a bright image began to play. Rosa Weiss's eyes widened in horror. She scrambled to cover Leon's eyes, insisting he wasn't allowed to look. Leon, taken aback, asked what it was all about. The video played out with a younger version of Isha, asking Roswis what criteria she would use to choose a spouse in the future. Clearly flustered by being on camera, Ra's wife told her sister to stop filming because it felt too strange. She explained that first and foremost, her future husband must have better grades than her. Ideally, he would have won many first-place awards. He must be responsible and, importantly, not hate children. Juan looked up and pointed out that it sounded just like their father, to which Noah nodded in agreement. The video continued. Ra's wife elaborated further. Her ideal partner must be strong, but should never bully the weak. Leon couldn't help but chime in, claiming that he fit that description perfectly. Roswish turned to him with a glare, asking if he had no shame. The younger Rosis went on to say that all those traits were difficult to find, especially the last one. She mentioned how many people changed after gaining power or success and lost themselves in the process. Rosswise, thoughtful for a moment, said that even if such a person didn't exist, she didn't want to force herself into marriage. If she were ever to marry, she would only marry someone like that. Leon seemed a little taken back. Watching the younger Rose speak so earnestly, he realized he matched the image she had once painted in her mind. Roswis, now fully red in the face, insisted that it had just been something she said as a child. Leon chuckled, saying he understood and that she didn't need to be embarrassed. Aisha, still curious, asked who had pursued whom first. Without missing a beat, both Rosissa and Leon pointed fingers at each other and said, "She did, and he did," in perfect unison. Rosvis, with a glare, asked him to say it again. Leon admitted he hadn't realized what he had at first, ignored her, and then came crawling back when he wised up. Ross Weiss smiled and agreed. That was basically how it went. Aisha laughed and commented that she was happy the two of them had such a strong relationship. Then she mischievously pulled out another item and asked if they wanted to read some of the love letters Ross Weiss had received back in the day. Leon, Moon, and Noah all answered enthusiastically in the affirmative. Roswis, however, let out a dramatic cry questioning why those were even kept and insisted that she would burn them the moment she got the chance. Later, as Leon and Ra's wife entered the guest room, Leon remarked that there didn't seem to be any other option. They would have to share the room. He stated that he didn't want to do that. As they stepped in, their eyes widened in disbelief. The room had been prepared with incredible attention to romantic detail. A luxurious water tub filled with rose petals sat on one side, and the bed was decorated with roses shaped into a heart. The atmosphere screamed romance. Both of them stared speechless. As Rose Weiss was quite surprised upon seeing the room, she asked Aisha what was going on while Leon slapped himself in disbelief. Aisha winked at Rose Weiss, saying she had specifically prepared a guest room for them and mentioned they would stay there for the next 2 days. Rose Weiss, clearly embarrassed, asked if there were any other rooms, but Aisha hushed her, asking why couples acted so shy. Leon, watching everything unfold, thought he was terrified since the dragoness sister clearly could not be underestimated. Her intent seemed to be to lock up the two extinct species, let them go into heat, breed offspring, and complete the task of revitalizing the species. As Leon turned his face, wishing to escape from the fear bubbling inside him, Issa grabbed his shoulder with a firm grip, her sharp glare landing directly on him, and asked where he was planning to go. He tried to laugh it off, mentioning how his daughters might be missing him, so he would go check on them for a moment. But Aisha casually waved it off, assuring him there was no reason to worry about the children. She had made preparations in advance, giving them another room where they should be having a great time by now. Just before leaving, she threw another wink toward Rose Weiss, reminding her that they both should stay here and enjoy a proper rest. Once she left, both Rose Weiss and Leon let out a deep sigh of relief, their shoulders loosening a little. Rose Weiss commented that it looked like they had no choice but to sleep in that room for the night. Leon replied with a groan, saying he hadn't expected her sister to be so devious. Rose Weiss admitted her sister had always been like that, and if he stayed around longer, he would understand it for himself. When Rose Weiss curiously opened the wardrobe, her eyes widened in shock as she saw erotic outfits decorated with shiny details. She quickly shut the wardrobe, her face flushing, and stammered that the room only contained a bed and a bathtub, so Leon would have to sleep in the bathtub. Leon stood still, expression blank, and asked why he should sleep in the bathtub. He added that he had already checked and noticed the outlet had been deliberately blocked. He figured her sister was absolutely determined that they both sleep in the same bed. As he climbed onto the bed, he mentioned how the mattress felt a bit different compared to a regular one. Curious, he wondered if it might be a waterbed. He bounced on it joyfully, commenting on its softness, clearly enjoying the sensation, and added how elastic it felt while Rose Weiss, still embarrassed, looked at him and teased him quietly. Leon, refusing to miss the opportunity, declared he wouldn't let her enjoy such a comfortable bed all by herself. Rose Weiss turned her face away and muttered that they should sleep together. Leon, taken aback, hesitated for a moment and questioned her sudden change in behavior. He asked whether she had something wicked in mind. Rose Weiss, holding back a burst of frustration, raised her voice and asked if he would sleep or not. Narrowing her eyes while holding a whip in her hand, she warned him that maybe they could try out all the toys hidden inside the closet. At that moment, Leon's face turned pale, and he strongly refused, clearly frightened. Rose Weiss rolled her eyes and said she would take a bath, warning him not to peek. Leon asked who would even try to peek. Not buying a single word, Rose Weiss kicked him out of the room, saying she didn't trust him one bit. She told him to wait outside for a while and return later. As Leon stepped out, he whistled softly, muttering how it wasn't like he hadn't seen it before, and joked that he was simply tired of it now. Not long after, he found Issa sitting nearby, sipping wine. Aisha, spotting him, asked why he had come out and why he looked annoyed. Leon explained Rose Weiss was taking a bath and he stepped out to get some fresh air. Aisha offered him a drink, asking if he would join her. Leon nodded. She handed him a glass, saying it was the wine Rose Weiss always preferred. He thanked her and took a sip. Issa leaned back slightly and shared that she and Rose Weiss used to drink here sometimes and chat for hours. Leon remarked that they must have shared a close relationship. Issa nodded, adding that she had watched Rose Weiss grow up and had spent the first 50 years of her life by her side. When Rose Weiss left to become the Silver Dragon Queen, Their conversations turned into letters. It was through those letters that they kept track of each other's lives and safety. About a year ago, Rose Weiss wrote and told her she had married the Loki Dragon King and was pregnant. Aisha mentioned that even though her sister was married, her words had lacked joy. It was clear from her tone that she had been suffering. Leon quietly groaned in his thoughts, imagining how Rose Weiss had been forced to bear the child of someone she had as a mortal enemy. She had no choice but to go through everything alone with only the comfort of letters written to her sister. Those days must have felt unbearably long and full of sorrow. Aisha suddenly patted Leon's back hard and said she had once believed Rose Weiss had ended up with a lazy and useless dragon. Leon paused and asked if he really looked like that kind of dragon. Aisha observed him for a moment and answered that he didn't seem like trash, at least not from what she had seen tonight. Maybe there was more to him than she had expected. Her impression of him made her even more sure that Rose Weiss genuinely liked him. Leon, eyes wide, stood there in silence as he wondered if Rose Weiss truly had. As Leon slowly processed the possibility that Rose Weiss might actually like him, he immediately shrugged it off. He convinced himself it was impossible. How could that vicious mother dragon have feelings for him? As Isayan asking what he meant and whether he was truly sorry, Leon silently thought to himself that she didn't know her sister at all. He sighed, thinking that despite how things really were, they still had to keep pretending to be in love in front of her. Playing along, he declared to Aisha once more that she was right. They were in love. Aisha gently patted his shoulder, saying she had known from the beginning that they would eventually get along. She added that Rose Weiss wasn't very good at expressing her feelings, not even to her. Leon was the first dragon Rose Weiss had ever treated like this. Then with a more serious tone, Aisha warned him. She said that since he was a responsible man, she wouldn't need to tell him what to do in the future. He should already know. Trying to mask his fear, he forced a confident smile and assured her that she could leave Rose Weiss to him. He added that he had failed to take care of her when she had her first child. But if there ever was a second one, he would protect her, his wife, and their children to the death. Issa narrowed her eyes and sized him up, then let out a sigh and said he had better be serious about it. She gave him a push, telling him to stop showing off, to go back quickly, and not to keep Rose Weiss waiting. As Leon turned to leave, he received a call from Isha. He answered, asking if there was anything else. On the other end, with a mischievous smirk in her voice, she told him not to feel restrained tonight, mentioning that the soundproofing in the room was actually very good. Leon froze at her words. His mind blanked for a moment as he processed what she meant. When it finally hit him, his face turned red with embarrassment, and he shouted a quick thank you before rushing off. As Leon sneaked into the room and found Rose Weiss asleep, he walked closer, believing she had already fallen into a deep sleep. A small smile appeared on his face as he thought at least tonight he wouldn't have to deal with her suffering. Even though they were supposed to be enemies, he had to admit, she looked genuinely beautiful when she was sleeping. But then something strange caught his attention. He frowned, wondering what he was sensing. His eyes widened when he saw a soft glow coming from her chest. His heart started pounding. Could it be that the dragon pattern had activated? But then he shook his head, realizing that the dragon pattern on his own body wasn't resonating. Something didn't add up. Confused, he leaned in closer to take a better look. Suddenly, Rose Weiss greeted him casually. Leon jumped in shock, then quickly got angry, yelling at her. He demanded to know why she had hidden a light bulb under the quilt and scared him half to death. Amused, Rose Weiss replied that she had found the item among some small toys on the hanger and thought it was interesting, so she brought it in to amuse him. She smirked, teasing that, judging from his over-the-top reaction, he didn't seem to think it was a pity. Leon grumbled and brushed it off. He got into bed and pulled the blanket over himself, saying he was going to sleep and didn't want to talk to her. Rose Weiss chuckled and told him not to regret it later, especially if he ended up attacking her in the middle of the night. Just then, as Rose Weiss accidentally knocked against the bedside table, a spider dropped down from the ceiling and started swinging in front of her. She immediately froze, horrified, and let out a loud scream. Startled by the sound, Leon sat up and asked what had happened. But before he could finish speaking, Rose Weiss dashed toward him, hugging him tightly and crouching down in fear. She trembled, muttering that there was a spider. Leon thought back to earlier that day when he had flipped through her old photo album and remembered a childhood picture of Rose Weiss crying because of a spider. He wondered if this fear was a leftover trauma from her past. Leon laughed confidently, saying it seemed even the mighty Silver Dragon Queen was scared of something. He let out a sigh and walked over to where the spider was. saying there really was nothing he could do with her like this. He offered to catch it for her. Rosé, still hiding behind him, urged him to hurry up. As he reached for the spider, he suddenly felt something strange. Holding it in his hand, he paused. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that? As Leon fully examined it and tried to pass the toy spider to Rosewise, he explained that it was just a harmless toy and there was absolutely nothing to be afraid of. However, the moment Rosewise laid eyes on the spider up close, a scream of terror escaped her lips. Without hesitation, she surrounded herself with a defensive aura, firmly declaring that whether it was real or fake, it needed to be destroyed. Seeing her reaction, Leon quickly took the spider back and tried to calm her, assuring her that he would throw it outside. True to his word, he tossed the spider out, then turned back with a smile, announcing that the spider had been taken care of and that it was finally time to sleep. Rosewise, still visibly shaken and utterly embarrassed by her reaction, struggled to make eye contact. Leon, on the other hand, suspected that this was another clever design orchestrated by her sister to reveal Rosewise's fearful and vulnerable side. It appeared to have worked perfectly. As Rosewise stood silently trying to regain her composure, she quietly stated that she would sleep on the inside of the bed and suggested that he sleep on the outside, asking if that would be all right. Leon replied warmly, telling her there was no problem and that she could sleep wherever she wanted. With that, they lay down beside each other. After a moment of silence, Leon turned slightly and in a calm tone asked whether she was still scared. He gently suggested that if she was, she could hold his hand while sleeping. Rosewise, clearly caught off guard, scoffed in response, muttering that if he was offering, then she would go along with it. Without looking at him, she reached out and lightly held onto his pinky finger. Leon, puzzled by the gesture, questioned how he was supposed to feel safe holding just one little finger. Rosewise, visibly flustered, asked how else he was supposed to hold it. Then as Leon tried to take her whole hand, she corrected him, called him an idiot, and showed him how to hold it properly. Eventually, they interlocked their fingers, holding each other's tightly. Rosewise turned her face to the side, feeling heat rise to her cheeks. Her thoughts spiraled as she wondered how someone could hold her hand so casually. Was she the only one who felt awkward in this moment? She tried to calm her mind, reminding herself that she was the Silver Dragon Queen and must take responsibility for her actions. It was just hand-holding after all. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Leon broke the silence again, curiously asking why her hands were always so cold. Rosewise replied that she was simply born with a cold body. Rosewise, now completely red in the face, argued that it was his hands that were sweaty. Meanwhile, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. She had noticed the calluses and tiny scars on Lion's hands, marks left behind from years of holding a sword. Though rough, his hands radiated warmth. Where their interlocked fingers touched, it felt as though electricity was flowing through her skin. The sensation left her heart pounding uncontrollably. Leon suddenly brought up her earlier comment about Mates' selection criteria, asking what she truly meant by it. Rosewise brushed it off, explaining that it had just been a joke from over 100 years ago and not to take it seriously. With the conversation tapering off, they both tried to fall asleep, though neither one succeeded. Leon lay in silence, screaming internally, unable to fall asleep. He opened one eye slightly, trying to see whether Rosewise had already dozed off. As his thoughts raced, he repeatedly shifted his pinky ever so slightly, wondering if it would be all right to move his hand a little more. Slowly, he began to move his fingers. Rosewise, still wide awake, felt the movement and thought to herself that this guy was absolutely doing it on purpose. She peeked toward him, silently questioning how a captive dared to touch his master like that. Determined not to lose, she decided she would touch back, and she did rather firmly. Leon, surprised, asked what was going on and why her hand kept touching him. Their bodies ended up pushing closer beside each other, his hand brushing along her thighs and shoulders. In that brief contact, Leon felt the softness of her skin. It was warm and delicate. A strange sensation swept over him. There was something almost wild about the feeling. A hunger, foreign yet familiar, began to grow inside him. Both of them swallowed hard as they realized how close they had gotten. Their hearts raced, and when they met each other's eyes, they understood. There was a shared desire. Neither one spoke it, but both of them felt it. A silent nod was exchanged. Without saying a word, Leon pulled the blanket over them and leaned in closer. Carefully, he positioned himself above her, their breaths mingling as the space between them disappeared. He whispered softly that just for tonight, they would do it. They would. Rose Weiss called out for Lion with an alluring smile, dressed in her well-mannered clothes. Lion became utterly mesmerized by her beauty, believing they all understood what would follow next. But oddly, the dragon mark showed no reaction, and they moved closer to each other. The dragon mark, a type of magic designed to identify mutual appreciation and pure desire between two people, remained inactive. He moved close enough to kiss her, leaning in with hesitation. But just then his hand hit a pillow. A spider showed up beside them, causing Rose Weiss to scream in pain. Leon quickly threw it out and assured her not to be scared, warning her not to release the dragon flame in panic. From the roof, Aisha chimed in, asking if it was time they discovered the surprise she had prepared. Leon pulled Rose Weiss into his arms gently, telling her not to be afraid, promising everything was under control. He checked both inside and outside the room, confirming there were no other hidden tricks. The two spiders that appeared had also bled out. Wrapping his arms around Rose Weiss again, he held her sweetly. Rose Weiss mentioned his heart was racing, to which Leon admitted he was afraid of spiders too. Rose Weiss muttered she wouldn't do something like this again and requested he never bring it up after tonight. Leon gave her his word. The next morning, Rose's wife stirred awake and wondered when she had fallen asleep. Turning toward the space beside her, she checked if he had woken up already. She figured it was probably better this way. After everything from last night, she wasn't sure how to face him. It marked the first time she broke her own rules, exposing vulnerability in front of a human and falling asleep in his arms. As she blushed while getting dressed, she silently vowed never to tell anyone about it. The mere thought embarrassed her. Just then, Issa's voice came from outside the door. She asked if Rose Weiss was awake, questioning how her night had gone and if she had been excited. Rose Weiss shot back a warning glare, telling her not to pull a stunt like that again. Aisha raised an eyebrow, teasing her by asking whether she had used the toys she had prepared. Rose Weiss instantly denied it, brushing the thought away. Aisha sighed and said it was a pity. Then she added she would pack some toys for her to take home. She should practice with them. She added a question. When were they planning to have another child? Rose Weiss grabbed Isha's arm, half embarrassed and half irritated. She told her not to worry about that and suggested they head to the dining hall at Red Dragon Castle for breakfast instead. Meanwhile, Lion sat at the table with Mon. Mon announced that their mother and aunt had arrived. It was time to eat. Around the breakfast table, the air between Leon and Rose Weiss grew awkward and heavy. Leon, seated across from her, kept recalling last night. He found it deeply embarrassing. He had almost kissed her and even fell asleep while holding her, all due to the moment's atmosphere. Despite everything, he couldn't stop feeling unworthy, trapped in chaos and doubt. In the middle of this internal struggle, the regular Leon thought the bread tasted bland and maybe some peanut butter would help. As he reached across the table for it, his hand brushed against Rose Weiss's, triggering a sudden memory. As their hands brushed together on the dining table, both Leon and Rose Weiss quickly pulled away in awkward silence. They averted their eyes, muttering they could manage breakfast on their own. The moment lingered in the air, full of unspoken tension. Isa, ever observant and sharp with her tongue, raised an eyebrow and asked if the dining hall felt unusually warm. Why were both of them blushing? Rose Weiss scoffed, agreeing it was quite hot, while Leon nodded along, adding a stiff, "That's right." Isa leaned closer, mischief in her eyes. She asked whether they wanted to return to their room for a shower. In sync, Rose Weiss and Leon raised their voices in protest, denying any such need. Isha chuckled and leaned back, stating that no matter how many times she teased them, their reactions never failed to amuse her. Turning her attention elsewhere, Isa called out to little Rose, asking if she had some friction with the Duke of the Red Flame Dragon clan a few days ago. Rose Weiss answered instead, explaining that his son had led a group to bully Noi, but ended up getting beaten. When the Duke tried to stir up more trouble, Leon stepped in and knocked him down. Aisha smiled and patted Noise's head, stating how amazing their little had become. However, Isha's tone grew serious as she mentioned the Duke's return. After his humiliation, he had stormed back to find their leader, Constantine, and stirred up a fuss over the matter. Rose Weiss muttered what a pathetic man he was. While Leon reflected silently, he recalled how in Dragon Clan history, that same Duke had once been recognized as a heroic figure who helped expand their territory. Isa pointed out his recent activity, always seeking chances to extend his domain. She warned they might use this incident as an excuse to cause more trouble. Rose Weiss shrugged off the threat with confidence. If that duke dared to attack her silver dragon castle over a petty grudge, she wouldn't mind letting the Red Flame Dragon clan try a little harder. Soon, the scene shifted to the front gate of Red Dragon Castle. Aisha embraced Rose Weiss warmly, bidding her farewell and wishing her a safe journey. Rose Weiss assured her they would come back to visit soon. Aisha handed Rose Weiss a parting gift, urging her to open it once she reached home. Rose Weiss expressed her gratitude as Isha hugged her nieces fondly and gave the children a kiss on the forehead. She told them to eat more meat, grow up fast, and come play with her again. Moan nodded, promising she would eat well. Issa then turned to Leon, offering her hand. She reminded him of the promise he made. Leon shook her hand and gave his word he wouldn't forget. With that, Rose Weiss transformed into her dragon form, wings spreading as they prepared for departure. They bid farewell, rising into the sky. Aisha stood at the entrance, waving until they vanished from sight. As she returned inside, she thought to herself how interesting the young dragons were. She wondered playfully when they might have another baby. Upon opening the door, a spider dropped from above and landed right in front of her. Aisha narrowed her eyes and chuckled, thinking the boy must be eager to protect his wife. Somewhere in the sky, Leon sneezed. He guessed Aisha had found the surprise he left behind. Rose Weiss and her sister truly felt different from the usual dragon kids he had encountered. Spending time with them revealed they were not just powerful, but also deeply caring. They loved their family in a warm, genuine way. Isha had trusted him enough to leave her precious sister in his care. Rose Weiss turned toward him mid-slide and narrowed her eyes. She asked what promise he had made to her sister. Just before leaving, Leon gave a sly grin and said that if she really wanted to know, then too bad. He refused to tell her. Rose Weiss scowled, puffing her cheeks in irritation. After returning to the castle, Rose Weiss watched their children as they settled down for a nap. She stepped outside quietly only to find Leon already waiting for her. He called her name with a grin, claiming it was time she gave him a live performance of what he had seen in yesterday's video. Apparently, Leon had prepared a revenge plan. His goal was to mentally torment her, using her dark past so she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. He began mimicking her exaggeratedly, singing, pretending to bathe, twirling an imaginary tail, and blowing bubbles. Rose Weiss's expression twisted into pure rage. Back at Red Dragon Castle, Aisha had shared videos of Rose Weiss's childhood with the children. In one of them, Rose Weiss had been singing in the bath, humming cheerfully that she loved taking a bath to make herself feel good. Leon laughed so hard he had to hold his stomach, claiming her singing had the charm of a lullaby. Rose Weiss's eyes flared with fury. She vowed to destroy the video, swearing it must be wiped from existence, but Aisha had already taken precautions. She restrained Rose Weiss and insisted that Anna wouldn't be allowed. She claimed it had become a cherished family heirloom. No matter how much Rosa Weiss protested, the video remained untouched. In the end, it survived the chaos and stayed preserved. To keep Rose Weiss from having a peaceful night's rest, Leon decided to tease her about her childhood. He mimicked the way Rose Weiss used to take showers as a kid, even singing the same silly songs she used to hum back then. Watching her grow increasingly speechless with rage amused him greatly. With a smirk, he leaned in, one hand pressed against the wall, and began to mock her. "You're really stupid." At that moment, Rose Weiss lowered her head in silence, her hands curling into tight fists at her sides. Leon's joke had clearly enraged her, but she didn't explode in fury or lash out with insults. Instead, she held the storm inside, forcing herself to stay composed. Should we continue doing what we didn't do last night? To Leon, Rose Weiss looked like the embodiment of wrath itself. Her eyes seemed to glow with a fierce red glint. He was in serious trouble. He stared at her wide-eyed and silently muttered to himself, "She is angry. I'd better run away first." Noticing that Rose Weiss was still seething and momentarily distracted by her own fury, Leon seized the opportunity. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and darted away, slipping out of her reach and making a beeline for his room. Leon sprinted toward his room's door, throwing it open and rushing inside. Just as he reached out to close it, a sudden hand shot into the doorway, stopping the door from shutting. Leon's heart raced as Rose Weiss slowly pushed the door open wider, peering through the narrow gap at him, standing defenseless inside. The weight of her presence pressed down on him. The unique commanding aura befitting a queen radiated from Rose Weiss, filling the room with oppressive intensity. Before he could gather the courage to respond, Rose Weiss slammed the door shut with a force that echoed down the entire corridor. The heavy sound lingered in the air long after she had hurried away, her footsteps fading into the distance. Leaning against the closed door, Leon stood frozen, speechless. After a long moment, he closed his eyes and brought his hand up to his mouth, slapping it lightly several times in frustration. Stopping his frustrated self-smacks, he lifted his head and vividly recalled the furious expression on Rosewise's face the moment she heard his words. The memory sent a chill down his spine. Leon crossed his arms firmly over his chest, deep in thought as he considered how best to retaliate against Rosewise. A victorious smile slowly spread across his face, as if he had just uncovered a clever and effective strategy to strike at her. His plan was to dredge up embarrassing moments from Rosewise's childhood, those private, vulnerable memories that would shame and humiliate her. He knew such a blow would shake her emotionally, and he could already picture the look on her face when her defenses cracked. Though he understood that her emotional breakdown would come at a price, enduring harsh physical punishment himself, he saw it as a sacrifice necessary for the greater cause of dragon slaying. At that moment, Rosewise was showering in her room. Behind the translucent curtain, her slender legs were faintly visible, gently tapping the tiled floor in a relaxed rhythm. The warm water cascaded slowly over her thighs, sending a comforting mist through the bathroom. Her head and body were lathered with fragrant shower gel, bubbles dancing and swirling across her skin like tiny clouds. A soft smile curved her lips as she raised her hands to wash her hair, humming a gentle tune that floated lightly through the steamy air. Throughout the castle, most rooms had already fallen into darkness for the night. Only Lion's and Rosewise's chambers remained lit, glowing softly in the silence. Yet Leon, still proud and confident in his clever revenge plan, had no idea what awaited him next. Rosewise was punishing him again. Leon's heart sank. He couldn't endure this kind of treatment any longer. He couldn't help but shout loudly. Leon screamed, Don't be too harsh, Rosewise." At this moment, Leon had already put on his pajamas and was lying on Rosewise's bed. Rosewise had changed into a tight-fitting outfit that showed off her slim and pretty figure. She wore black suspender socks that added to her bold look. The top two buttons of her shirt were undone, revealing the tight clothing underneath and the shape of her chest, which moved slightly as she did. Leon not only showed no interest in Rosewise's role-playing, but also felt some disdain for her acting skills. He wasn't sure why she was treating him this way. Rosewise dressed like this seemed very strange to him. "That's impolite." Before Leon could finish his sentence, Rosewise suddenly snapped at him. His words had clearly upset her. Without hesitation, she swung her whip and gave him a firm strike. It was her way of punishing him for saying something she didn't like. Leon shouted loudly. The whip hit Leon's arm, making him feel the pain again. He closed his eyes tightly, opened his mouth, and rolled toward the other side of the bed. Then Rosewise climbed onto the bed and knelt next to Lion. She placed the whip under his chin, making him lift his head to look at her. With a playful tap of the whip against his chin, like teasing a puppy, she smiled, standing tall and proud like a queen. Leon looked uneasy. He didn't dare to speak freely for now. But what confused him most was why she was acting this way toward him. He silently thought to himself, "This whip doesn't hurt much on the body, but it feels so awkward." Leon remembered that tonight he had imitated what Rosewise did when she was a child. This joke had made her very angry. At this moment, it seemed that Rosewise was also using a similar method to make him feel ashamed. He seemed to understand her intention. "I understand. She wants to make me feel ashamed through this role-playing game." Rosewise was acting like a strict teacher, while Leon played the role of a student who made mistakes and didn't listen. If I want to finish tonight's game as soon as possible, I must fully cooperate with Rosewise. Seeing that Leon didn't speak again, Rosewise got out of bed. She thought he was reflecting on his behavior. She lightly tapped her palm with the whip, while looking at him with serious eyes and asked, "Do you know where you went wrong?" At that moment, Leon pushed himself up on the bed with both hands and slowly sat up. Wanting to finish this awkward roleplay quickly, he gritted his teeth and went along with it. Thinking about the words he had to say made him feel shy, and his face slowly turned red. She took off her glasses and looked at Leon, telling him the next step of her plan. "All right, are you ready to submit your homework?" At that moment, Leon was stunned. He wasn't sure what Rosewise meant by what she said. He stared at her blankly and blinked his eyes, asking her, in a puzzled tone, "Homework? What is that?" Regarding Leon's reaction, Rosewise's face showed an unhappy expression. She felt displeased that Lion didn't realize what she meant. She raised an eyebrow and said in a serious tone, "Don't you even know what homework is? Do you still dare to say that you want to study hard?" Leon really didn't know what Rosewise meant by homework. He felt a bit embarrassed by her unclear demands. He asked her to explain it to him. Could you please say it again, Miss Melchief? I will listen carefully. Upon hearing Leon's sincere question, Rosewise did not refuse. She commended his studious attitude. She placed her glasses and whip on the cabinet and said to him, Okay, after all, I'm also very reasonable. She looked down at Lion lying beneath her and gently placed her hand on his chest as if inviting him closer. With a playful smile, she grew more excited, ready for what was coming next. Then she revealed the specific details of the homework to Lion. Today's homework is to make my dragon mark light up. When Leon heard Rosewise's words, he was surprised. He hadn't expected that the homework she gave him would be something like this. Rosés leaned down and pressed her body close against Leon's. She gently ran her fingers around his bare chest, teasing him softly. He gathered his courage and accepted the challenge of this homework. Who? Who said I couldn't do it? Leon raised his hand and gently touched Rosewise's thin, soft waist. He started in a familiar spot, then slowly moved his hand up along her waist, exploring other parts of her body. As he touched her more and more, Leon felt his own body growing hotter. It seemed Leon had touched a very sensitive spot on Rosewise's body. Suddenly, her whole body trembled. She lifted her head and stretched her neck, closing her eyes tightly while blushing deeply. She tried hard to hold back her voice and not cry out. Rosewise felt a warm, pleasant sensation spreading through her. She wanted to push it away, but also wanted it more than anything. The feeling was so strong, she almost felt like fainting. She opened one eye and parted her lips slightly to catch her breath, then praised Leon's skill. Leon, you've mastered the essentials so quickly. Rosewise couldn't hold back the comfortable feeling any longer. She looked up, her face flushed, and let out a soft, happy sigh. At that moment, she was enjoying Leon's touch like a soothing massage, a big smile spreading across her face. Then she gently took Leon's head and pressed it against her twin peaks, wanting to make the feeling even stronger. Her head started to feel dizzy, but she didn't want him to stop. She was lost in the moment, completely caught up in the pleasure and couldn't pull away. Rosewise straddled Leon's body and gently twisted her waist. She thoroughly enjoyed his massage, feeling her body gradually relax and soften. A warm blush spread across her cheeks from his touch. He lifted his head and rested his chin on her elastic chest. With his eyebrows lowered, he looked up at her with a pleading expression. I have completed my homework. Is this okay? Upon hearing Leon's words, Rosewise let out a soft chuckle. She narrowed her eyes and flashed a mischievous smile. Raising a hand to her cheek, she appeared lost in the lingering sensation of his touch. In her heart, she felt that Leon's massage hadn't been enough to satisfy her desires. She said to him, Just now was only some pre-class exercises. Your real homework hasn't been submitted yet. Upon hearing Rosewise's words, Leon was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that she was unsatisfied with what had already happened and intended to take things even further. He stared at her blankly and said, Is this okay too? Rosewise gently rested her hand on Lion's chest, gazing at him with tender eyes. Her twin peaks pressed and brushed against him, silently urging him forward. Leon lowered his head to look at the dragon mark and thought to himself, Is it because of the dragon mark? My mouth is getting drier and drier. At that moment, Leon felt something was wrong with his body. He opened his mouth and began panting. He seemed to want to relieve his dry mouth by breathing fresh air, but it didn't help. The more he breathed, the drier his mouth felt. His body also started to feel restless, moving uncontrollably. On the contrary, she reached out her hands and gently cradled his head, guiding him back into the bed. The soft mattress welcomed the two as they sought to entwine with each other. Leon rested his head on Rosewise's neck and took a deep breath. Her scent sent waves of excitement through his body. He then gently kissed her neck and the surrounding skin. How could Rosewise resist such stimulation? The blush on her face deepened. She lifted her neck and let out a contented sigh. Leon, you're a bad boy, Miss Melchi. Isn't this what you wanted? Leon closed his eyes, reached out, and gently cuped Rosewise's head, deepening the intensity of his kisses. Rosewise could clearly hear the sound of his kisses in her ears, which made her body grow increasingly excited. She couldn't resist Lion's advances. It felt as if her body was slipping beyond her control. Closing her eyes, she surrendered to the wave of excitement spreading through her. He pressed tightly against her body, reducing the distance between them to nothing. He tightly grasped her hand, interlacing his fingers with hers. After being carried by Rosewise for a while, Leon finally managed to rest. At that moment, his body felt utterly exhausted. He leaned back against the bed, closed his eyes, and let out a slow sigh. Silently, he stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. His clothes had been tossed onto the floor. Rosewise lay beside him with her eyes closed, resting. Having removed all her clothes as well, she simply covered herself with a blanket. Seeing that Rosewise was ready to rest, Leon picked up the pajamas that had fallen under the bed and put them on. While dressing, he asked Rosewise in a tired voice, "Miss Melchi, my homework has been submitted. Can we finish class now?" He had been tormented by Rosewise for some time and was now both physically and mentally exhausted. He didn't want to continue what had just happened. He planned to leave her room and return to his own to sleep. Just as Leon was putting on his pajamas and preparing to leave, Rosewise reached out and grabbed his sleeve, stopping him. Leon furrowed his brow and looked down at her hand, a growing sense of unease stirring in his heart. "Ah!" Leon let out a mournful wail. His cry echoed through the silver dragon castle, piercing the dazzling starry sky. Rosewise paid no attention to his complaints. If he had been able to do it before, he could manage the extra homework she assigned him that night. She closed her eyes and said to Leon with a smile, "No more excuses, Leon. Pull yourself together and get ready to pull an all-nighter on this homework." Outside the Silver Dragon Castle, the sun gradually rose and illuminated the dim sky. After a night of Leon taking her seriously, Rosewise felt that her body and mind had been thoroughly purified. Crossing her hands in front of her chest, she walked to the gate of Silver Dragon Castle in a very good mood. However, Leon, walking beside her, stood in stark contrast. Noah and Muan looked up and saw Leon in a very poor mental state. They were very curious about this. Noah asked in confusion, "Why do you look like you haven't slept all night?" At that moment, Moana found Leon's appearance very interesting. She raised her hand, pointed at Lion's dark circles, and laughed heartily. "Ah, Dad's dark circles are really dark because he couldn't rest well all night." Leon felt his head spin, but he could still hear what Noah and Juan were saying clearly. Upon hearing Juan's words, he calmly pointed to the dark circles under his eyes and explained to them, "I stayed up too late doing homework. Leon was already an adult and didn't have to go to school, so there shouldn't be anyone assigning him homework." Muan was a bit confused by Leon's answer. She raised her hand and tapped her chin, then lifted her head and pondered for a moment. "Do adults also have homework?" In order to prevent Noah and Moana from knowing what had really happened last night, Rosewise came up with another explanation. She said to them with a smile, "Children have homework for children. Of course, adults also have homework for adults." Noah and Juan lifted their heads together and looked at Rosewise, momentarily speechless. They still didn't quite understand what she was saying. After exchanging a glance, they both fell into deep thought. Just then, Mon seemed to have an idea. She perked up, raised her hand excitedly, and shared her thoughts. Man had discovered a curious pattern. Whenever Mom was in good condition, Dad would become very weak, and whenever Dad was doing well, Mom would suddenly become very weak. Am I right? While explaining to Lion and Rosewise, Moana excitedly pointed at them with her finger. Leon and Rosewise were both surprised by her discovery. They hadn't expected one to figure out their physical condition based on their mental state. Leon, impressed by her sharp observation skills, reached out and gently patted Juan's head, offering her a faint smile. He said to Mon, "Good girl, you're so clever." Although Leon and Rosewise hadn't told Mon what had happened between them, Leon couldn't help but admire her keen observation. Silently, he thought to himself, she easily saw through the truth that ordinary people couldn't discover. Upon hearing Lion's praise, Mon was overjoyed. She looked up at him with a bright smile, her tail wagging excitedly. Standing behind her, Leon took a protective stance, raising his hand and gazing ahead with determination in his eyes. "If anyone says you're only cute in the future, Dad will be the first to fight with him." Mon stood proudly in front of Leon, hands on her hips, wearing a cheerful expression. She looked ahead with determination, mirroring Lion's gaze. Just then, Noah heard a sound coming from the sky. She tilted her head upward, eyes fixed on a distant point. "It's here," she said. It was Leviathan, the school bus that came to take her to school. With massive wings beating steadily, it flew toward them, letting out a cry as if to announce its arrival at the castle gate. Moments later, Leviathan hovered above them, waiting for Noah to board. Seeing it approach, Noah turned around, grasped one strap of her backpack, and waved with her free hand. With calm composure, she bid farewell to Rosewise and Moana. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Moana. Rosewise nodded, indicating that Noah could leave. She gently held Moana's hand with one hand and waved her other hand toward Noah. She smiled and said goodbye to her. Take care on your way. Although Moana couldn't bear to see Noah leave, she still waved happily at her and hoped she could come home soon. Noah, come back quickly and play with Moana. When you're not around, Moana will miss you. Although Leon was still a bit dazed, he also showed a faint smile and encouraged her. Study hard. See you next weekend. Upon hearing what Leon said to her, Noah felt a bit shy. She still didn't dare take the initiative to say goodbye to Leon. However, she turned around to face him and nodded, which could be considered as accepting Leon's encouragement. I'm leaving. With those words, Leviathan unleashed a burst of blue magical energy toward the ground. The light swirled around Noah, gently lifting her off her feet. In a smooth motion, the great creature carried her into the carriage on its back. Once she was safely aboard, Leviathan beat its massive wings, turned midair, and soared into the distance. There were still more students to collect before the school day began. Leon and Rosewise watched silently, heads tilted upwards as the dragon-like beast faded into the sky. After Leviathan vanished, Leon looked down at Moana with a gentle smile and asked, So after sending Noah to school, what are we going to do today? Juan didn't respond right away. She tapped her chin thoughtfully and tilted her head, lost in silent reflection. Dad always looks weak, and Mom seems worried, she thought. Moana had begun to notice how often Leon seemed tired or distant. If things continued this way, she feared his health would suffer. A quiet resolve grew inside her. She glanced up at Lion with determination. Noah is not here. I want to urge Dad to exercise and become stronger. Leon, noticing her intense expression, blinked in confusion. Before he could ask, Moon hopped down from his arms, grabbed his hand, and tugged him forward with excitement. Dad, let's go for a run at the training ground today. Leon was surprised, but didn't resist. He wasn't sure what had sparked this idea in her, but he nodded anyway. Okay. From behind, Rosewise watched them go. A slight smile touched her lips as she thought to herself, it seems quite interesting. Leon and Moana arrived, also in sportswear. They began stretching. Leon demonstrated warm-ups while chanting, and Moana observed and copied his movements. Though the exercises were a bit tough due to her height, one kept trying to match Leon's rhythm. She asked, Dad, why do we need to do this? Leon smoothly switched to another stretch. He placed his right hand on his left and twisted, explaining the importance of warming up before exercise. He told her stretching relaxes muscles, improves flexibility, and reduces injury risk. Moan followed along, closing her eyes and focusing. She responded, I know. Count me in. Rosewise, adjusting her gloves, approached in sportswear, ready to join the training. She wore a white vest, blue pants, and proper running shoes. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail for ease of movement. Her outfit looked light and mobile. Anna, the head maid, quietly followed. Moan beamed with joy upon seeing Rosewise. With clenched fists and hopeful eyes, she asked, Yeah, is Mom running with us too? Rosewise approached. She bent slightly, one hand on her waist, and gently patted Moan's head. With a smile, she said, That's right. Give it your best. I won't go easy, she added. Moana cheerfully responded. Moan won't go easy on Mom either. Leon nearby frowned slightly. He doubted whether Rosewise's body could handle it. He warned her, You sit in the office all day. Don't sprain your ankle. But Rosewise just smiled confidently, arms open. She remembered their last training ground duel. She teased. Last time I still won. Leon crossed his arms in frustration. You barely won. I wasn't serious, he snapped. Rosewise grinned. If you're not satisfied, let's go again. Juan got excited, remembering their last match. Yeah, Dad and Mom, fight again. Leon quickly crouched and covered Juan's mouth. No talking about violence and fighting, he said seriously. He clearly didn't want a rematch. Last time his distraction cost him the match, and the memory still bothered him. It was too embarrassing to admit in front of Juan. Juan tilted her head, confused. Why can't Dad beat Mom? Leon was stunned. He didn't expect her to question his strength like that. How is she already breaking people mentally at her age, he thought, refusing to admit defeat. He closed his eyes and muttered, That's because I let her win. Rosewise drew a starting line in the sand with her tail. Standing nearby, she had heard everything. She turned to him. Still won't admit it? How about we see who lasts longer, she challenged. Leon stood, clenched his fist and accepted. Fine, let's settle it. He looked determined. Leon, Rosewise, and Muan walked to the starting line. Leon did final stretches. Rosewise stared ahead confidently. Muan stood strong beside them, fists clenched and gaze steady. I won't lose either, she declared. They bent down and took their starting positions. Anna raised her hand and called out, Ready, go! They launched forward immediately. A cloud of dust exploded behind them. Muan sprinted ahead with light, graceful steps. Leon and Rosewise followed close behind. Leon glanced at her long tail. He smirked. Doesn't that tail slow you down? But Rosewise ran effortlessly and calmly. It helps me balance. Something you don't have, she replied. Muan had already pulled far ahead. Leon and Rosewise kept a steady pace. Rosewise teased again. You could grow a tail too. Leon understood the jab, focused straight ahead, and began speeding up. I don't need a tail to beat you, he said confidently. After 2 laps, Muan couldn't hold on anymore. Her shaking hair made it clear she was exhausted. She slowed down, walked to the bench, and sat, bracing herself with both hands. Closing her eyes tightly, she panted hard. Her young body clearly wasn't built for long-distance running. Struggling to catch her breath, she said in a broken voice, Muan can't run anymore. Anna walked over and knelt beside her, handing over a bottle of pineapple juice she had prepared in advance. She gently stroked Muan's head and smiled, praising her. Your Highness already did very well. Seeing her favorite drink, Muan lit up. She took the juice and drank it in big gulps. The sweet flavor slowly eased her thirst. On the field, Leon and Rosewise were still running, neither giving in. Sand and dust kicked up behind them as they raced. Rosewise gradually pulled ahead. Anna looked toward the two and encouraged Muan. Let's cheer for Her Majesty and the King. Watching Rosewise pick up speed, Leon began to feel pressured. Breathing heavily, he focused on her figure ahead. The silver dragons are naturally fast. I don't stand much of a chance in a foot race, but once I'm at the starting line, I can't back down. Suddenly, Leon pushed harder and started closing the distance. I'm a dragon slayer. I can't lose like this. Determined, Leon furrowed his brow and glanced at Rosewise. He couldn't lose again, not like last time. With a loud shout, he rammed into her, refusing to fall behind. A dragon slayer never gives up until death. Rosewise wasn't backing down either. She bumped him back, and they raced at full speed, pushing one another to go faster. Neither wanted to be outdone. The sun began to set, casting golden light across the training ground, as if watching the duel unfold. 20 minutes later, the race ended. Leon collapsed, arms spread, lying flat on the ground. He couldn't even speak, gasping for breath, drained of all strength. He had given it his all just to beat Rosewise. She approached him, still looking energetic. Smiling as she looked down at him, she bent slightly. So do you concede? Leon refused to admit defeat. Still gasping, he muttered, No, no. Rosewise giggled. No, then do you want to get up and keep running? She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, her figure swaying slightly. Leon's pathetic state amused her. Just moments ago, he was full of bravado. Now he couldn't even get off the ground. Rosewise had clearly won. Leon, covered in sweat, frowned at her words. He wasn't willing to believe this was all he was capable of. Still panting, he wiped his face. Give me 2 days, he said, and I'll beat you. Rosewise squatted down, resting her chin on her hand as she studied him with interest. With a human body like yours, I don't think even 2 years is enough. She wagged her tail in amusement. Leon's frustration boiled over. He glared. Who says I can't do it? Rosé stepped closer and playfully poked his face with her tail. Leon scowled but lacked the energy to react. Grinning mischievously, she said, So, Mr. Leon, our defeated challenger, can you perform now? She added teasingly. I love bath time. It keeps me fine. Leon was stunned, speechless. She still remembered his joke from that night. This race was clearly her payback for that joke and the homework session she had put him through. Pushing himself up, Leon glared at her. If you keep holding grudges like this, one day it's going to backfire. Rosewise walked away, her back to him. She was clearly pleased with her victory. Thanks, I'm good at holding grudges, she said with a smile. She waved to Muan. Come on, sweetie, Dad's too weak. I'll do the rest of the training with you. Muan lit up. Yeah, Mom, wait for me. She sprinted over to Rosewise, thrilled she'd join her. Rosewise took her hand and led her to the other side of the training field. Moan suddenly remembered something. She turned back with a happy grin and called out, "Dad, your body's too weak. You need to exercise more." Leon froze, speechless. He stood in place, Moan's words cutting deep. "Even she thinks I'm weak." His image in front of Moan shattered. He clenched his fists in frustration. With a loud shout, he called after them, "Fortune ebbs and flows. Don't underestimate your dad's body." Rosewise held Moana's hand and walked forward, chatting and smiling. Moana looked up at her mother, excitedly, talking about their next plans. Neither of them seemed to hear or pretended not to hear Leon's desperate cry behind them. It was now dinner time. After the competition, Leon, Rosewise, and Moan returned to Silver Dragon Castle. They changed into fresh clothes and headed to the dining room. The table was filled with dishes, steak, broth, small desserts, all looking so delicious they made one drool. Moan picked up a spoon, scooped up a chunk of meat, and carefully held her other hand beneath it to catch any dripping juice. With a cheerful smile, she offered it to Leon. Dad say Leon followed her lead, opened his mouth and ate the meat. He slumped on the table like a deflated balloon, eyes closed, slowly savoring the flavor. The race had drained all his energy. "Ah, Dad," Moan said, sitting beside him. Moan panicked when she saw he was chewing the spoon too. She reached out to take it back. Meanwhile, Rosewise calmly ate her food. Seeing Leon so drained, she chuckled. "Those old bones aren't getting any younger. Don't push yourself next time." Moana quickly removed the spoon from Lion's mouth. He looked displeased at Rosewise's comment and responded with a tired voice. He was still sore from how Rosewise had worn him out the night before, which left him too weak to perform today. "It's because of last night's homework. If I hadn't stayed up so late, I could have beaten you today." Rosewise let out a soft chuckle, then put down her utensils and crossed her arms. "Oh, then, do you want more homework tonight?" she said with a teasing smile. "What?" Leon suddenly sat up, surprised. He couldn't believe what he just heard. His fatigue vanished instantly. He had no desire to be tortured by her again. Thinking fast, he hugged Moan and pressed her face to his. "I made plans with Moan tonight. I need to tell her a story," he added quickly. Moan blinked, confused. She didn't remember such a plan and asked innocently, "Dad, did we have this appointment?" Leon felt cornered. If Rosewise realized he was just avoiding her, she might assign even more homework, forcing a smile. He awkwardly replied, "We didn't earlier, but we do now." Rosewise seemed to pick up on his nervous reaction. She found it amusing but didn't call him out directly. After finishing her food, she stood and smiled at them. "Don't stay up too late. Get some rest," she said kindly. Then she left the dining room. Leon sighed in relief. Thankfully, she didn't insist on dragging him to her room. He gently patted his chest to calm down. At least tonight, he wouldn't be as exhausted as before. Moana didn't understand what just happened between them, but she looked at Rosewise's back with a bright smile. "I know, Mom," she replied. Meanwhile, Rosewise was walking through the hallway. Outside, the moonlight shone softly through the windows, casting a gentle glow across the corridor. Her footsteps echoed through the still hallway, bathed in moonlight like a silent guardian. The entire place was calm, no sound but her own. Suddenly, she stopped. She sensed someone behind her, but didn't need to turn around to know who it was. "You can come out," she said calmly. A black figure leapt in through the castle window, landing in the shadows. It was Sherry, who had been investigating the whereabouts of Lion's master. She now wore clothes suited for sneaking into human territory. She placed one hand over her chest and the other behind her back, then bowed slightly. "Your Majesty," she greeted. Rosewise turned to face her. "Any news?" Expressionless, Sherry began her report. She had found the former residence of Tiger Lawrence and his wife, but they had moved out over a year ago and left the empire. Before leaving, they donated their possessions to an orphanage and gave their livestock to neighbors. Except for, she paused. Rosewise's expression shifted with interest. "Except for a donkey," Sherry finished seriously. She hadn't expected that to be the only thing left behind. She recalled what the neighbors had told her. The couple had treasured that donkey and took it with them when they left. Rosewise remembered Leon mentioning a story involving a donkey. She silently wondered to herself, is it the same donkey Leon talked about? After a moment of thought, she looked at Sherry. "Keep tracking Tiger's whereabouts. If there's any news, report back." Sherry nodded, acknowledging the order. Understood. She bowed once more and vanished from sight. Rosewise turned and looked up toward the window, lost in thought. There was still something she couldn't quite figure out. The moonlight reflected on Rosewise's puzzled expression. Though she had learned that Leon's master had left home, the reasons behind it were unclear. Still, there had to be something important that caused him to leave his original residence. Why would Leon's master leave the Empire? A few days later, the weekend arrived. The weather was bright and sunny, and sunlight bathed Silver Dragon Castle like a golden scarf draped over its towers. Under such pleasant weather, Noah returned home from school in high spirits. But soon a surprised voice echoed through the castle. What? A family sports meet? Leon and Rose sat on the sofa, both raising their eyebrows in unison as they repeated the words. They looked at Noah, surprised. Noah nodded calmly. Standing in front of them, she repeated, "Yes, the Academy will hold a family sports meet next week." Rosewise leaned back, resting her chin on her hand as she looked up thoughtfully. A family sports meet? I joined one when I was studying at St. H Academy, but back then, parents weren't required to attend. Noah looked at her and added, "They said it's a new kind of event they're trying out." Meanwhile, Mon was sitting nearby, happily munching on snacks. Her eyes lit up when she heard that Rosewise had once joined a sports meet. Still chewing, she looked up and asked curiously, "What was Mom's ranking back then?" Thinking back, Rosewise couldn't help but feel a little pride. She leaned forward slightly and gave a confident smile, covering part of her face with one hand while lifting her index finger with the other. "Of course, first place." Juan's eyes widened in amazement. "Wow, Mom is amazing." She quickly turned to Leon. "What about Dad?" Leon's arms folded across his chest, stayed calm. "I didn't have a ranking." Juan blinked, confused. "Why?" "But you're super strong." Leon closed his eyes and smirked. "Because my score was always much higher than the second place. The Academy suspected I was cheating and didn't include my results in the rankings." Still confused, Juan asked innocently, "Did Dad cheat?" Leon didn't respond right away. He walked up to her and gently flicked her forehead. "Ah!" Juan leaned back, startled. Leon frowned slightly, a bit irritated by the implication. "Of course not." He placed his hands on his waist and explained, "Later, the Academy secretly gave me a medal. I melted it and turned it into a gold bracelet for your grandmother." Juan, now covering her forehead, looked a little pitiful, but after hearing the explanation, she nodded in understanding. Rosewise was surprised. "You melting a medal? You've always cared about honor and championships." Leon shrugged, opening his hands casually. "I don't want any glory that can't be publicly acknowledged." He preferred official recognition and achievements, not secret awards. Rosewise turned to Noah. "So, are you planning to join the sports meet?" Noah paused and thought, "Well, it's just for fun. Grades don't count for anything, but I want to take first place." She looked forward, eyes full of determination. She wanted to prove herself, just like her parents once did. Clenching her fists, Noah stood tall. Her drive reminded Leon of something. Her determination to be the best is even stronger than that of most young dragons, he thought. She really inherited that fire from both of us. Leon glanced at Rosewise. Without speaking, they both understood. They nodded to each other and placed a hand on Noah's shoulders. Together they said, "Let's participate." Noah's mouth opened in surprise. She hadn't expected them to agree. A small, joyful smile appeared on her face. Mon, watching the scene, was thrilled. Noah. Mon wants to join too. But Noah hesitated. Her expression dimmed slightly. This sports meet only allows 3 people. Mon puffed up her cheeks and looked down, clearly disappointed. But she didn't give up. She still wanted to support her family. Leon walked over and gently placed a hand on her head. Mon can be our biggest cheerleader. With your support, Dad, Mom, and Noah will definitely win. Hearing this, Mon perked up again. She clenched her fists and raised them to her head, saying brightly, "Yeah, Mon will cheer super hard for you." Leon, standing behind her, raised his fist too. "Together we'll win this thing." "No problem." Man joined in with excitement. "Yeah." Noah, though a bit shy, also raised her fists and whispered, "Yeah." The scene shifted into a crisp, refreshing morning at Silver Dragon Castle. He arrived early at the training ground, dressed in comfortable athletic wear. Already easing into his warm-up routine, he bent his right leg, stretched the other back, and straightened up effortlessly. His goal simple: get a head start on training for the upcoming family sports meet. As Leon continued his stretches, a familiar figure came into view. Rose Wise was approaching with a relaxed smile, dressed in sleek, lightweight sportswear, her hair tied into a high ponytail. She raised her arms above her head, stretching with elegant ease, her posture exuding calm confidence. Leon, still mid-stretch, blinked just briefly, slightly dazed. She really does have the figure of a model. She could wear anything and still make it look stunning, he thought. Rose Wise, unaware of his thoughts, stepped forward with a cheerful suggestion. The kids are still asleep. Let's do 2 laps to warm up. As they ran, Leon glanced at Rose Wise. By the way, what kind of events are in a Dragon Clan sports meet? Rose Wise looked straight ahead, answering casually. When I was in the academy, we had triathlons, running, high jumps, long jumps, things like that. Leon chuckled. So, not that different from our human events. Doesn't sound too hard. Rosace's eyes narrowed slightly. She shot him a sideways glance. Don't take it lightly. Our sports meets are anything but simple. Leon thumped his chest with confidence. Well, I'm a dragon slayer. Taking first place in those events should be easy. Rose Wise let out a short laugh. Then suddenly, she picked up her pace. Oh, that confidence is cute. But wasn't it you who collapsed after just a couple of laps the other day? Leon's cheeks flushed. He remembered that day all too well. Hey, that was because someone kept me up late with homework, he called after her, jogging to catch up. Rose Wise glanced back with a sly smile. His flustered look was just too entertaining. Suddenly she stopped, turned around, and began jogging backwards, still keeping pace with him. Want some motivation? She teased. Leon eyed her, cautiously intrigued. Rose Wise raised a single finger, her expression playful but firm. If our family wins first place, I'll give you 1 week of rest. No training, no lessons, just peace. Leon's eyes widened. A whole week off? Seriously? He asked, hopeful. Rose Wise nodded slowly and confidently. Yes, 100% real. Something lit up inside Leon. He clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with energy. All right, the champion title is ours. Let's go. With a loud shout, Leon blasted forward like a rocket, clouds of dust rising in his wake. Before Rose Wise could even respond, he had disappeared into the distance, leaving only a trail of swirling sand. She blinked in mild disbelief, then laughed softly. 1 sentence was all it took, huh? She muttered, amused. Well, that worked better than I expected. Later, after their warm-up, Leon sat on a bench, catching his breath. Sweat glistened on his forehead, but his eyes were sharp with focus. Rose strolled over, composed as ever. Feeling awake now? She asked. Leon shut up, full of spirit. Awake? I feel like I just ate black dragon bologies. Rose smiled, clearly pleased with his enthusiasm. Then she walked over to a nearby bag and pulled out a rope. Since this is a family-based sports meet, some events might require team coordination. Let's work on physical training and teamwork. She carefully began straightening out the rope, but Leon took one look and froze. His eyes narrowed, arms crossing suspiciously. What are you doing with that? You already tortured me with teacher homework. Now you're pulling out rope training games. Rose Wise crossed her arms, unimpressed. What are you imagining? Have you ever heard of a 3-legged race? Realization hit Leon. His cheeks turned slightly red. Yeah, I've seen it at the Dragon Slayer Academy. He quickly grabbed the rope, trying to hide his embarrassment. The two stood side by side on the training field. Leon bent down and tied his left leg to Rose Wise's right, the space between them uncomfortably close. Leaning away slightly, Leon sneaked a glance. She's really close. This is awkward. Meanwhile, Rose Wise stood calmly, eyes closed, hands folded, completely unbothered. Leon cleared his throat and focused. Let's just get this over with, he muttered. He stepped forward, but Rose Wise didn't move. Why are you just standing there, he asked, frowning. Rose Wise cracked one eye open. And how exactly am I supposed to know where you're going if you don't say anything? Leon sighed, then pointed toward a patch of soft grass. There. At least if we fall, it won't hurt. He stepped again too fast. Rose Wise stumbled, nearly falling backward. Leon lost balance and bumped into her. Hey, don't push me. You pushed me first. After a clumsy shuffle, they finally made it to the grassy area. Both took a deep breath and got into position. Leon narrowed his eyes. Just don't slow me down. Rose Wise raised an eyebrow, amused. Thank you. That was a great morning joke. Leon counted down. 3, 2, 1, go. Rose Wise burst forward with energy. Leon not so much. W. Rosewise sprinted completely, forgetting they were tied. The rope stretched. Leon flailed behind her like a human kite. Dust flew. Birds scattered. "Stop!" Leon shouted, his voice echoing through the trees. Finally, Rosewise skidded to a stop. Leon bent down, panting and retying the rope. "Do you even understand what tacit coordination means?" he muttered. Rosewise said nothing. She stood there, eyes closed. "You've got giant legs. Why couldn't you just keep up?" Leon stood and brushed dirt from his hands. "I'm not wasting energy arguing." "Let's do this right," he explained. "On one, we lift the outer leg. On two, we lift the tied leg. Got it?" Rosewise nodded lazily. Then, without warning, Leon gently placed a hand on her waist. Rosewise froze. Her eyes widened. Her face turned bright pink. Leon, completely unaware of the awkwardness, said casually, "This will help us move more smoothly." Rosewise looked down, took a deep breath, and nodded. "Let's just start." Leon led with steady commands. 1, 2, 1, 2. Their steps were clumsy at first, but gradually they found their rhythm. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a golden glow across the field, a quiet symbol of progress. Step by step, human and dragon worked toward understanding. Later, training continued with Rosewise's unique flair, which meant challenges, big ones. Leon was now doing push-ups, not just regular push-ups. 500, with Rosewise sitting right on his back. 1, 2, 3. She counted casually. Leon gritted his teeth. "You really enjoy this, don't you?" When Leon was on the verge of collapse, Rosewise changed tactics. She lay on the ground beneath him, voice teasing, "Don't give up or you'll fall right on top of me." Leon's eyes widened. His arms shook violently. "Absolutely not." He held on with his last ounce of strength. Leon collapsed onto the ground, panting like he'd run through 3 time zones. His soul looked halfway out of his body. Compared to the gasping runners bent over around her, Rosewise looked almost untouched by the exertion. A few competitors glanced her way, their breaths broken between words. "Why is that dragon so fast? I'm exhausted already." Meanwhile, the live broadcast continued on the massive screen, following the race's shifting dynamics. The spotlight was now on Noah and Dean, runners number 8 and 11, both charging toward the third relay point. Noah kept her gaze ahead, lips pressed in focus, running with everything she had. But Dean, older and with longer legs, was steadily closing the distance. His stride was smooth, confident, and full of quiet intent. Then, with a burst of power, Dean surged past her. He glanced sideways with a grin, tossing a playful taunt behind him. "Bye-bye, short-legged dragon." Noah's eyes widened. A flicker of frustration passed over her face. She clenched her jaw and pushed harder. "I'm not letting this advantage go," she thought. "Mom gave me a head start. I can't waste it." Sitting in the audience, Mwan recognized the purple blur passing by her sister. She jumped up, flower balls waving wildly, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Noah, come on, you can do it!" At the commentary desk, Pineapple turned excitedly to Duncan. "Dean clearly has the upper hand. Age, height, experience. Will Noah be able to keep up?" Duncan simply sipped his tea, his smile unchanged. "Until the final moment arrives," he said with a knowing tone. "The outcome remains unwritten." The 2 racers rounded the final bend of their leg, neck, and neck. Leon and another dragon, brown-haired and ready, stood at the relay point, hands stretched behind them on the track. It was now a matter of inches. Dean lunged forward, handing his baton to his father, Gordon, who bolted from the line like a cannonball. Just a second behind, Noah delivered her baton to Leon. He grabbed it firmly, barely breaking stride, and launched forward to chase down the advantage. Pineapple's voice rose with intensity. Dean completes his pass just a step ahead, but Noah doesn't fall behind. Leon is now in hot pursuit. Rosewise had moved near the third relay point just in time to see Noah jog toward her. Noah's head was slightly lowered, her expression tight. She walked over with hesitant steps, voice quiet. "Mom, I'm sorry I lost the lead." But Rosewise knelt gently and placed a hand on her daughter's head, smiling with warmth. "You did amazing," she said. "He's older, taller, and you still held your ground. That's something to be proud of." Then she added, "Let's go cheer for your dad." Noah nodded, her eyes lighting up just a bit. Together they headed toward the finish line. Out on the field, Gordon maintained his lead, a smug smile on his face. Every step he took seemed full of confidence. He glanced back, spotting Leon gaining on him. "You're 5 seconds too slow, Silver Dragon," he called over his shoulder with a smirk. Leon's brows knit in frustration, his breathing deepened, legs moving like pistons. 5 seconds, he muttered under his breath. Try telling that to someone who's desperate for a vacation. The screen showed both dragons accelerating, now running at full tilt. Gordon let out a few confident laughs as he pulled ahead again. But Leon wasn't giving up. The crowd noticed the shift. Even Muan, who jumped up again, waving her flower balls furiously. "Dad, come on, you're the best!" Rosewise and Noah had reached the edge of the track, near the finish line. Noah pressed her hands around her mouth and called out a bit shy, "Come on, Dad, you can do it." The words cut through the crowd noise like a bell. Leon's eyes widened just slightly. Noah had just called him Dad. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, then turned into something deeper. His expression hardened in a good way. He leaned forward and pushed off the ground with new strength. "Since Noah encouraged me," he whispered under his breath, "there's no way I'm losing now." With renewed energy, Leon surged forwards. His feet pounded against the track with force and rhythm, and in mere seconds he had drawn neck and neck with Gordon. Gordon, still grinning from his earlier lead, suddenly saw Leon beside him, not falling behind, but matching his pace. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" That disbelief quickly turned into irritation. He hated losing, especially to someone who was supposed to be behind him. Gritting his teeth, Gordon thought bitterly, "If I let him pass me now, I'll never hear the end of it." He glanced around. No referees watching, no cameras too close. He pressed his shoulders subtly, summoning a crackle of lightning. Desperate times, desperate methods. He sidled closer to Lion, preparing to fire off a low-grade shock to trip him up. But Leon had already noticed the shift in energy, the faint buzz of electricity. As a seasoned dragon slayer, his senses were sharp. Without missing a beat, Leon slammed his foot down, launching forward and away from Gordon's reach. "Try dirty tricks again," he growled, "and don't blame me for what comes next." As he darted ahead, his heel kicked up a spray of dust and loose gravel from the track. Not on purpose, but not entirely accidental either. The dust hit Gordon square in the eyes. "Oh, that stings." Gordon staggered, blinking rapidly. He hadn't anticipated that. Blinded, he tripped, one foot catching over the other, and went sprawling face first onto the track. Thud. Gasps erupted from the audience. With no one in his path now, Leon shot forward like an arrow, arms stretched wide as he charged through the red ribbon at the finish line. Pineapple's voice burst through the loudspeakers. Leon crosses the finish line first. The Malibu family wins the championship. The crowd roared. Flower balls flew. Applause shook the stands. Leon lifted his arms in a triumphant gesture and ran toward Rosewise and Noah, joy lighting up his face. Noah and Rosewise met him halfway, running with wide grins and open arms. Leon scooped Noah up and spun her once. "Hey, what did you just shout to me back there?" he asked playfully. Noah's cheeks turned pink. She looked away shyly, then murmured, "Dad." Leon froze for just a second, then broke into the biggest grin of his life. He pressed his cheek against hers, rubbing affectionately. That felt good," he teased softly. "Say it again." Noah huffed and crossed her arms, still hiding her smile. Win the next race too, then I'll think about it." Rosewise chuckled gently, but her expression turned more serious as she approached. Her eyes scanned Leon's form carefully. "You're not hurt, are you?" Leon met her gaze and nodded. "I'm fine." Meanwhile, at the sidelines, Misty helped a limping Gordon toward the referee's stand. His uniform was stained with dirt, and his pride clearly more bruised than his body. Dean rushed up, concern written all over his face. Gordon, still fuming, pointed angrily toward Leon. "Referee, I'm filing a complaint. He fouled me. He threw sand in my eyes." Leon crossed his arms, expression flat. "Really? That's what we're doing?" he replied dryly. Then, without missing a beat, he pointed right back. "He tried to zap me with lightning mid-sprint. You'll find traces of magic on his shoulder." Gordon froze. The confidence on his face vanished. The referee stepped closer, raising an eyebrow. "Is that true?" Leon put on a theatrically scared expression, wrapping his arms around himself and swaying like a helpless victim. "I was so scared, I just ran faster. Maybe my foot stirred up a little dust." "You can't really blame me, right?" The referee blinked, part skeptical, part amused. Still, he nodded. "We'll need to check both sides. Please cooperate." He turned toward Gordon. But before the referee could proceed, Misty stepped forward, eyes blazing. My husband is the victim here. Why are we being inspected? Just as tensions mounted, a deep, calm voice cut through the noise. What's going on here? Everyone turned. Walking toward the referee's stand was an elderly dragon with a long white beard, flanked by two guards. His robe shimmered in silver and electric blue, the same colors as Gordon's uniform. His eyes were sharp, commanding. This was Saul, the chairman of the arbitration committee and the leader of the Electric Dragon clan. Leon leaned slightly toward Rosewise and asked under his breath, "Is this old guy also from the Electric Dragon clan?" Rosewise nodded, barely glancing over. It didn't take much to guess Gordon's plan. Lean on clan loyalty, twist the facts, and get the race result overturned. After all, Saul was his clan's leader. Surely he'd take their side, right? Saul listened without expression. Then he raised a hand, summoning a referee who carried a crystal ball. They reviewed the race footage with the committee, eyes flicking across the magic screen with intense focus. Contestant 12, Gordon, committed a foul during the race. According to regulations, your family's eligibility is revoked. All existing points are invalidated. The words hit like a thunderclap. Gordon's jaw dropped. Misty's smirk vanished. Dean froze, stunned. Gordon stepped forward, his voice cracking. What, Chief? He reached out, eyes pleading. But Saul didn't flinch. Shut up, Saul barked, his voice sharp and final. With solemn steps, he approached Leon and Rosewise. He lowered his head ever so slightly, a gesture that carried the weight of pride being set aside. I deeply apologize on behalf of my clan member. He has brought dishonor to us, and I take full responsibility. Rosewise offered a calm, composed smile. I hope you'll discipline your members properly, Chief Saul. Luckily, my husband wasn't injured. If he had been, she added, an apology might not have been enough. Leon, standing beside her with arms folded and eyes closed, nodded in agreement. Saul's gaze flicked to Gordon, now visibly trembling, and his voice dropped, sharp and resolute. I understand. I will make sure he receives the proper lesson. As if on cue, his bodyguards flanked Gordon and his team, quietly ushering them away. Saul didn't miss a step, his cane tapping against the ground as he lectured Gordon in a low, controlled tone. Gordon, head bowed, said nothing, shrinking under the weight of his chief's words. Watching this unfold, Leon glanced at Rosewise, genuinely impressed. Wow, my wife is so generous. Rosewise turned slowly. Her expression did not scream amusement. Wait, wife? Who told you to call me that so casually? Leon smirked. Just complimenting you. Back at the announcer's booth, the ever-energetic Pineapple raised the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, the family relay race has concluded. Let's move on to the next set of competitions. The broadcast smoothly shifted across various arenas. In the young dragon field, Noah was midair, soaring up to bite a donut dangling high above. With a clean chomp, she landed like a pro. 50 family points secured. Over in the adult division, Leon and Rosewise were strapped together for the three-legged race. Their rhythm was perfect. Years of coordination and maybe a few arguments had paid off. While other dragons stumbled and toppled, Leon and Rosewise dashed across the finish line, picking up another 50 points. Next came a trivia challenge called Beating Around the Bush. Sitting side by side, holding their answer paddles, they crushed question after question, their teamwork shining through. Another 25 points in the bag. Then came family food sharing, a test of blind trust, literally. With a ribbon covering her eyes, Rosewise grabbed a bowl of noodles and fed Leon. Somewhat aggressively, Leon could only close his eyes and chew through it like a true warrior. A nearby dragon gawked in disbelief. By now, the crowd was electric. The sun reached its peak, shining like it too was cheering them on. Slightly out of breath, Leon and Rosewise supported each other as they arrived at the final event, Cooking of Love. The referee greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome to the final stage of the three-legged race. You'll now cook a family meal. The dish will be chosen by lot, and you have 1 hour. Judges will score your work. On the judging panel sat Vice President Wilson and 2 faculty members, clipboards ready. The female referee gave Leon and Rosewise a warm smile as they approached the final challenge. She lifted the microphone with practiced grace and announced the rules, a playful glint in her eye. During the cooking, you may not untie the rope on your ankles. Let this love be conveyed to each other through the rope. Leon and Rosewise blinked at her. Goosebumps immediate. They exchanged a glance somewhere between disbelief and did she really just say that? Still tied together from the previous leg, They made their way awkwardly in sync to the lottery table. Leon shut his eyes dramatically, murmuring a soft prayer as he reached into the box. Please, just something simple. Rosewise leaned in as Leon pulled out the slip. Their eyes dropped to the paper at the same time. Cream puffs. Rosewise's shoulders stiffened. Leon blinked. Do you know how to make this?" he asked. Rosewise offered a tight smile. Leon? No. Sensing their silent panic, the referee kindly stepped in again, reminding all participants that recipe instructions were provided. Armed with a step-by-step guide, Leon and Rosewise shuffled over to the kitchen station. Aprons on, ropes still tied, expressions determined. They were ready, or so they hoped. Leon fired up the small stove and poured milk into a saucepan. "All right," he muttered, reading aloud. "Pour milk. Add butter. Rosewise butter." Rosewise snapped into action, digging through the supplies and handing him a neatly wrapped piece. "Here." The rhythm had barely begun when a thunderous cheer erupted across the arena. Leon paused. Rosewise glanced up. They turned to the giant screen. And there she was, Noah, their daughter, standing poised in the center of the balloon battle royale. From the commentator's booth, Pineapple's voice was buzzing with excitement. 4 dragons remain, 2 from the Claw Dragon clan, 1 Ice Dragon, and 1 Silver Dragon. Contestant 8, Noah. On screen, Noah stood alone, her balloon tied securely to her back. Surrounding her, 3 much larger young dragons with unmistakable intent in their eyes. It was a textbook ambush. One of them sneered, "You might as well give up." But Noah didn't budge. Her eyes stayed sharp, her stance light. She waited, then movement. 2 clawed dragons lunged. With a swift pivot, Noah planted her hand and side slipped between them. Before they could blink, her fingers jabbed forward. Pop, pop, 2 balloons gone. The crowd gasped, then erupted in cheers. Not missing a beat, Noah launched toward the last opponent. The ice dragon barely saw her coming. Another quick bend, another pop, and it was over. Noah K. Melvick, champion of the Balloon Battle Royale. Even Pineapple could barely contain her excitement. She's the youngest in the Young Dragon division, and she just took down all 3 on her own. In the stands, little Moan jumped up proudly. "That's my sister!" she shouted to anyone who'd listen. Back at the cooking station, Leon let out a proud laugh as he stirred the milk. Knew she could do it. "That's my girl!" Rosewise smirked and tapped her nose smugly. "Of course she takes after her mother." Leon turned to her smiling, but then his gaze paused. "Wait, you've got something here." He leaned in and gently wiped a bit of flour off the tip of Rosewise's nose. Her cheeks immediately colored with a soft blush. Where?" she mumbled, suddenly a little shy. What neither of them realized was that their little moment had just been caught and broadcast on the big screen for the entire arena to see from the commentator's seat. Pineapple nearly squealed with delight. "Oh my goodness, look at that! What a loving couple!" Rosewise and Leon froze, their hands still mid-motion. From the commentator's booth, Pineapple nearly leapt from her seat. In the heat of the culinary showdown, they still don't forget to take care of each other. She beamed. "Everyone, please give it up for this lovely couple from the Melvick family of the Silver Dragon clan." Down at the judges' panel, Vice Principal Wilson adjusted his glasses. He'd seen countless dishes over the years, but this moment caught his attention. He nodded thoughtfully. "A true family dish," he remarked, "shouldn't just be about flavor or presentation. It should reflect care and shared spirit." Pineapple picked up the mic again, her excitement spilling into her voice. "Let's give a warm round of applause to this exemplary dragon couple." And the crowd delivered. Loud, thunderous clapping echoed throughout the entire stadium. The applause rolled like a wave across the field. On the receiving end, however, Leon and Rosewise stood frozen in place. Leon, waving half-heartedly, leaned sideways to whisper, "Which dragon must I slay to end this sports meet early?" Rosewise replied through gritted teeth, still smiling at the crowd, "Kill all the witnesses. Clean sweep." Minutes later, a tray of perfectly golden cream puffs sat proudly on their table. The shells were crisp, round, and generous. The aroma alone made stomachs grumble. The judges leaned in, visibly intrigued. "Oh," Duncan muttered as he and another judge scooted closer. Leon and Rosewise presented their work confidently. "This is cream puff," Leon said, raising a hand with showmanship. "Please enjoy." Vice Principal Wilson took a puff with a fork, examining it like an ancient artifact. Then he took a bite, a satisfying crunch. His eyes lit up. He nodded with delight. Crispy shell, smooth filling, balanced sweetness. Very impressive. Then with a curious smile, you must make these often at home. Rose Wise hesitated. She looked at Leon, then casually nudged his arm. Your turn. Leon caught the cue, flashed a diplomatic smile, and replied, Yes, my wife loves cream puffs. We often make them at home together, which was only half true. In Leon's mind, a vivid scene took shape. Rose Wise in a fitted apron, whisking cream at the kitchen counter, licking a dollop off her finger, and teasing, Oops, got cream here. He blinked hard and shook the image out of his head. Puffs are pure, he reminded himself. Only my thoughts are not. Rose Wise glanced at him, mildly alarmed by his sudden trance. Wilson chuckled. Sounds like your home life is very colorful. He leaned in again. So, any secret ingredient? Leon and Rose Wise responded in perfect sync. They held each other's hands, turned toward the judges, and smiled. It's love, they said together. We've added a whole lot of love. After a quick round of judging discussion, the scorecards were lifted. All three judges gave top marks, Pineapple announced. It's the highest score of the Cooking of Love round. Leon grinned broadly, hands on his waist, triumphant. That's it, we've secured first place. With all competitions concluded, the final rankings of the St. H family sports meet lit up the big screen. Pineapple's voice rang through the stadium. In third place, the Alex family of the Claw Dragon clan. They win a Tezer Noodle redemption voucher. 10 cases valid for 50 years. The Alex family stepped up proudly, waving bronze medals and holding their oversized noodle certificate like it was treasure. In second place, the Rose family of the Wind Dragon clan. Their prize, a Class B magic tome. The Rose family held up their glowing purple book, silver medals shining around their necks. And now our champions. Leon, Rose Wise, and Noah stepped onto the highest podium. Gold medals were placed around their necks by Vice Principal Wilson himself. Pineapple's voice echoed one final time. In first place, the Melvick family of the Silver Dragon clan. Their reward, a luxury 7-day hochering tour. Leon held the certificate in his hand and stared at it in disbelief. 7 days, he murmured. A luxurious 7-day hochering tour. It should have been good news except for one detail. Those exact 7 days were supposed to be his long-awaited Rose Wise promised vacation. Alone lay on frozen place, eyes hollow, posture limp, as if life had quietly exited his body. Rose Wise, however, didn't notice his existential crisis. She crouched beside Noah, gently taking the certificate and scanning it with a pleased smile. Not bad, she said warmly. Noah, do you want to go on vacation? Noah nodded, excited. Yes. Behind them, Leon slowly dropped to his knees, reaching both hands toward the sky in quiet despair. Why? Why didn't anyone tell me this was the prize? But the sky offered no answers. His vacation had taken flight. Night came, painting the sky in deep blues. After the ceremony, the family returned to the Silver Dragon Castle. Seated around the table, glasses were lifted. Wine for Leon and Rose Wise, sparkling juice for the girls. Cheers. The clink of glasses rang clear, echoing their quiet joy. Our family got first place, Juan exclaimed, beaming. Mom, Dad, Noah, you were amazing. I cheered really hard too, Rose Wise chuckled. We heard you, she said gently. Noah, more reserved than usual, lowered her drink. Her grip tightened slightly, and then she spoke. Thank you for winning with me. Rose Wise reached across with a smile. We only did what parents should. The real effort was yours. Leon nodded along, but his eyes were still half glazed. Mom's right, he added, noticeably less enthused. Rose Wise noticed. She cast a brief sideways glance at him, brow furrowing. What's with him? He's been down ever since the prize announcement. Does he really hate vacations that much? She wondered silently. Before the question could become words, Noah suddenly stood. Can you all close your eyes for a second? Rose Wise, Leon, and Moana exchanged puzzled looks, but didn't press. They closed their eyes as asked, patiently waiting. First, Noah walked up to Moana and wrapped her in a gentle hug. Moana giggled and leaned into her sister's warmth. Out next was Rose Wise. Noah quietly embraced her waist. Rose Wise didn't speak, just smiled. Finally, Noah stepped beside Lion. She hesitated. Her hands were behind her back, and she still couldn't quite look at him directly. Then Noah reached out and hugged him. Leon flinched slightly, surprised by the gesture, but quickly softened. Thank you, Dad, Noah whispered. The words landed gently but deeply. Leon smiled, placing a warm hand on her head. Her quiet gesture, so unlike her usual self, meant everything. Then Noah tugged at his sleeve. She tiptoed, leaned in, and planted a small kiss on his cheek. Leon blinked. He felt it. The light touch, the warmth, the sincerity. Before he could react, Noah quickly turned away, red to the tips of her ears. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Leon, still processing, touched his cheek as if confirming it happened. Noah, you, he started. Man, still unaware of the moment's weight, turned and asked innocently, Noah, your face is so red. What's wrong? Noah stayed composed, her voice calm despite her blush. Nothing. Let's eat. Leon suddenly stood up, spirits visibly lifted. I'm in a great mood. Where's the wine? Dad needs a drink. Rose Wise rolled her eyes. Don't drink too much. Tomorrow we're taking the kids to Sky City to shop for swimsuits. Leon winced. Right, the vacation. That wasn't really a vacation. He slumped back into his seat. Don't ruin my moment. Let me enjoy my delusion while it lasts. It was a clear, sunny day in Sky City. He exhaled gently, then drew a single word into the fog surface with his finger. Vacation. Leon rested his head on the table with a sigh, eyes missing. It wasn't that he disliked the trip, but losing his only chance at a real break. That stung. From outside the shop, a mother and her young daughter passed by. The little dragon pointed at Leon curiously. Mom, what's that dragon doing? Shh, don't stare, sweetie, the mother replied quickly, ushering her child away. It's awkward. Still slumped in his seat, Leon whispered under his breath as if addressing the lost time itself. If I could add a deadline to this vacation. I wish it could have lasted just 7 days. At that moment, Rose Wise stepped out of the fitting room wearing a new swimsuit and asked, What do you think of this one? Leon, still looking out the window, didn't turn his head. It's good, he replied flatly. Rose Wise crossed her arms. You haven't even looked. Leon finally turned, gave her a tired glance, and managed a thumbs up. You look good in anything. Trust me. Rose Wise narrowed her eyes, not fully convinced. She looked down, adjusting the strap slightly. It feels tight. Just then her eyes landed on a different swimsuit, black with far less fabric, hanging on a nearby rack. Curious, she held it up. How about this one? He tried to stay calm, but then nosebleed, a dramatic one. He quickly turned away, wiping at his face with an almost forced composure. I don't think it's suitable. Rose Wise sighed gently and returned the swimsuit to the rack. I thought you'd like it anyway. I already picked mine. We're mainly here to find yours. As if on cue, the store clerk approached with 2 small swimsuits in hand, one pink, one yellow, and held them up for Noah and Muan. Muan lit up with joy. Noah, though a bit shy, smiled softly. It was clear she liked it, even if she didn't say much. Rose Wise stepped out again after changing, spotting Leon still slouched over the table. What's wrong? She asked gently. Leon crossed his arms and turned away. Nothing. Rose Wise wasn't fooled. She knew what this was about. I know this was supposed to be your vacation, but the trip dates can't change. Still, look at the girls. They're excited. Seeing your daughters happy, shouldn't that mean something? Leon glanced toward Noah and Moana. Muan was laughing, holding Noah's hand as they chatted with the shop assistant. Noah offered a rare smile, clearly enjoying the moment. He gave a small smile, tight, slightly forced. Ha, 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 I'm very happy. Rose Wise paused, then came up with an idea. She moved closer, placed a hand gently on his shoulder, and leaned in with a playful, conspiratorial smile. What if I promise not to touch you for all 7 days? Leon's eyes widened, a beat of silence. Leon stood still, eyes narrowed at Rose Wise. I don't believe you, he said bluntly. Hands on me? You're probably planning to touch wherever you want. Rose Wise, unfazed, casually raised 3 fingers in her tail like a pledge before a celestial court. I swear on the reputation of the Silver Dragon Queen. He narrowed his eyes, thinking it over, and finally exhaled. All right, it's settled then. Suddenly, Rose Wise closed the distance. But if you can't hold on, don't blame me. Are you kidding? He said confidently. I'm a dragon slayer. I'm not going to touch you without a reason. Rose Wise smiled, finding no further argument, and let the matter rest. The next morning, the group, Leon Rose Wise and their 2 daughters, Noah and Muan, arrived at Flowing Cloud Valley, their hot spring getaway. At the lobby, a cheerful front desk clerk received their voucher with both hands, eyes scanning it quickly. Then she looked up with a bright smile. Are you the model champion family from St. H? Rose Wise nodded politely. Yes, model family. he muttered internally, unimpressed. That's definitely the vice principal's idea. Noah and Muan, meanwhile, were captivated by a large aquarium in the lobby. Colorful fish swam between miniature rock castles glowing gently under soft lighting. Moana pointed excitedly. Wow, Noah, these fish look delicious, Noah replied calmly. They're not for eating. Back at the counter, the clerk handed 2 room cards to Rose Wise. These are your keys. Rose Wise thanked her, but Leon's brow furrowed. Only 2 rooms? He asked. Is something wrong, sir? The staff member asked politely. Leon's thoughts spiraled. If the girls were in one room, that meant he'd have to share with Rose Wise again, a scenario he'd been trying to avoid. If you prefer, the clerk offered, we also have a honeymoon suite. Leon cut her off quickly, face already flushed. No, that's not necessary. Resigned to his fate, he followed the others toward the elevator. Rose Wise signaled the girls. Let's go, Noah. Moana? Okay, M chirped, running ahead hand in hand with Noah. The front desk clerk bowed slightly. Enjoy your stay. The girls dashed out first once they reached their floor, laughter echoing through the hall. Rose Wise smiled softly watching them. Leon, however, wore a far gluier expression. He stared at Rose Wise's back, already calculating escape routes. Trying one last time, he caught up to the girls. Hey Noah, Juan, would you like to stay in Dad's room? Juan clung to Noah's arm and replied without hesitation. No, I'm staying with Noah. Auntie Issa said, kids and adults need private space. No disturbing. She wagged her finger, mimicking Issa's tone with surprising accuracy. Leon froze, stunned. Man, you've just sealed your father's fate. Noah chimed in gently. I can take care of Juan now. You can enjoy your time together. Leon stood silently, eyes closed in despair. Noah, thank you for being thoughtful. But you really don't have to be this thoughtful. Rose Wise, observing his collapse from behind, covered her mouth with a quiet chuckle. She walked over and handed the girls their key card. Here, this is for your room. Call us if you need anything. I know, Mom, Noah said as she took it. Juan practically bounced on her feet. Come on, Noah, let's open the door. Leon watched them disappear down the hall, then lifted his hand with melodramatic sorrow. The kids are all grown up now. They don't need me anymore. Rose Wise turned back, dangling the room card in front of him with a teasing smile. Well, why are you still standing there? Let's go. After we entered the room at the Ho Tring Hotel, Rose Wise pulled open the curtains. Sunlight streamed in through the window, brightening the entire room. Right outside the back door of the bedroom was an enormous hot spring. Rose Wise turned to Lion and said, The scenery here is quite nice, isn't it? Leon walked into the room carrying both his and Rose Wise's suitcases. He glanced around and agreed. The environment really was excellent, but something about what she said confused him. As the Silver Dragon Queen, Rose Wise should have had plenty of chances to visit this place. He asked her, You've never been here before? Rose Wise folded her arms in front of her chest and gently shook her head, her gaze still fixed on the view outside the window. No, this is also my first time. I've been so busy handling affairs of the Silver Dragon clan. I rarely had the chance to take Noah and Muan out to have fun. For the past few years, Rose Wise had been tied up managing the clan's matters, leaving her little opportunity to relax and travel with her daughters. Thanks to winning first place in the recent sports meet, she was finally able to clear her schedule and spend time with them. Knowing how rare this outing was, Rose Wise made a decision. So this time I brought a camera. I'm going to take some special commemorative photos for them. She said it with a smile, as if already imagining Noah and Muan's joyful laughter echoing around her. When Leon heard her mention the camera, his suitcase slipped from his hands. His expression turned uneasy. He had suddenly remembered something dreadful. In his heart, he panicked. Camera? Is it the one I used before? Leon quickly opened the suitcase on the floor, desperate to check if it was the same camera he had in mind. Besides their clothes, a black camera sat in plain view. Spotting it, Rose Wise said, Yes, that's the one. I got it as a reward for taking first place in the school sports meet. Leon nervously picked it up. He examined it closely and confirmed this was the very same camera he had used before. Back when Rose Wise had fainted in a moment of petty revenge, Leon had dressed her up as a bunny girl and secretly taken photos with this camera. In those photos, they were still saved inside. This is bad, he thought. Those pictures are still in here. If she finds them, I'm done for. That's the kind of ironclad evidence that gets a guy executed by the Shagan herself. Seeing that Leon had already taken out the camera, Rose Wise reached out her hand. Give me the camera. Leon glanced back at her, quietly panicking. I need to develop and hide those photos before she sees them. then erase everything on the camera. He crouched down and clutched the camera tightly in his arms, refusing to let go. Rose Wise frowned at his odd behavior. "What are you doing? Why are you guarding the camera like it's some kind of treasure?" Trying not to seem suspicious, Leon forced an awkward smile and stammered, "Ah, let me help take the photos. I'm very professional." Rose Wise raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Aren't you a professional dragon slayer? Since when did you become a photography expert?" Leon patted his chest and tried to sound confident. "Don't worry, leave it to me. I've been taking pictures of my master's donkey since I was a kid." Strangely enough, Rose Wise didn't seem too concerned by his odd comment. She simply closed her eyes and said, "Fine, you can take the pictures. Tonight there will be an outdoor barbecue and a fireworks show. Let's go for a walk first." Relieved that she agreed to let him keep the camera, Leon breathed a quiet sigh of relief. "No problem," he replied. After resting in the hotel room for a bit, Leon, Rosewise, Noah, and Muan headed out to explore the area. They wandered into a lush garden with Noah and Muan leading the way, and Leon and Rosewise trailing behind. Leon raised his camera and called out to the girls, "Dad's your photographer today." Muan happily waved, "Yeah." They passed a statue of a female knight radiating a solemn presence. She wore heavy armor and had plunged her sword into the ground, her hands resting on the hilt. Her gaze was unwavering, determined, like she was staring down fate itself. Drawn by the statue, Muan pulled Noah toward it. She struck a pose beside it, mimicking the knight's stance. Leon raised his camera and captured the moment. Soon they entered a quiet forest where adorable spotted deer wandered about. Some grazed slowly, others wandered aimlessly, and a few allowed visitors to gently pet them. Moana rushed over to one and gently hugged it. "It's so cute," she exclaimed. Noah walked up to another deer, holding out a carrot. "Do you want to eat?" Rose Wise followed them in, reaching out to softly pat one of the deer on the head. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled light on her. From a distance, her majestic aura as queen shimmered even more vividly. Noah and Moana stared in awe at their mother's radiant presence. "Mom is so beautiful." After spending some time with the deer, the family left the forest and soon came across an amusement park. Outside the amusement park stood several rows of doll machines. One's eyes lit up with excitement. She pointed and exclaimed, "Mom, let's play that." Inside the machine were colorful, plush toys of all shapes and sizes. Rosewise inserted a coin and focused intently on the claw. Her serious expression showed she meant business. Muan stood beside her, cheering her on. "Mom, go for it!" Leon watched Rosewise's intense expression. He quietly raised the camera and whispered in his heart, "Nice face." Before long, Rosewise successfully snagged a doll with the machine. She turned to Leon with a joyful smile and exclaimed in triumph. He seized the moment, capturing her rare and radiant smile perfectly through the lens. Leon glanced down at the picture he had just taken. It was flawless. Rosewise walked over to Leon's side. She leaned in slightly and looked at the photos on the camera screen, a flicker of surprise in her expression. She said to him, "Your photography skills are actually pretty good. I thought you'd make me look terrible." She hadn't expected Line to capture her expression so well. Leon seemed a bit flustered by Rosewise's sudden closeness. After all, he didn't want her to see certain photos in the camera. He replied, "Don't underestimate me." While waiting in the queue, Rosewise suddenly appeared beside him and stood in line. Leon looked over, puzzled by her actions, and asked, "What are you doing here? I can queue up by myself?" Rosewise averted her gaze, not meeting Leon's eyes, and mumbled softly, "Not worried, just you'd be bored." At that moment, she lowered her head to look at the teddy bear she held in her hands, the same one she had just won from the claw machine. But as she looked at the little bear, her expression turned hesitant. She said to Leon, "This?" Leon noticed her hesitation and asked, "What is it for me?" "Last time in Sky City. You gave me one, didn't you?" Rosewise closed her eyes and extended the teddy bear toward Leon. She turned away again, avoiding eye contact, her cheeks gradually flushing with embarrassment. The teddy bear was slightly larger than her palm. It wore a little purple dress with a red bow around the collar. It smiled up at Lion as if silently hoping he would accept it. Upon seeing the bear, Leon couldn't help but laugh. Compared to the large teddy bear he had given Rosewise before, hers was much smaller. He reached out, took the bear from her hands, and joked, "The one I gave you is the Bear King. Yours is just a little bear." Rosewise's expression darkened at once. Clearly unhappy with his response, she glared at him and clenched her fist. She hadn't expected Leon to mock the gift she had shilly given him. With an angry huff, she reached toward Leon, trying to snatch the bear back. You don't want it? Fine then. Do you know how hard it was for me to catch that doll? Her tone was sharp and upset. Leon hadn't expected her to take his teasing so seriously. He quickly hid the little bear behind his back and tried to explain, I didn't say I didn't want it. While Leon and Rosewise waited in line, Noah and Moana sat on a bench in the amusement park, taking a break. Moan swung her legs idly and looked toward the direction Leon and Rosewise had gone. She muttered, Dad and Mom are so slowed. When will Moan finally get to drink pineapple ice? Noah sat with her eyes closed, resting. Hearing Juan's complaint, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at her sister. Actually, sometimes I envy you, Moan. Moan blinked, surprised. She turned toward Noah and asked, You envy me? Why? Noah didn't look back. She lowered her gaze to her shoes, her expression filled with quiet longing. Her legs swayed gently as she spoke. I envy that you can talk to Dad and Mom about anything without holding back. Moan tilted her head, confused by Noah's words. As daughters of Leon and Rosewise, both of them had always been free to say whatever was on their minds, happy or sad. She replied, But Noah, you can do that too. Noah gently shook her head. No, I can't. I've grown up now. I can't just say whatever I want anymore. Her voice carried a seriousness that didn't suit her age. She stared ahead, her tone mature and restrained. So different from one who could still act spoiled around their parents. But does Noah really seem like a child who can shoulder everything? In truth, she isn't. She wasn't always like this. As the older of the twins by just 20 minutes, Noah had been just like Moan at birth, a baby who cried for her mother. They had lain together in their warm crib, and whenever either felt discomfort, they cried out, calling Rosewise to their side. They grew up carefree, surrounded by their mother's gentle care, learning about the world and gathering knowledge step by step. Whenever they weren't crying, Rosewise would pull a storybook from the shelf and cradle both Noah and Moan in her arms. She read them stories with warmth and animation, even though they were too young to understand her words. Still, the twins listened with rapt attention, eyes fixed on the pictures and their mother's loving face. In their eyes, Mom was the most powerful being in the world. Rosewise would always smile at them as she read, clearly cherishing every moment spent with them. Until one day, Noah saw something that changed her. She saw her strong, beautiful mother sitting beside their father's bed, lost in thought, her expression filled with quiet pain. It was the first time Noah realized that even someone as powerful as Rosewise had a soft, vulnerable side. She had walked past Leon's room and glanced in. Rosewise was seated by his bedside. Leon was unconscious, and Rosewise looked completely different from her usual self. That sorrowful look so foreign to Noah cut into her heart. Rosewise sat there silently, clenching her teeth as she stared at Leon. She didn't say a word, but there was something unwilling in her gaze. And at that moment, a thought took root in Noah's heart. If I grow up a little faster, maybe I can help lighten Mom's burden. From then on, a desire to protect her family quietly bloomed within her. She began doing everything she could to act like an adult. She studied hard, not just for herself, but for Rosewise. Noah even walked while reading, holding the book up as she tried to digest its content faster. Though much of it was still beyond her age, she never let fear stop her. She pushed herself to grow, to become independent and mature, striving for excellent results. When Rosewise saw Noah's perfect report card, she smiled with genuine pride and reached out to stroke her daughter's head. Seeing her mother's joy, Noah's heart swelled. To keep that smile on Rosewise's face, Noah continued working harder, growing stronger so that her mother would never again have to show the same painful expression as that day. After listening to Noah's story, Moon closed her eyes trying to process it. But after a few moments of thinking, she still couldn't quite grasp the depth of what Noah meant. She waved her hands and said, Moana doesn't really get all that complicated stuff, but Moana also envies Noah. Noah blinked, caught off guard. What? You envy me? During a chat with her younger sister, the eldest daughter learned how her sister truly felt about her. The younger one also wanted to become a better person for their parents, just like her. When Noah heard one say she envied her, she was surprised. She hadn't expected the seemingly carefree Muan to ever feel that way. Pointing to herself in confusion, Noah asked Muan, "How could you envy me? Seeing Noah had misunderstood, Muan hopped off the bench, bounced a few times, and shook her hands excitedly. She explained, Noah's got it wrong. Noah's smart, capable, takes care of me like an adult, and has won so many first places. Juan began praising her. She listed Noah's strengths, waving her hand happily. She'd been watching Noah improve step by step. Even if Noah hadn't noticed, Juan remembered every little detail. Having such a powerful sister made her proud. One wanted to be like Noah someday. She raised a hand full of excitement and told Noah her true feelings. Hearing all this, Noah's eyes widened slightly and she blushed. She hadn't expected one to see her that way. She was an excellent person in one's eyes. Noah opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, looking off to the side. After a pause, she stammered, You don't even know what I'll be like in the future. Moana tilted her head and asked, What does Noah want to be? Noah didn't answer right away, thinking quietly. Then she heard familiar voices. Leon and Rosewise. Leon held a bag of drinks, Rosewise a drink in hand, walking beside him. They came toward Noah and Moana, still chatting. Looking at them, Noah found her answer. I think I should become the person they expect me to be. Moana grinned. That's the same as me. Leon walked over, squatted, and handed them drinks. Sorry for the wait. Here you go, he said. Moana took hers happily. Thanks, Dad. Noah accepted hers quietly with both hands. Thank you. Rosewise stood by, sipping her own drink as she watched her daughters enjoy theirs. Evening came. The Mulan quietly rose into the dim sky. Right on schedule, the resort began launching fireworks. In an instant, bursts of color lit the sky like giant flowers blooming, like lanterns brightening everyone's hearts. Noah and Juan leaned on the railing, gazing up. Firework light danced on their faces, reflections glimmering in their eyes. It was as if stars were falling into their eyes. Noah's eyes widened in awe. Muan gasped at the sight. Wow, it's beautiful. Muan spotted a special firework and tugged Noah closer, pointing it out. Noah looked up and softly agreed. Not far away, Leon and Rosewise sat on a stone bench. Leon had placed the camera and a little bear doll, Rosewise's gift, between them. Rosewise smiled, watching their daughters. Seeing them this happy, this trip was worth it, right? She asked. Leon nodded. Yeah, glad we came. As their dad, I want to capture every precious moment. He reached for the camera, but it was gone. Looking up, he spotted it in Rosewise's hands. She'd taken it without him noticing. Surprised, he tried to play it cool. Then when did the camera get in your hands? Rosewise, still scrolling through photos, replied casually. Just checking what you shot today. Leon tensed. Inside that camera were certain bunny girl photos of Rosewise. He remembered sneaking to the resort's only photo studio earlier under the excuse of a bathroom break. They didn't even have photo development services. Rosewise paused on a picture of her with a herd of deer. When was this taken? She asked. Leon's heart raced. Those bunny girl shots were still in there. If she kept scrolling, she'd see them. Think, Leon, think. He patted his pockets in panic and felt something. 2 milk candies from earlier that day. Perfect. Pulling them out, he grinned. Want some candy I bought today? Rosewise kept her eyes on the camera, but instinctively opened her mouth. Leon slowly unwrapped a candy, thinking to himself, She wants me to feed her? Seriously? He leaned in, holding the candy to her lips. Still focused on the screen, Rosewise accepted it with a small hum. Then she froze, realizing Leon was way too close. Both pulled back quickly, turning away with flushed faces. Why'd you get so close? Rosewise blurted. Leon stammered. Didn't you ask me to feed you? Rosewise couldn't help but sneak a glance at Leon. While browsing the photos in the camera, she noticed that aside from her and her daughter's pictures, Leon didn't have a single one of himself. She thought to herself, this guy takes photos all day, yet not even one of him exists. Since Leon was always busy photographing her and the girls, he never had time for his own. Rosewise turned, lifted the camera in her hand, and made him a proposal. How about we take a photo together? Worried Leon might take it the wrong way, Rosewise closed her eyes and quickly explained, I just don't want the girls asking why there's no picture of us together. Don't misunderstand. She stepped closer, raising the lens toward them. Hearing her, Leon didn't find it odd. To avoid suspicion from his daughters, he agreed. He raised an eyebrow and teased, All right, Your Majesty is truly far-sighted. What he didn't know was that Rosewise simply wanted a photo with him in it. Rosewise lifted the camera, making a V sign. Just then, she noticed Leon wasn't centered in the frame. Impatiently, she reminded him, "Closer. Your face is so big it's out of frame." Seeing her pose, Leon couldn't help but mock her. Oh, please. A dragon over 200 years old still throwing peace signs. Childish, she still leaned closer, matching her gesture with the same playful V sign. Both looked into the lens and smiled. The shutter clicked, capturing a photo of the two together. Later, after watching the resort fireworks, Leon and Rosewise bought sparklers near the deck and played with Noah and Juan. Lighting one, dazzling sparks filled the night. The faint glow lit the dim observation deck. Rosewise shook her sparkler while laughing with Noah, who held two of her own. Noah caught up to Rosewise and lit hers from her mother's. Soon more sparks glowed across the deck, their happy faces shining. Laughter echoed. Leon and Moana sat on stone benches. The little one clearly worn out. She closed her eyes, resting in Leon's arms. As the mountain air cooled, Leon slipped off his coat and tucked it around her. He held her close, keeping her warm. Looking up, he saw Rosewise and Noah playing joyfully. He whispered, "Rare to see those two serious ones smile like that," lowering his gaze to Juan. Leon thought how she'd usually run to join them, but tonight she stayed curled in his arms. Confused, he asked, "Man, why not play with Mom and Noah?" She snuggled deeper into him and whispered, "Juan's tired. Moana needs to rest. Noah has school. Mom's always busy. They rarely get time like this. So, Juan wants them to enjoy it longer." Nearby, Noah leaned against Rosewise, sparkler in hand, smiling. She chatted about fireworks knowledge. Rosewise nodded, impressed she remembered such details. Hearing man, Leon stroked her head gently. "You've grown up, Moana," he said with a smile. She shook her head, eyes opening. "No, Juan hasn't grown up. Juan doesn't even know what that means. Juan just wants Noah, Dad, and Mom happy." Leon's heart softened. His eyes closed as quiet tears fell. He hadn't expected her love to be so pure. Though Noah and Juan are different, both cared deeply in their own way. He realized she pretended to rest just so Rosewise and Noah could play more. He reached to lift her, saying, "Man, want Dad to take you to play?" But he heard only her steady breathing. She'd fallen asleep mid-con conversation. Her hand clutched his clothes. Her lips parted slightly, a soft snore escaping. Leon was surprised at how fast she drifted off. "You really were tired, huh?" By then, Rosewise and Noah had finished the fireworks and walked over, noticing Moana asleep in Leon's arms. Rosewise peeked at her and whispered, "Asleep." Leon nodded. "Yeah, let's head back." He wrapped her snug in his coat and carefully carried her. Noah said nothing, arms crossed, eyes fixed on Moan with a quiet envy. Rosewise noticed and lowered her gaze to Noah. Though Noah's face was calm, Rosewise sensed her feelings. She bent down slightly and Noah lifted her head, unsure of what was coming. "Mom will hold you too." "Okay," Rosewise offered. Noah froze, eyes widening, cheeks turning faintly red. She hadn't expected Rosewise to read her so easily. With a shy smile, she lowered her head. "Okay." On the walk back, Leon noticed Noah nestled against Rosewise's shoulder, hiding her expression. She pressed closer, not wanting anyone to see her face. And so the first day of Lion's Ho-Tring trip ended in warmth. Or maybe not. Back at the hotel, Rosewise grabbed her camera to review Leon's photos. Meanwhile, Leon stripped down to shorts and called, "Let's soak in the hot spring." Behind him, fireworks lit the sky in brilliant colors. Rosewise blinked in surprise. Wait, how did things end up like this? After playing all day, Juan was already exhausted, so Leon suggested they head back to the hotel and rest. After sending them off, Leon closed the door and immediately dove onto the bed. After walking around all day with barely any rest, he finally shouted out loud, "Ah, finally the bed." The soft mattress instantly relaxed his body. He rolled around happily, refusing to leave its embrace. He even thought about just falling asleep right then. Rosewise walked up to the bed and teased him with a smile. "So, planning to sleep with me tonight? After all, this is a double bed." If they wanted to rest, they had to share it. Hearing that, Leon quickly raised his head, looking at her with slight irritation. Of course not. Unsure if Rosewise was actually serious, he hopped off the bed and headed for the hot ring at the back door, pretending he just wanted to soak first. Stammering, he told her, I'm going to soak in the hot ring. You go ahead and sleep first." Seeing Lan purposely give her the bed, Rose Wise found it amusing. Folding her arms, she smiled secretly as she watched his back. Around the pool, warm spring water trickled down from cracks in the rocks, feeding the bath. The gentle gurgling sound eased the mood, while steam floated up into the night air, giving the place a mysterious charm. Leon slipped into shorts and got into the spring. The temperature was just right. The moment he sank in, all the day's fatigue melted away. Completely relaxed, he leaned against the rocks, eyes closed, savoring the bliss of the hot spring. Ah, what a fulfilling day! Then he remembered he still hadn't figured out how to deal with Rosewise about sharing the bed. Looking up at the sky, he pondered, if I want a peaceful vacation, I have to avoid sleeping in the same bed with that Shigon. What excuse should I use later? Just then, the back door slid open and Rosewise walked in. Leon froze in surprise. Why wasn't she resting? Instead, she came straight to the hot spring. As she entered, Leon hugged himself nervously, not wanting her to see him like that. What? What are you doing here? He blurted. Rose Wise rolled her eyes. She wasn't planning anything strange. Casually, she said, Why so jumpy? I'm not going to do anything to you. Running her hand through her hair, she added, The finale of the fireworks is about to start. I've got nothing else to do. I'm heading downstairs to take pictures. Where's the camera? She wanted to capture the fireworks as souvenirs of their trip. At the word camera, Leon stiffened, nervously scratching his face. He glanced behind him. To keep her from discovering the secrets inside, he had hidden it under his coat on a chair by the spring. But Rose Wise's sharp eyes immediately spotted it. Oh, so you brought it here, she said. Leon panicked. She found it way too quickly. Rose Wise stepped behind him and grabbed the camera. I'll just take this. Leon's eyes widened in shock. His chest tightened with tension. If she sees what's in there, my secret's done for. I can't let her take it. He swore silently. She must not take that camera. Otherwise, all his hard-earned blackmail material of the Shigon would be gone. Thinking fast, Leon came up with a desperate move. He stood up and shouted, Wait, let's soak in the hot spring together. Just then, the fireworks finale lit up the night sky. Colorful explosions bloomed overhead, painting the darkness like a field of radiant flowers. Rose Wise turned her head, surprised at his sudden outburst. The fireworks were too loud. She didn't hear him clearly. She set the camera down and raised a brow. What? Embarrassed, Leon coughed and pretended to be serious. I said, It's rare for us to come here. Let's enjoy the hot spring together. Rose Wise blinked, clearly surprised. Then, with a soft chuckle, she smirked playfully. Well, I did prepare a super charming swimsuit. You'd better not lose your composure. Leon froze, beads of sweat forming. He forced a smile, pretending confidence. After speaking, Rose Wise immediately entered the room and closed the back door. She drew the curtains and started changing clothes inside. Seeing that Rose Wise wouldn't be coming downstairs to use the camera for now, Leon felt a bit relieved. But at the thought of what might happen next, he couldn't help feeling helpless. After all, whenever he was with Rose Wise, something magical always seemed to happen. He turned to face the hot spring pool, spread his hands, and shook his head gently. Closing his eyes, he whispered words of comfort to himself. It's okay, Leon. It's just soaking in a hot spring. What could happen? As long as I protect those photos, it's fine. Sharing a hot spring with her isn't a big deal. Leon clenched his fist and looked ahead with determination. He couldn't let Rosewise see the photos in the camera and risk irreversible consequences. To protect them, he'd have to rely on his wits. Even if it meant his body would suffer, he was willing. Before she comes, let me silently recite the 3 honors and 3 shamas of the Dragon Slayer a few times. Leon entered the hot spring pool again, soaking quietly while waiting for Rosewise to arrive. In the water, a big toy duck and a small toy duck floated, swaying gently with the ripples, as if anticipating what was about to happen. The finale of the fireworks still lit up the night. Explosions of color filled the sky, illuminating the hot spring where Lion sat. With his back against the pool wall, eyes closed, he recited the Dragon Slayer's 3 honors and 3 shamas he created himself. Ashamed of fleeing battles, he suddenly heard the sound of the back door opening. Rosewise had arrived. He turned his head, thinking, Is she coming in? Rosewise opened the door and walked in. She wore a purple swimsuit trimmed with white lace at the hem. Her figure was wrapped tightly inside. Though conservative, the swimsuit highlighted her slim figure. Her chest and stomach were covered with only her shoulders exposed. She slowly entered, holding onto the back door for balance. Seeing her in a swimsuit, Leon bowed his head slightly, trying to hide his laugh. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop himself. Leon burst out laughing, clutching his stomach with one hand while splashing the water with the other. He had expected Rose Wise to wear something far more revealing, but the swimsuit she now wore was the charming swimsuit she had described earlier. To him, it had no deterrent effect at all. Between laughs, he teased, "Is this it? Is this your idea of a charming swimsuit? Testing me with this? Even if it lost 2 pounds of fabric, my dragon mark wouldn't shine." Rose Wise frowned slightly angry. She hadn't expected the swimsuit Issa prepared for her to look so normal. She shot Leon a dissatisfied look. "Huh? You're too smug. This was given by my sister," she said. Leon stifled his laughter and replied, "Your sister's fashion taste is really strange." Rose Wise walked to the edge of the hot ring. Seeing she was about to step down, Leon quickly moved over. He offered his hand and carefully helped her in, making sure she didn't slip. Rose Wise held on to him and cautiously entered the pool, then leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. Seeing she had settled, Leon walked farther away and sat, turning his head aside to avoid eye contact. Neither spoke. They simply soaked quietly in the hot spring. This is more awkward than I imagined, Leon thought. Peeking with one eye, he stole a glance at Rose Wise. Truthfully, when he saw her swimsuit wasn't what he had imagined, he felt relieved. Good thing it's conservative enough. If it were that special kind of swimsuit, I wouldn't last long in here. Rose Wise, however, noticed that Leon was intentionally keeping his distance. She understood his worries and found his behavior amusing. Smiling, she said, "What? Afraid my dragon mark will shine? Can't even look at me." Leon felt annoyed, thinking she was provoking him. He turned slightly toward her. "Afraid me? What am I?" But before he finished, he noticed something strange about her swimsuit. He jumped up from the water, pointing. "Hey, Rose Wise, your swimsuit." She blinked, confused, not understanding what he meant. Looking down, she realized her swimsuit was changing. The purple fabric slowly turned into a black camisole style, parts dissolving in the water. Rose Wise's face flushed red. Embarrassed, she quickly tried to cover herself. She never imagined the ordinary-looking swimsuit would change once it touched water. I should have guessed Issa's gift wouldn't be that simple, she thought. But almost instantly, she calmed down. Now that she wore the charming swimsuit, she had a chance to test Leon. With a sneer, she said, "Perfect timing, surprised." With a sly smile, Rose Wise crawled toward Leon. As she moved, her chest subtly trembled, deliberately tempting him. Leon's face burned red, and he quickly turned his head skyward, too nervous to look. Maybe you should change into another swimsuit first," he suggested nervously. But Rose Wise, expecting this reaction, pressed closer with a mysterious smile. She touched his chest lightly with her fingers, igniting sparks across his skin. The great dragon slayer who defeated countless dragon kings. Afraid of me in this black silk swimsuit. Her body pressed against his, the soft contact making Leon flustered. He looked at her nervously, realizing the situation was turning against him. This isn't good. I'm being led by the nose by Rose Wise. I need to find a way to turn this around. Due to the sudden change in the Silver Dragon Queen Rose Wise's swimsuit style, I had to face her provocation. To prevent my dragon mark from shining, I started a challenge with Rose Wise. She kept tempting me, trying to make me fail. I didn't want to stay passive, so I took the initiative. She, unwilling to lose, guided me further, trying to keep control. But soon our emotions shifted slightly. When Rose Wise's swimsuit changed after touching water, she seized the chance to test Leon's endurance. She pressed close against his chest, trying to seduce him. Seeing her take action, Leon grew nervous. He forced a smile, but couldn't think of a way to resist her provocation. She had tested his endurance many times before, tricking him over and over. Leon already knew Rose Wise's usual tricks, her 3 classic moves. Step 1, provocation. Rose Wise would mock Leon to stir him up. "Dragon Slayer, why don't you dare look at me? Are you afraid?" Leon, unable to endure, would immediately snap back. He clenched his fist, eyes burning with anger. "What? I'm not afraid." Step 2, teasing. After provoking him, Rose Wise would lure him to her bed, press him down, and force him to look at her, tempting him to unleash his inner desires. "Don't force yourself. Let go of pride. Submit to me. Isn't this better?" But Leon could only grit his teeth and glare, unable to act. Under her constant guidance, he'd end up doing things he couldn't resist. Rosewise would vent her emotions on him, leaving him sleepless all night. Step 3, shifting responsibility. When it was over, Rosés would cover herself with a blanket, smiling in victory. You started it. It had nothing to do with me. Leon, regretful and powerless, could only bite the blanket in frustration. Now Leon faced the same trap again. He realized Rosewise had already taken the first step. Escape was impossible. He had to find a way to turn the situation to his favor. So Leon decided to counter. Since Rosewise provoked him, he'd use his own methods. He turned away, avoiding her gaze, calming himself to not be stirred. Acting relaxed, he said, "Afraid of this? As long as you're a dragon, no matter what you wear, I'm not interested." Then he asked, "If my dragon mark lights up first, what will you do? A dragon mark only shines if one longs for the other." Rosewise raised an eyebrow, lifting her chin proudly. "I can perfectly control my desires. I've never lost control." Leon smirked, so confident. Dare to accept my challenge? Her competitive nature couldn't back down. She locked eyes with him. "Fine, I accept." But Leon added, "Every challenge needs stakes. If you lose, what then?" Rosewise simply wagged her finger. "If you win, I'll give you 7 more days off." Leon agreed with a smile. In his heart, he whispered, "Perfect." She took the bait. If he won, he'd enjoy more vacation. Fireworks filled the night sky above the resort. Leon and Rosewise sat side by side watching them burst into colors. Rosewise suddenly pointed. "Leon, look! Don't those fireworks look like my dragon mark?" Leon frowned. Impossible. The shimmering colors reflected in his eyes like falling petals. He thought only of keeping his dragon mark from shining. Out of sight, out of mind. If I don't look at her, I can resist. But then a melody drifted from the hotring. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Leon blinked. Why is she singing now? Rosewise placed her hand on her chest, caressing her snow-white twin peaks, making them tremble. She smiled mysteriously, brushing his arm with her shoulder. "How's my singing?" Leon turned away, eyes closed. "This isn't as good as the song I love while bathing." Then Rosewise suddenly cried out, "Ah, my dragon mark is shining." Leon panicked, glancing at her chest, his face reened, nose bleeding instantly. Turning away, he quickly wiped it. But upon close look, there were no glowing marks at all, not even purple light. He snapped. "There's nothing, you tricked me." Rosewise laughed, delighted at his reaction. "If you keep watching, maybe it really will shine." Leon was very unhappy with Rosewise's joke. He realized she had already started launching an attack on him, and he had to find a way to retaliate. He frowned and muttered in his heart, "Rosewise has already begun trying to seduce me. I can't fall behind." While Rosewise's attention was still on the fireworks, Leon secretly reached his hand behind her, his eyes fixed tightly on her tail. He planned to grab it. Just as he was about to gently pull it toward him, Rosés turned her head and caught his movement. Her gaze shifted from the fireworks straight to him. Leon froze, nervous. He hadn't expected her to notice so quickly. Embarrassment rushed in. Rosewise frowned, glaring unhappily. "What are you doing?" Leon, already holding her tail with one hand, gave her a crooked smile. If he kept being passive, he'd only lose. Since she had caught him, he couldn't keep sneaking. He quickly came up with an excuse. "Wife, even if I can't hold your hand to enjoy this beautiful night under the stars, I can still hold your tail, right?" But Rosewise clearly didn't want that. Her expression darkened, her voice sharp. "Release my tail." She reached out to snatch it back, but Leon only tightened his grip, locking her tail in his arms. Closing his eyes, he said casually, "No." Rosewise felt her temper boil. The hot spring water splashed, but she still couldn't pull her tail away. "Leon, you!" He knew her tail all too well. In his heart, he muttered, "The tail is the most sensitive part of Rosewise's body. She's bound to lose." Leon rubbed her tail skillfully, searching for her weak spots, stroking every inch as though it were his favorite toy. The sensation traveled from her tail straight into her body, overwhelming her. She gasped softly, unable to stop the strange rush flooding her chest. "Ah!" Her body trembled, her head tilted back, her cheeks flushed as the water splashed around her. Rosewise clenched her fists, struggling to resist, sneaking a glance at Leon. She knew he was trying to stir her inner desires to break her focus, but she wasn't about to let him win so easily. Is this guy trying to force me to take the initiative? She thought. Fine. Calming her breath, she stretched her hand toward him, forcing a smile through her blush. What's wrong with just holding my hand and watching the fireworks? Come on, hold my hand, darling. Leon's mouth dropped. His cheeks flared red. His heart pounded wildly, just holding hands. Why is my heart racing like this? He thought. Slowly, he reached out and caught her slender, slightly cool hand. Their fingers interlocked, and Leon squeezed tightly. A dizzy rush hit him. He couldn't resist. Simply holding her hand had shaken him more than anything else. His heartbeat thumped faster. His face burned. Rose Wise noticed his wavering and leaned close, whispering in his ear, "Don't hold back. Let the dragon mark light up and end this agonizing challenge." "It's good for you." Her words sent Leon spiraling, his face burning hotter. He was about to lose control. Damn it, I won't let myself be guided by her. He swore in his heart. He plunged his hand into the hot spring and wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. Her chest pressed against his water, splashing softly. He didn't care. If she wanted to tempt him, he'd drag her into the same storm. He looked into her eyes. "You're right. It's not easy to endure. But you're also struggling to restrain yourself, aren't you?" Leaning in, his gaze locked on her lips. Rose Wise's eyes widened slightly, stunned by his sudden boldness. In that moment, their dragon marks flared across their chests, glowing purple, burning like their desires. Then the light flickered and dimmed, as if echoing their struggle to suppress their emotions. Their dragon marks pulsed bright, then dark like switches of desire breaking down. With a loss of control, their breaths grew hot, their bodies edging closer until their lips finally brushed. Leon cradled the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Rose Wise slipped her hand to his waist, melting into it. Behind them, fireworks burst in full bloom, dazzling brighter than before, as if celebrating them. But Leon and Rose Wise no longer heard anything. Beneath the glowing night sky, they shared their first kiss of the evening. The next morning, their daughters came to the door to wake them up, but they didn't respond. What the girls didn't know was that the Silver Dragon Queen and Lion had spent another passionate night, leaving their bodies satisfied. For Leon, it was his first true kiss with her. The Silver Dragon Queen also felt shy about that kiss. Later, they took their daughters to play in the pool when suddenly a dragon couple approached them. They sat nearby and chatted for a while. By then, the morning sun had already shone into the hotel corridor. The light reached the door of Lion and Rose Wise's room, hinting that the two inside had not yet woken up. Noah and Moana, however, were already awake. They walked to their parents' door, planning to have breakfast together. Moana knocked lightly and called out, "Dad, Mom, wake up! The sun's going to dry your butt and tail." But after waiting, there was still no response. Moana tilted her head, confused. She pressed her ear gently against the door, hoping to hear something inside, but there were no voices or footsteps. She turned to Noah with a puzzled tone. "Noah, what's going on? Haven't Mom and Dad woken up yet?" Noah frowned, doubting it too. At this time of day, they should already be up. Resting her chin on her hands, she thought silently for a moment. Then she recalled their usual routine. If they're following their schedule, it should be Mom's turn to go to the bathroom right now. Moana blinked, tilting her head. Huh? What about Dad? Where did Dad go? She thought Leon had disappeared again without telling them, just like last time. Holding her cheeks with both hands, she made a suggestion to Noah with a hopeful look. "Noah, do we have to offer tribute to Dad for him to appear?" "I want steak again this time." She could almost imagine the smell of steak drifting before her. Noah sighed helplessly at Moana's endless food fantasies. Folding her arms, she gave her a look. "You just want steak, don't you?" Since their parents were still asleep, Noah decided not to wait. She took Mon's hand and led her toward the elevator. "Let's go eat first," she said, running. "Even if they don't come, I'll still take you." Em cheered, raising her hand. "Yeah." And so while the two sisters went off for breakfast, Leon and Rose Wise were still in bed, bodies pressed close together. Rose's skin bore both small and large kiss marks, traces of the fierce passion from the night before. The sunlight streamed through the window onto their bed, as if urging them to get up. Maybe it was the brightness, maybe the warmth. But Leon stirred. He slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "Ugh, my whole body is sore." Sitting up with effort, he rubbed his head, trying to clear his thoughts. Last night's heat still lingered in his body, leaving him drained. Turning his head, he saw Rose Wise still sleeping. Watching her peaceful face, he thought silently. We both failed the Dragon Mark challenge last night, and I even kissed her. Her long lashes, soft cheeks, and moist lips drew his gaze. That kiss had made her lips look even more enticing. Our first real kiss. Remembering it, Leon felt his face heat up, cheeks turning red. Though they had been intimate before, they had never kissed with such seriousness until last night. Almost without thinking, his hand reached out, brushing lightly against her lips. They were soft, warm, elastic. So soft, he thought, before snapping back to reality. Startled, he pulled his hand away quickly, face blazing. His heart pounded, his head buzzing. He jumped out of bed, rushing to the bathroom as if nothing had happened. Why would I even do that? He muttered under his breath, embarrassed. I've messed up so badly. When he disappeared into the bathroom, Rose Wise slowly opened her eyes. She had actually been awake for some time, pretending to sleep to avoid the awkwardness of waking at the same time as him. She had felt his touch on her lips. Raising her fingers to her mouth, she gently traced the spot, whispering to herself, "Why did that guy touch my lips first thing in the morning?" The memory of last night returned vividly. Her first kiss with the Dragon Slayer himself. Covering her mouth, she blushed, shy and flustered. I never thought my first real kiss would be with Lion. Realizing how much it mattered to her, she quickly pulled the blanket around herself, denying it in her thoughts. Wait, what? It's not like I'm desperate to kiss him or anything. She pouted stubbornly. This is all the fault of that dragon mark. Outside, the sound of water trickled from the hot spring, as if easing their tangled hearts. Later, after changing into fresh clothes, Leon and Rosewise took Noah and Moon to the resort's water park. The park buzzed with families and laughter. Some swam with float rings, others battled with water guns, while the boldest slid from the tallest slides into the pool. Moon wore the bright yellow swimsuit she had picked earlier. Her hair was tied into two playful buns, perfect for splashing in the pool. With a mischievous grin, she lifted her water gun, already locking into her next target. Muan aimed at Noah and raised his water gun, ready to fire. Noah had just changed into a pink swimsuit, her hair tied into a bun. Flustered, she tried to prepare for one sudden attack. Without a water gun of her own, Noah couldn't fight back right away. She lifted her arm to shield her face, blocking Muan's spray. Man, you! She whispered, frustrated. Seeing her defenseless, Muan grinned and kept firing relentlessly. Charging forward, he sprayed water at her, laughing. Noah, look at my splashing attack, he shouted. Noah squeezed her eyes shut, retreating quickly as she tried to withstand the blast with her hands. Then, seizing a chance while Muan wasn't paying attention, Noah dipped her hands into the pool and flung a huge splash his way. Moana, look at my attack, she countered. He blocked with his arm, grinning wide, clearly enjoying himself. The game filled him with pure happiness. Nearby, Leon and Rosewise sat quietly on a bench, their distance from each other more noticeable than before. They watched Noah and Muan play, but neither made a move to join. After what happened last night, both kept away from the water. Rosewise feigned calm and asked Leon, why don't you play with them? Her question made him uneasy. Still, Leon kept his composure. Because we soaked in the hot spring for so long last night. I just want to stay away from the pool for now, he said flatly. Rosewise had no quick reply. Falling silent, she frowned, her eyes lingering on him. Last night, it was just before she could finish. A strange voice interrupted. Oh, what a lovely child. Are you their parents? Two dragons stood nearby. Rosewise turned to them and answered, Ah, yes. Leon followed her gaze, noticing the couple. A man with short black hair, golden eyes dressed in a blue hoodie, and a woman with short brown hair, red eyes, wearing a swimsuit. They walked hand in hand toward them. The woman smiled warmly. Hello, my name is Yuna. This is my husband, Z. Can we sit and chat for a while? Rosewise returned a smile politely, introducing herself and Leon. Of course, I'm Rosewise, and this is my husband, Leon. Leon nodded in greeting. Yuna's face lit up with gratitude as she and Zay took a seat. We're newlyweds here on our honeymoon. Yuna said, we planned to visit Emerald Sea, but with the Dragon Clan dispute nearby, we decided to come here instead. Hearing this, Rosewise felt a jolt of unease. Constantine moved so fast. Even if Emerald Sea is far, I still need to watch their movements closely. Noticing Leon and Rosewise's closeness, Yuna grew curious. You two seem married for many years. Your relationship looks so good. Rosewise laughed awkwardly, waving her hand. Huh, many dragons say the same. Leon, however, frowned silently. Do we really seem that close? Our child's running around yet. We only kissed for the first time last night, he thought. Meanwhile, Noah and Muan kept playing. Muan fired his water gun with gusto, and Noah, refusing to lose, grabbed a swimming ring to block him. Yuna watched with envy. I admire you both having two such lovely children. Her cheeks warmed as she nervously scratched her face. My husband and I have been thinking about children. As experienced dragons, could you share some advice? Rose stiffened. She couldn't possibly explain Noah and Muan's true origins. Her fingers fidgeted as she stammered. Actually, it was my husband. He wanted to be a father, and I just agreed. Leon covered his mouth, chuckling secretly. She's making things up again. He thought of how her story could sound. High emotional intelligence. I didn't think much, just agreed. Low emotional intelligence. It was the blood curse. No choice at all. He looked at Una kindly. It'll come naturally. Don't force yourself or your husband, and don't fear it. Just go with the flow. Z leaned forward. Mr. Leon, do you two really argue? How do you resolve it? Embarrassed, Una quickly admitted. Sometimes I'm too dominant. We argue over small things. Leon smirked and leaned against Rosewise, teasing. I can't answer. My wife may look tall, aloof, and fierce, but she loves to act spoiled. Right, dear? He laughed quietly. Rosewise bristled. This guy's mocking me again. She pressed closer to Leon, secretly pinching his waist with a forced smile. Dear, how embarrassing of you to say that. Leon twitched, whispering in pain. Oh, is that so? Z sighed, slightly disappointed. But Leon's tone suddenly grew serious. Even if a woman is strong, she still has a soft side, he said, recalling Rosewise's dual nature, her stern, queenly face, but also her shy, gentle moments. He hugged her lightly, looking at Z. No matter who your wife is, you must stand up and protect her. Rosewise froze, touched. This is a responsible man. Leon flashed a cheerful grin and gave Zai a thumbs up. That's my principle of being a good man. 7 days had passed. Now life had returned to normal. Back at the Silver Dragon Castle, Rosewise immediately buried herself in work, handling the mountain of documents that piled up during the holiday. It was then that Sherry, sent to track down Leon's master, returned. She knelt before Rosewise's desk and delivered her report. At first, Rosewise was shocked by the news, forcing Sherry to confirm it again. You found the tiger and his wife? She asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Sherry rose to her feet, her hands folded neatly behind her, and spoke with unusual seriousness. While circling the Empire's borders, I stumbled upon their hiding place. It's heavily shielded with magic arrays. Without flight, no one could ever reach it. Rosewise frowned. For humans, such a dangerous, isolated place was unthinkable. Why would they choose to hide there? And more importantly, how did they even get there? Then Sherry added something else. Your Majesty, the man called Tiger, he is powerful. He's not on the same level as other dragon slayers. If he wished, he could kill me instantly. Her voice trembled at the memory of his gaze. His presence alone crushed her aura, leaving her shaken even now. She lowered her head, unable to shake the sharpness of his eyes from her mind. Rosewise was taken back. Sherry, though weaker in combat, was one of her best confidants in infiltration and intelligence. Even the strongest dragon slayers couldn't take her down so easily. For Sherry to admit such fear, Tiger had to be extraordinary. It seems Leon's master is no ordinary man, Rosewise thought, tapping her desk thoughtfully. Sherry then remembered something else. He discovered me, but when he realized I was from the Silver Dragon clan, he spared me and gave me a message for you. Rosewise leaned forward. A message? He wants to see you. Just those words, nothing more. Yet Rosewise was surprised. Few would dare request to meet the queen of the Silver Dragon clan in person. She almost admired his courage. Very well, she decided firmly. I will meet him. Night fell over the Silver Dragon Castle. Under the glow of the rising moon, Rosewise and Sherry spread their wings, transforming into their true dragon forms. Together they soared across mountains and valleys, heading toward Tiger's hidden lair. Hours later, they reached a land of steep cliffs and roaring waterfalls. No villages, no signs of life. This was a place unfit for humans. Sherry pointed to the waterfall. They're behind it, but Tiger said, You must go alone. Rosewise nodded. If I don't return, you know what to do. Sherry bowed deeply. Please, Your Majesty, be careful. With a wave of her hand, Rosewise conjured a magical shield to repel the waterfall spray. She stepped through the cascading water and entered a vast cavern. There, sitting calmly at a stone table, was the man himself. Tiger, white hair, white beard, yet no trace of weakness. A quiet power radiated from him as he brewed tea with deliberate calm, dressed in a plain blue robe and brown cloak. Noticing her arrival, Tiger sat down the kettle and looked up. He gestured to the empty seat across from him. Please. Rose Wise didn't thank him. She sat silently, her thoughts racing. I've faced countless dragon slayers. Only Lion ever felt like a true challenge. Yet this man before me, his presence feels even greater. Tiger poured the tea, his steady eyes never wavering. Rose Wise could feel it, an aura unlike any she had encountered before. Sliding the cup toward her, Tiger finally spoke. 2 years have passed. I've been waiting for the chance to meet you. Rose Wise folded her arms, cautious. She didn't touch the tea. Leon, is he well? Tiger lifted his gaze and met hers. Rose Wise picked up the teacup, carefully inspecting it for flaws. She answered Tiger coldly, saying he was still alive. After a moment of observation and confirming that tea was fine, she took a sip. She continued speaking to Tiger. Leon was her prisoner of war. Though tortured endlessly, he never surrendered. He had tried every way to escape back to the Empire, but all attempts failed. Tiger calmly lifted the teacup and drank as well, showing no worry for Lion's fate. Ah, that kid's still hard-headed after 2 years. Knowing Leon was alive, Rosewise felt relieved. Though their words seemed calm, the air between them stayed tense. Tiger knew Rosewise had sent Sherry to search for Leon. He glanced at her over his cup. I don't know what deal you made with him to send someone after me, but it proves he's still useful to you. Rosewise replied coldly. He's already paid the price. Tiger set his cup down. His eyes sharpened as he spoke. So, I expect you to ensure he doesn't return to the Empire for a year. Rosewise frowned. May I know the reason? Tiger's refusal to demand Leon directly left her confused. She pressed him. You know your apprentice is alive, yet you're not rushing to rescue him. Instead, you want him trapped in enemy lands for another year. Tiger explained what happened 2 years ago after the clash between the Dragon Slayer army and the Silver Dragon clan. The Dragon Slayer army suffered a crushing defeat at Silver Dragon Castle with heavy losses. The Emperor raged and public opinion crushed them further. The defeated army limped back to the Empire with only remnants of its soldiers. The citizens were furious. Someone had to take the blame. The Empire pinned everything on traitors within the Dragon Slayer army. Rose Wise already guessed Tiger's next words. Leon, the famed dragon-slaying hero, had vanished after the war. He was the perfect scapegoat. She imagined the scene. If Tiger dragged Lion back now, the people, the army, even the Emperor would see him as suspicious. Leon would face blame and endless surveillance. Tiger nodded at her thoughts and continued. You're right. Returning now means certain death. I'd rather he stay here under your control. At least he'll live. Rose Wise placed her teacup down and sighed softly. Tiger was powerful. Too powerful to ignore. She could not refuse. I understand, she said, but I have a condition. I want all his information, especially his childhood dark history. Her eyes burned with seriousness. Tiger was taken aback, raising his brow at the odd demand. Still, he didn't refuse. Ha! That's a special request. He turned and disappeared into the cave. After a while, he dragged out several boxes and placed them by the stone table. From one, he pulled out an ornate wooden case and handed it to Rosewise. These are all the love letters Leon received from enrollment to graduation. I kept them for him. Rosewise was shocked. She hadn't expected Tiger to hoard Leon's love letters. She opened the box and pulled out envelopes of all colors. She read them silently while Tiger said, these were meant for his future wife, but now his life is in your hands. You decide what to do with them. What Tiger didn't know was that Rose Wise could also be considered Leon's wife. Seeing the letters, Rose Wise smiled wickedly. Knowing Leon's hidden past delighted her. Inwardly, she laughed. Ha ha ha, Leon, even you have this day. She kept smiling as she read. Tiger noticed her expression and frowned. Why was she so interested in Lion's secrets? Is this interrogation? He wondered. He wasn't entirely wrong. Rose Wise then pulled out a small, golden-framed portrait from the box. It showed a silver-haired girl in purple, crudely drawn, clearly from Lion's childhood hand. Rose Wise asked, this is Tiger chuckled and shrugged. That's Leon's dream lover. He drew her at 6 years old. Silver hair, tall, cold demeanor. That's his type. There was even a girl at school just like that, she confessed to him. He thought for 5 seconds, then rejected her. As he spoke, Tiger suddenly froze. His eyes narrowed on Rosewise. She was silver-haired, tall, cold, exactly like the portrait. No way, he thought. Leon wouldn't dare. Not with the Silver Dragon Queen. Rosewise studied the portrait seriously. Unaware of the uncanny resemblance, she placed the picture and letters back into the box. Any more explosive secrets? She asked eagerly. Tiger gave an awkward smile and shook his head. No. He's my apprentice. I can't betray him further. At that moment, Rose Wise flicked several photos into her hand. She waved them before him. These are recent pictures of your beloved apprentice. Don't you want to look? Tiger shot to his feet, leaving the stone bench. Wait here. I'll let you meet Leon's first love. Leon's first love? Rose Wise frowned as Tiger hurried into the cave. She hadn't expected Leon's first love to be under Tiger's roof. A nervous chill rose in her. Easter egg. Leon's weakness revealed. Before bringing the crate, Tiger stroked his beard and recalled more details. He shared them with Rose Wise. Leon hates carrots. He faints if he eats eggplant, and his waist is especially sensitive. He hates being touched there. Rose Wise quickly scribbled notes in her book. Tiger lifted a finger and revealed another secret. At 2:30 in the morning, if you ask him questions in his sleep, he'll sometimes answer truthfully. In his dreams, young Leon once kicked off his blanket and muttered, "I hate carrots." He even obeyed orders while sleepwalking. Tiger recalled calling him once. "Move the wood." Half asleep, Leon replied, "Okay." Looking back, Tiger laughed, hands on his hips, head tilted back. "I made him do so much farm work that way." He burst into laughter. Rose Wise, speechless, thought silently. "So, you like teasing him too?" Tiger then turned and walked deeper into the cave, intending to bring Leon's first love to show Rose Wise. Hearing this, Rose Wise grew nervous. Soon the sound of hooves echoed out of the darkness. A donkey appeared, wagging its tail and twitching its ears as it followed Tiger. He let it out with a rope. This, he explained, was Leon's first love. Its fur was white, its skin an unusual blue, tied in a ponytail with a red bow, and dressed in a brown outfit. Still half asleep, it kept its eyes closed and sighed unhappily. "Sorry for the wait," Tiger said. "I woke her in the night. She's a little upset." Rose Wise widened her eyes when she saw a donkey instead of a person. She almost wanted to ask aloud, "Leon's first love is a donkey?" She hadn't expected it to be an animal. Tiger noticed her reaction, chuckled softly and confirmed, "That's right." He told her how Leon had tamed many animals as a child. Poultry, even dangerous beasts, but never this donkey. Instead, Leon spent his days chasing after it, branch in hand, trying everything to make it obey. His little dog even joined in, but the donkey always ran ahead, stubborn and unhappy, once kicking Leon and leaving a scar across his nose. Tiger pointed to his own nose. "If you touch Leon's bridge, you'll find that scar. He got it back then when the donkey kicked him."